Delhi air quality remains in severe category with Punjab farm fires on record high.
सर आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर, आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे सर, लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं। जी
This evening, as Punjab Chief Minister evades Republic questions on stubble burning, our netas not accountable. 2 years after the worst form of targeting of the media, Republic emerges stronger. We thank you viewers for your endless support.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran, to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hadis Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protester deaths has given momentum to the ongoing demonstration, just as it did during
The headlines from across the globe this morning. Thousands gather on Tehran streets chanting death to America and death to Israel. UN chief condemns North Korea launches, urges the resumption of denuclearization talks. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is on a China visit. President Xi Jinping meets with Scholz. NASA's Artemis 1 moon rocket returns to the pad for another launch attempt. Hello and welcome to World This Morning. I'm Rukma, and thousands of Iranians gathered on Tehran streets for the anniversary of the 1979 seizure of the US Embassy, chanting death to America and death to Israel, and burning American and Israeli flags. A report.
Iran marked the 1979 takeover of the US Embassy in Tehran. Rallies were held around the country, with some in Tehran waving placards of the triangle-shaped Iranian drones Russia allegedly uses to strike targets in its war on Ukraine. But while crowds in the capital looked large, with shadow-wearing women waving the Islamic Republic's flag, other commemorations in the country appeared smaller, with only a few dozen people taking part. Iran's hardline president Ibrahim, speaking to people gathered in front of the former US Embassy, criticized those protesting against the theocracy and accused them of aiding the country's enemies.
امروز هر کس در هر کجای این کشور نسبت به اغتشاش، آشوب، بلوا، ناآرامی بدمد، بداند یا نداند، بخواهد یا نخواهد، در جهت راهبرد امریکایی ها و در جهت راهبرد دشمن حرکت کرده است.
According to sources, signs and chants from the crowd called out, "Death to America, death to Israel." Hardliners within Iran have bussed government workers and others into the November 4 demonstrations. The demonstration had a carnival-like feel for the students and others taking part on the Talikani street in downtown Tehran. This year, however, it remained clear Iran's theocracy hopes to energize its hardline base. The annual commemoration marks when student demonstrators climbed over the fence at the embassy on November 4, 1979, angered by then-President Jimmy Carter allowing the fatally ill Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi to receive cancer treatment in the United States. Agency report, Republic TV.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz met Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing on the 4th of November amid growing criticism back home.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has called for peace talks over Ukraine and warned against the conflict going nuclear in a meeting with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who urged China to expert its influence on Russia. The German leader is in Beijing for a one-day visit that has drawn criticism due to China's tacit support for Russia. His visit reflects the importance of Germany's trade ties with China, the world's second largest economy. In his opening remarks, Scholz referred directly to Russia's invasion of Ukraine that has created millions of refugees and upended world food and energy markets. According to sources, Scholz received a formal welcome from Xi at the Great Hall of the People in the heart of Beijing. Sources further added that Scholz is the first leader from the group of 7 leading industrialized nations to meet with Xi since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and the first European leader to visit China since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which Germany has strongly opposed. German officials say that the trip is intended to probe where China is going and what forms of cooperation are possible. The Chancellor was accompanied on the trip by about a dozen of top German business leaders, including the CEOs of Volkswagen, BMW, BASF, Bayer and Deutsche Bank, most of which are doing a thriving business in China. Scholz will also meet company representatives in Beijing. Agency report, Republic TV.
Rocket Lab launched a Swedish research satellite to orbit on the 4th of November but did not manage to snag the returning booster with a helicopter. Here's more.
What could have been a successful day for New Zealand failed in the midway. Rocket Lab launched its Electron rocket carrying a science research satellite from New Zealand's Mahia Peninsula on November 4th. The mission, called Catch Me If You Can, was unsuccessful in its attempt to retrieve the first stage booster by using parachutes and a helicopter. The 59-foot tall Electron, a small satellite launcher with 32 missions under its belt to date, is currently a complete expandable vehicle. According to officials, recovery and reuse of the first stage would allow Rocket Lab to boost its flight rate and reduce costs. Mission Control announced a successful ocean splashdown of the booster after pulling the helicopter for safety reasons due to telemetry loss. The Mesospheric Airglow satellite is the basis for the SNSAS science mission to investigate atmospheric waves and better understand how the upper layer of the Earth's atmosphere interacts with wind and weather patterns closer to the ground. MATS was originally due to fly on a Russian launch service before the mission was manifested on Rocket Lab's Electron. Agency report, Republic TV.
A fire burning on Mount Kilimanjaro for almost 2 weeks now has been largely contained after hundreds of military personnel were deployed to help. The blaze has already destroyed 33 square kilometers, nearly 13 square miles of Africa's tallest and perhaps most famous mountain. Take a look.
The fire burning on Mount Kilimanjaro for almost 2 weeks has been largely contained after hundreds of military personnel were deployed to help. According to sources, the blaze destroyed 33 square kilometers on Africa's tallest and the most famous mountain. The fire started on October 21st near the Karanga camp, which is popular among the thousands of hikers who attempt to climb the mountain every year. Officials said that the cause of the fire has yet to be established and investigations are ongoing, adding that strong winds complicated the response. Some tourists continue to hike up Africa's highest mountain despite the fire. Jeronimo Gomez from Mexico said that the fire wasn't a big problem and that his tour group never saw any flames.
Throughout the hike, we just saw some areas seemed to be a little bit burned. It smelled a lot, especially. That was the main thing, the smell. Sometimes in the air, in the mist, you could kind of a burnt feeling, but other than that, we never actually got to see the flames, so it wasn't a big problem.
The Prime Minister said that 878 soldiers and 2 helicopters were sent to douse the fire. Meanwhile, multiple fires had started on other parts of Mount Kilimanjaro but had been contained, and main tourist sites there remain safe. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Russian President Vladimir Putin takes part in celebrations marking Unity Day in Russia as the country celebrated the day across its length and breadth yesterday to commemorate the popular uprising that had led to the expulsion of Polish-Lithuanian forces from Moscow way back in 1612. Iran marked the 1979 takeover of the US Embassy in Tehran. Rallies were held around the country, with some in the capital waving placards of the triangle-shaped Iranian drones Russia allegedly uses to strike targets in its war on Ukraine. Russia's ambassador to the UK informed the Kremlin would not use nuclear weapons in the conflict in Ukraine. Ambassador Andrei Kelin has alleged that Britain was involved in an attack on Russian warships. And Australia beat Afghanistan by only 4 runs to keep its semi-final hopes alive for the tournament. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson reacted after New Zealand beat Ireland in the T20 World Cup and passed on a message of their success. In Pennsylvania in the US, Justin Verlander overcame an early jolt to grit out the World Series win that had long eluded him. Rookie Jeremy Pena hit a go-ahead home run, and the Houston Astros beat the Philadelphia Phillies 3-2 to head home with a 3-2 lead.
And the infield come in.
England prepared to kickstart with a new zeal for the FIFA World Cup, scheduled to be held at Qatar after last year's defeat in the finals of the European Championships. And time now for a short break here on World This Morning. But coming up, UN Chief Antonio Guterres has condemned North Korea's missile launches, has urged the resumption of denuclearization talks. NASA's Artemis 1 moon rocket returns to pad for another launch attempt.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran, to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hardis Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protester deaths has given momentum to the ongoing demonstration, just as it did during the 1979 revolution that overthrew Iran's earlier monarchy. Agency report for Republic TV.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Sudhir Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar.
The Artemis 1 moon mission, scheduled to launch on the 14th of November. NASA's mega moon rocket is back on the launch pad. The Space Launch System, or SLS, is the space agency's newest and most powerful rocket to date and will return astronauts to the moon at some point in 2024-25 as part of its Artemis program.
NASA's mega moon rocket is back on the launch pad. NASA's moon rocket is back on the launch pad following another round of repairs. The rocket began rolling out of the massive vehicle assembly building at 11:16 p.m. ET on Thursday, almost 45 minutes ahead of schedule. This comes after 2 unsuccessful attempts that were made by NASA, but now NASA officials are confident that they are ready to go. The 322-foot rocket departed its Florida hangar in the middle of the night and completed the 4-mile trip shortly after sunrise on November 4th. NASA is aiming for a launch attempt on November 14, sending an empty crew capsule around the moon and back. Few leaks have kept the Space Launch System rocket grounded since August. Then Hurricane Ian forced the rocket back into Kennedy Space Center's vehicle assembly building at the end of September. NASA used that time to make repairs and replace critical batteries. The launch was supposed to take place on August 29 but was scrubbed after a few issues that included a hydrogen leak. A second launch attempt occurred on September 3rd, but once again, a hydrogen leak forced NASA to call it down. Though the space agency was hoping for a third attempt in September itself, Hurricane Ian forced them to roll the rocket back to the vehicle assembly building. Now all eyes are set on NASA as they attempt for the third time. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in Russia, while celebrating Unity Day, Russian President Vladimir Putin has said volunteers continue to join the Russian military. Here are the details.
In another big statement, Russian President Vladimir Putin said volunteers continue to join the Russian army. With 318,000 people already mobilized, reiterated by Russian President.
Из 300 тысяч мобилизованных у нас 300 уже 18 тысяч. Да. Почему 318? Потому что добровольцы идут.
Putin made statements on mobilization while addressing Unity Day celebrations in Moscow. This year, the authorities tried to use the holiday to promote the recent annexation of Ukrainian territories.
Спасибо большое за эту работу. Сейчас, конечно, тех, кто проживает в Херсоне, нужно убрать из зоны более опасных действий, боевых, каких-то наступательных, контрнаступательных, прочих мероприятий, связанных с военными действиями. Поэтому такие вот ребята, как вы, делают все для того, чтобы людей вывести в безопасную зону. И это очень правильно. Вам спасибо большое.
Authorities previously said that the goal was to mobilize 3 lakh reservoirs. Putin further added that 49,000 are already in the army and performing combat missions, while the rest are still being trained.
И мы сейчас принимаем решения, которые позволят получать эти документы в упрощенном порядке, и будем совершенствовать эти инструменты. Обязательно будем над этим работать. Я знаю, что очень много людей из Харьковской области, да и из Харькова, разными путями, не так даже напрямую, как вы это сделали, а разными обходными путями стараются попасть в Россию. Сделаем все для того, чтобы их поддержать.
Russians across the country celebrated Unity Day to commemorate the popular uprising that led to the expulsion of Polish-Lithuanian forces from Moscow in 1612. Agency report, Republic TV.
And in some sports news now, in the T20 World Cup, Australia beat Afghanistan by only 4 runs to keep its semi-final hopes alive for the team. New Zealand captain Kane Williamson has reacted after his team beat Ireland in the T20 World Cup, passing a message for success. In Pennsylvania in the US, Justin Verlander overcame an early jolt to grit out the World Series win that had long eluded him. Rookie Jeremy Pena hit a go-ahead home run, and the Houston Astros beat the Philadelphia Phillies 3-2 to head home with a 3-2 lead.
The first hitter get on third, and the infield
England prepare to kickstart with a new zeal for the FIFA World Cup, scheduled to be held at Qatar after last year's defeat in the finals of the European Championships. Having embarked on a sensational run to the 2018 World Cup final, Croatia looks to another glorious round at the FIFA World Cup. And breaking news coming in now. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has condemned the launch of a ballistic missile of intercontinental range by North Korea, urging it to resume denuclearization talks, according to the statement released by the spokesperson for the UN chief. I quote, the Secretary General reiterates his calls on the DPRK to immediately desist from taking any further provocative action and to fully comply with its international obligations under all relevant Security Council resolutions. He is deeply concerned about the tension on the Korean Peninsula and troubled by the increase in confrontational rhetoric, the statement reads. And so the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, condemning the latest missile launches by North Korea. It's an intercontinental missile that North Korea has launched, raising alarm bells across the region. Now, the UN chief has not only condemned its recent launches, but has also appealed that North Korea resume denuclearization talks. It's a ballistic missile, the latest in a series of ballistic missiles that have been launched by North Korea, and it's a ballistic missile of intercontinental range. Now, the United Nations chief, Antonio Guterres, appealing that North Korea resume denuclearization talks. And this breaking news coming in on a statement released by the spokesperson for the United Nations chief. Earlier on Thursday, it had been reported that Pyongyang had fired an unknown ballistic missile on the Sea of Japan. And United Nations Chief Antonio Guterres has condemned the latest launch, which is part of a series of launches of long-range missiles. The latest took place on Thursday. And it was reported that Pyongyang had fired an unknown ballistic missile on the Sea of Japan. For some time now, North Korea has been launching a series of missiles. And Major General K.K. Sinha on the phone line. Major General, how do you look at this latest development? It appears that for the first time, it would appear for most laymen, we find the UN chief speaking to North Korea, speaking, that there should be denuclearization talks.
Yeah, this is a very, very serious development which has taken place is taking place in Korean Peninsula. If you see the North Korea and South Korea, it is, it is the 38th parallel on which, North Korea is the first time they were, they have actually, fired missiles. They have, in this side of 38th parallel, which has happened after 1953. North Korea and South Korea was under the war from 1950 to 53, and after so many years, it has happened when the North Korea has fired number of missiles into the exclusive zone, demilitarized zone of South Korea. There is the line on which is called tactical, a limit line on which they have done it. Yesterday, there were 180, fighter jets. That was also scrambled by the North Korea. In retaliation, 80 fighter jets of the South Korea was also came in retaliation. So this is happening, very, very serious concern. Now, yesterday, when it happened, there was one ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missile, which was misfired. Most probably misfired and fallen into, the areas, actually an area of concern into the into eastern, eastern China Sea. So these things, that's why if you see the Boutros Ghali, who the General Secretary of United Nations Security Council, United Nations, he has now saying that the North Korea should take the precautions, and North Korea should not, carry on the program of the missile program on which they are trying to acquire the nuclear know-how and ICBM capability. So there should be a talk, and this talk should take place the way it was done in 2018, when the North Korea and South Korea have, they agreed that they will not carry out nuclearization of the peninsula, and it was carrying on. But now this has been violated. This has been violated because what is happening in the Indo-Pacific is a major concern in the Indo-Pacific area. The way the North Korea, South Korea, Japan, and North Korea have not only that, last few months, they have been escalated this. They have fired number of missiles over the Japan and in the exclusive, economic zone, and that is in the territorial water of Japan also. So all these things are happening. And there is also an angle to this that United States and South Korea is carrying out, first time exercise, which is very, very, serious in nature. A number of aircraft and very dangerous maneuver. North Korea feels that probably these are the rehearsals for actually launch of something major by, South Korea in connection with United States of America. So these developments is very serious and happening.
Right, Major General K.K. Sinha, as you very correctly pointed out, perhaps, we can clearly say that the UN chief's condemnation and echo of most countries in the Indo-Pacific, as North Korea is said to have launched an intercontinental ballistic missile on Thursday into the Sea of Japan. It's an unknown ballistic missile. The UN chief urging for denuclearization talks now. North Korea's series of ballistic missile launches into the Sea of Japan. Well, major concern for countries in the Indo-Pacific. Now the UN chief has called for denuclearization talks. We'll have to wait and watch how the North responds to that. Meanwhile, That's all we have for you in this edition of World This Morning. Coming up next in the Morning Express, Delhi chokes, double burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the row. Also coming up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal Pradesh today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat intensifying. The Aam Aadmi Party picks Assaduddin Owaisi as the chief ministerial candidate for the upcoming elections. And complete chaos ensues in Pakistan after a failed assassination attempt. Imran Khan has called for a mega showdown.
Headlines on the Morning Express. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the row. Punjab DGP calls for calm, vows to unveil any conspiracy behind the killing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. After 9 hours of grilling, ED arrests Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. This is the Morning Express and we'll be getting you updates from across the country in this 1 hour and straight away getting you updates from the national capital now as the politics over the air quality continues over the air quality index as well. But we are seeing that the air quality continues to dip further. The air quality index presently is at 529 in Noida in severe category and 478 in Gurugram in Haryana in severe category as well and 534 near Dhirpur in severe category as well. Delhi's overall AQI currently is at the severe category of 431. Now viewers, we have seen the kind of politics that has continued over the air quality index ever since Diwali as well. Even before that, there were several war of words that had already broken out between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. Yesterday as well, we had seen marathon press conferences that were being carried out by the Aam Aadmi Party, by Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann, who stated that this is not just a Delhi-related problem, that it is a national problem. In fact, it is a North Indian problem as well. And that is why they had stated that the union government must also come in and make some kind of a plan for eradicating this kind of a problem. My colleague Harsha is joining us on the broadcast with more updates. Harsha, speak to us more about the air quality and the deteriorating air quality index that we are seeing in the national capital and the politics surrounding it. Speak to us more about it.
Exactly. Right now I'm reporting from Noida, because this is a place in Delhi NCR which is a highly polluted right now. The air quality index in national capital along with Noida has fallen to 529, which is a very critical place. I would like to show you the visuals, because the buildings over there couldn't be seen. They are blurry building because the thickening of smog could be clearly seen in the air. It's very difficult to breathe at this time, because if I talk about Noida, in Noida, if we talk about the hot mill plants, industrial plants, institutions have been closed. The schools have been closed from first to till class 8, but 9th standard, 10th standard are again running. There are several students who are still going to schools. Let me go and speak to them. Sir, I would like to ask you, because the air quality index in Noida has fallen a lot to a critical condition. It's 529. Your daughter is going to school. She's in class 10th standard. What do you have to say about it?
Yeah, ma'am, I know that the pollution is high level, but there is a study. So we have to make sure that, okay, she's in 10th class, and you can understand that, right? Study is more important than other factors. So
Can I know your name?
Niharika.
Niharika, I would like to ask you, in the morning hours, usually there's an assembly which goes on in a school. At this point of time, when the air quality index in national capital in Noida is 529, which is very critical and severe, assembly session is going on, the outdoor activities are still going on inside school?
No assembly activities or outdoor activities are going on. That's it.
I think all activities are closed now.
We are in class almost the time.
What do you have to say, what the teachers say about this air quality, which is in the very poor, severe and the critical condition? It's very difficult to breathe also while you go to school at this time of
Well, study is important, and it's a board examination, so we need to more focus on our study, and they are taking precautions too.
They're taking precautions?
Right.
So as a parent, do you feel that proper precautions are being taken by Noida administration?
I don't know about the Noida administration, but from our side, we are taking our best, and even the schools, they are doing their best, because as of now, as you said, assemblies are closed. They are inside the classes, and teachers are sending the many, notes to us, okay, what we have to do and what we should not do. The students should not go outside. So yes, from our side, we are doing best, but from Noida administration, I can't say much. But it's a pollution, right? It's not a problem for Noida or Delhi. The central government, state government, everyone has to take the some precautions and preventive measures.
So what are the precautions you take at home apart from mask? Because right now it's very important to wear mask, but it's very difficult to breathe at this time. Pollutants are so thickly collected in the air.
Yeah. First of all, we are not sending our kids to outside for the any outside activities. And second, in the home, actually, what I would say that, okay, we are trying to close our windows. We are not opening the windows and trying to drink as much as water, that just to clear our throats. That's all we can do it, right? We can do much.
Sort of anti-smoking has been done inside the school premises, in the playground area, so that the smog level could level down.
I don't think so.
Nothing as for now.
No, not for now.
So these are the residents of Noida who are clearly stating that the school in Noida have been closed till 8th standard, and after that the schools are running because there are board exams for which the students have to prepare. But yes, if we talk about air quality index in Noida, it's very critical. In Noida, in several places, if we talk about the industrial area, it is in 550 category, which is the graph 4 category. Graph 4 is the condition when the hot mill plants have to be closed, industrial areas have to be, industrial work has to be stopped, construction activities has to be stopped. In morning hours, it's being said that no outdoor physical activity should be done by students or by anyone. The morning jogging should be stopped, because the medical experts are advising that while you are stepping out right now in the morning hours, because there's a lot of smog and pollutants in the air, surely apply mask on your face, and mask should be properly used till the nose, and it shouldn't be loosened. It should be very tight so that you can breathe properly, as well as you can save yourself from the pollutants which are heavily accumulated in the atmosphere. Again, let me show you, because right now it's morning hour and there's lot of thickening of smog in the air in national capital along with Noida. The parents are taking precaution, students are taking precaution. Till now, the schools till 8th standard have been closed. So this is the condition. If you talk about different places like Anand Vihar, Dimapuri. On those places also, the air quality index have fallen to the level of 450 to 500, which is again very severe and poor category. It's the time that everyone should come together, and apart from doing politics on this entire matter, or collectively, preventive measures should be taken, and there should be some meeting around to how to control this declining air quality in the capital. Back to you.
Well, Harsha, stay on with us because it's important that you got us those conversations with the people who are actually bearing the brunt of this kind of an air quality index deteriorating by the day. But let's take a step back and also talk about the politics that you were just speaking about that is going on over the air quality index. Yesterday as well, we saw the blame game going on by the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, where the Aam Aadmi Party claiming that this is not just a Delhi-centric problem, this is an entire northern India problem, and that the union government needs to come out and do something about it. Speak to us about the kind of statements coming to light both from the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, the politics surrounding the air quality index.
Though we saw yesterday the Republic exclusively got all the facts and evidences and the figures which is between Haryana and Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, how which government have till now maintained and got the preventive measures done, because in Haryana we are seeing that since in the span of 6 years to 3 years the stubble burning activities have been lessened. But if we talk about Punjab, in the span of first to till now in the November, we are in the first week of November, the stubble burning has increased. Now state government, yesterday we saw the press conference of Arvind Kejriwal, and along with Arvind Kejriwal, we saw Bhagwant Mann too, where he was stating that not only state but center also needs to work on something to lessen down stubble burning. Sir, let me talk to him. Sir, बस जानना चाहते हैं, आपने मास्क लगाया हुआ है, प्रदूषित इतना ज़्यादा माहौल है दिल्ली एनसीआर का, क्या लगता है आपको राजनीति हो रही है, कोई कुछ कर रहा है?
नहीं, राजनीति क्या हो रही है इसमें मैडम, ये तो हर साल का
अभी लग रहा है कि बहुत प्रदूषित है हवा,
प्रदूषण है।
दिक्कत हो रही है?
दिक्कत अपनी सेफ्टी के लिए लगा के रखते हैं, दिक्कत नहीं हो रही कोई हमें।
So these are the general public. They also understand that somewhere the politics is happening around the entire conversation of pollution. Yesterday, Bhagwant Mann was stating that what measures Aam Aadmi Party government have applied in Punjab, because it's not only Aam Aadmi Party government, it's not only Punjab, but the many cases are also happening in different states also. He was talking about Rajasthan, they were talking about Bihar and else. They were also saying that the state needs the support of center also, because they have tried giving farmers rupees 500 according to per acre so that the stubble burning could be reduced, but now center has to come. So the blame game between state and center have started. If we see yesterday's press conference of Aam Aadmi Party government. But if we talk about BJP leaders like Shehzad Poonawala, Adesh Gupta, they have also done press conference yesterday, early morning hour. They stated that how graph 4 in graph 3 also the major measures which has to be taken by Aam Aadmi Party government, they didn't take. They didn't close the construction site, they didn't close the industrial area. The pollution, whether it be land or whether it be water or whether it be air, could clearly be seen. They were not taking any sort of measure, and when the air quality index have gone to such a bad level, then they are doing politics over it, saying that center is not supporting them. So we are seeing that the politics have started, but no one is thinking about why farmers are doing stubble burning, why they are not using any sort of medicines which was provided to them, or the machines which was provided to them for this stubble burning. So this is the conversation which is right now happening, but it's very important at this time to think that how collectively it could be ensured that the public living in Delhi NCR could breathe in cleaner air and not in the gas chamber. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Harsha, stay on with us. You're breaking down some very important points about this entire politicization of the air quality index as well. Stay on with us as we also take a look at this report over what the condition in Delhi, the precautions that are being taken as well. In fact, the announcements had been made by the Delhi Chief Minister that the primary schools, in fact, primary classes will be shut, and the secondary and senior secondary classes will go on, but there will be outdoor activities that will be restricted till further notice as well. Let's take a look at this report and then we'll bring you all the breaking updates on the same.
Delhi's air quality remained severe for the second day on the trot, according to the Central Pollution Control Board. The Delhi Chief Minister announced that schools for primary classes will be shut from today, while for secondary and senior secondary classes, outdoor activities and physical education periods would be suspended until further orders.
ये समस्या केवल दिल्ली की नहीं है, ये पूरे नॉर्दर्न इंडिया की समस्या है। तो ये समस्या पूरे उत्तर भारत की समस्या है प्रदूषण की, और जाहिर तौर पे इसमें केवल आम आदमी पार्टी इसकी जिम्मेदार नहीं है, केवल केजरीवाल इसका जिम्मेदार नहीं है, केवल दिल्ली और पंजाब की सरकारें इसकी जिम्मेदार नहीं है।
The Aam Aadmi government has announced work from home for 50% of the government employees, and the schools have been instructed to conduct online classes. The Delhi government has urged students to use N95 masks in Noida and Greater Noida. Schools have stopped physical classes till class 8th, and the administrations are mulling over future course of action. When Republic TV confronted Punjab Chief Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Bhagwant Mann on the rise in Delhi pollution due to the stubble burning in Punjab, as it accounts for 34% of Delhi's PM 2.5 pollution, the Punjab Chief Minister waved away all the questions by remaining silent in his car as it drove away.
सर लगातार पंजाब में पराली जलाई जा रही है, लगातार पंजाब में पराली जलाई जा रही है, दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन हो रहा है। सर आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर। आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे, सर, लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं है। भगवंत मान जी, इस तरह से कब तक होगा सर?
Meanwhile, Environment Minister Gopal Rai orders 50% staff of Delhi government to work from home and said an advisory will be issued to private offices to follow suit. As Delhi chokes on hazardous air and AQI falls to lower category, Senior Supreme Court lawyer C.A. Sundaram speaks to Republic TV. C.A. Sundaram says that every citizen should contribute to remedy the issue of air pollution. He further adds that government should act fast to stop the menace.
It's a ridiculous thing because unless everybody pulls together, you can do nothing about it. And everybody is not willing to pull together. And that's a sad truth. We're all responsible. As citizens, as government, we're all responsible.
According to experts, the severity of the diseases have also increased. The situation is such that the hospitals are falling short of beds here while treating respiratory diseases. The experts have said that it is high time that a step should be taken by the government of the national capital and the centre as well to come with a permanent solution of the smog that wreaks havoc on people's health during every winter. This has been going on for past consecutive years, and the smog is making life difficult for the people of the national capital. This is Madhurima Mishra with Vijay Manish for Republic TV.
So, we have seen the kind of measures that have taken viewers by the Delhi government. Of course, they are somewhat of a reactive measures of shutting down schools because of the kind of pollution that is pertaining there in the national capital. Harsha continues to join me on the broadcast. Harsha, I want to take this question to you. We just saw that report over the kind of schools that have been shut down by the Delhi government, over the kind of air quality index that is deteriorating by the minute. But speak to us about some of the other measures that have been taken by the Punjab government, by the Delhi government, or some directions that have been given by the union government as well, and also about the kind of air quality that is deteriorating and kind of issues that the students as well are
as you were
facing.
stating that how bad the air quality in Delhi NCR has gone. Right now I'm standing from Noida and I would like to show you the broader view of the smog here. The passerby who are going early morning for their duties and others, they're very they are breathing in a dangerous, in a polluted air, and they're also very much affected by all the things which is happening because the pollutants are heavily collected, accumulated in the air. Let me talk to someone who is going for his duty. Bhai sahab, आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम नीलेश।
नीलेश जी, आप भी सुबह सुबह निकले हैं काम पर तो आपने मास्क लगाया हुआ है। अभी स्थिति ऐसी आ गई है कि बहुत बुरा हाल है।
नहीं वो ये बात सही है कि भाई देखो अपना बचाव करने के लिए तो मास्क लगाना ही पड़ेगा। इससे ये है कि पोल्यूशन से चपेट में अगर आदमी आता है फिर एक तरीके से जहरीला वो होता है ना, तो फिर फ़ायदा क्या, अपने शरीर को ही नुकसान करे, आदमी ड्यूटी पे भी जाए और उसके बाद मास्क भी ना लगाए, बीमार भी पड़ेगा तो क्या फ़ायदा है।
तो आम जनता कितनी ज़्यादा परेशान है। अब तो हर हालांकि स्कूल बंद कर दिए गए हैं, कई कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट बंद कर दिए हैं। आपको लगता है कि कुछ हाथ काम अभी भी हो रहा है जो नहीं होना चाहिए?
थोड़ा बहुत तो अभी भी है। देखो स्कूल बंद करने से ये बच्चों के लिए भी थोड़ा सा फ़र्क पड़ा हुआ है कि घर में देखो बच्चे सुरक्षित रहते हैं। बाकी जो है बाहर बच्चे सुरक्षित नहीं, स्कूल में भी अगर बच्चे जाते हैं तो सुरक्षित कहाँ हैं। तो उनके लिए मास्क भी लगाना ज़रूरी होता है, घर के लिए ऑनलाइन पढ़ाई भी सही होती है। तो ये चीज़ें हैं कि मतलब थोड़ा बहुत तो फ़र्क पड़ेगा, क्योंकि पोल्यूशन में जो जहरीली जो हवा होती है वो सबसे ज़्यादा बच्चों के लिए नुकसान होती है।
अभी दिक्कत हो रही है, आप लोग सुबह निकलते हैं, लगता है कि खराश महसूस होती है, गले में सांस लेने में बहुत समस्या आ रही है।
दिक्कतें आती हैं, बहुत ज़्यादा दिक्कतें हैं इसमें कहने वाली बात नहीं है। तो जो चीज़ है वो तो सामने दिखाई देती है। भी लोगों को थोड़ा सा लग रहा है कि बीमार पड़ जाते हैं, और पैसा किसी पे पैसा होता है, किसी पे नहीं होता, गरीब आदमी पे। और जो ड्यूटी पे जाता है तो उसको पता है कि भाई सुबह जाना है शाम को आना है, तो कहाँ आदमी अपने बीमारी पे पैसा देगा।
So these are the passer-by in Noida. If I'm talking about Delhi NCR, I'm talking about Noida because it's not very connected to Delhi. Every place in Noida, if I talk to, connected to Delhi border, and the distance from Delhi to Noida is not too much. It's only 15 to 20 kilometers. And here, daily people are going for their work. They are laborers. They are the service class people. And every morning they go. And as Nilesh was sharing with us, the commoner, he strictly stated that it's very difficult. And right now, this air is much more harmful for children, because right now if the schools for even 10 even above 8 is also open, then it's they are still breathing in the polluted air, which is very dangerous and hazardous. Back to you.
Well, all right, Harsha there getting us that detailed ground report, viewers, over the entire condition there in the national capital. And of course, we will be getting you all the updates as far as the deteriorating air quality index is concerned, and the politics behind it and around it as well, where the blame game has already started as to which government needs to take more precautions and actions to make these corrective measures to be implemented in the national capital, so that the air quality index can also come under control. But moving on now to some more breaking updates that we're getting with respect to DK Shivakumar and the National Herald case, the Young India case that was in fact being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. And now we are learning that a fresh summons in fact has been sent to DK Shivakumar to appear before it on November the 7th. DK Shivakumar and DK Suresh were summoned by the Enforcement Directorate as well, and the Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President DK Shivakumar was summoned earlier as well by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on the November 7th. Is now a fresh summons that has been issued to him, and he was summoned last month by the Enforcement Directorate when the Bharat Jodo Yatra in fact was passing through Karnataka, and he had been summoned to to ask him questions about the Young India case that was being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, and how they were looking into the role of DK Shivakumar as well. Remember, we had seen that DK Shivakumar, after that summons, had come out and spoken to the media and had also stated that he needs some time to arrange the documents that have been sought for by the Enforcement Directorate. And now we are seeing that a fresh summons that has also been sent to DK Shivakumar as well. Our correspondents are on the ground, viewers, getting you all the latest on this matter. My colleague Prajwal is joining me on the broadcast as well with more details. Prajwal, speak to us a little bit more about the summons that had been issued to DK Shivakumar the last time, and the kind of questioning that had gone on with DK Shivakumar, the kind of role that the investigating agencies are looking at DK Shivakumar's involvement in the Young India scam.
Absolutely, Priyanka, because there are multiple cases which has been lodged against DK Shivakumar by the Enforcement Directorate. May it be the disproportionate assets case of 2017 or the income tax evasion case of 2013, 2014 and 2015, and also the National Herald case, which has now been ongoing for the past 10 years, because remember that BJP leader Subramania Swamy had gone on to, gone on to file a case against Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Mr. Vora, Sam Petroda and Oscar Fernandez, stating that Young India had illegally taken over the assets of National Herald, and they were taking over the property by paying only 50 lakh rupees over here. And in this regard, the ED had gone on to seal their office as well. And now the source of funding is being questioned over here, because it is being learnt in the ED investigations that 1,500 crore rupees was given as donations by DK Shivakumar Shivakumar and DK Suresh to Young India, and therefore the Enforcement Directorate has gone on to state as to why were these funds being given to Young India by both of them, and what was the source of income. So the liabilities and assets angle is also being looked into by the Enforcement Directorate now, and DK Shivakumar had so far gone on to maintain that all his income is solely through agriculture, and the ED was quite surprised by this, and they also went on to conduct a spot inquest at Doddalalli, the native village of DK Shivakumar, looking at how much the land was over there, and whether whatever DK Shivakumar had given in documents corresponds to the amount that he is getting through agriculture as well. And DK Suresh, his brother's role, is also being questioned here in this particular regard, because on October 7th as well, DK Shivakumar was grilled for 4.5 hours and DK Suresh was grilled for over 1 to 1.5 hours, but both the brothers have maintained that there is nothing to be hid here, and this is only a political witch hunt, and the center is using central agencies to target them particularly. And last time it was the Bharat Jodo Yatra which was passing through Karnataka, but this time there is a huge convention that is being held in Karnataka now under the leadership of the KPCC President DK Shivakumar to felicitate Mallikarjun Kharge on the 6th of November, and as soon as the function he will immediately have to leave to Delhi to appear before the ED on the 7th of November.
Well, that's right, Prajwal. You're telling us the details of this entire matter, but also speak to us a little bit about the kind of war of words as well that had broken out during the time that DK Shivakumar had been summoned. And if you could also tell our viewers, according to your sources, what are your sources telling you about the line of questioning that DK Shivakumar had also been subjected to, and what more further he will be questioned about because a fresh summons has now been issued to him?
Priyanka, from what we get to understand now, it is mainly being stated that the ED will again look into his liabilities and assets too, because they have stated that in a period of 10 years, DK Shivakumar's assets have tripled, because whatever he had filed with the Election Commission when he was going on to file his nomination, in fact, the money has tripled. So how can the money triple in only a very short period of time, that is between 4 to 4.5 years? So the liabilities and assets angles will be questioned, and meanwhile, there has been a war of words between the BJP and the Congress in Karnataka, especially many of the Congress leaders, including the leader of opposition Siddaramaiah, stating that this is a political witch hunt and DK Shivakumar is being targeted because the BJP clearly knows that if DK Shivakumar is taken out of the equation, the Congress will go on to lose in Karnataka, is what Siddaramaiah had gone on to claim, and therefore the BJP is making these baseless allegations, and the timing of the query is also being questioned now. And on similar instances too, since 2018, whatever has happened, it is only being harassment is what is being stated so far. But the BJP has stated that the Enforcement Directorate has found credible documents, they are acting on credible information, and there is solid evidence against DK Shivakumar. And also, let us not forget the fact that the Delhi High Court had already issued a notice to the ED, and the case has been listed for the 15th of December, when DK Shivakumar had approached the Delhi court with a plea saying that the case against him in the PMLA, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, should be quashed. So that hearing is up on the 15th of December. So some major developments awaited in this particular case.
Well, all right, Prajwal there breaking down the details of the entire matter, the entire investigation that is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate into DK Shivakumar and DK Suresh, of course. And of course, the brothers have been summoned once again, and they will be questioned about their involvement in this entire scam that was being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate, for which they had called the top brass of the Congress as well, and they had questioned them. We saw Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, and along with them, several top leaders of the Congress party that also had been summoned, and they had been questioned. For the moment, slipping into a very short break here on the Morning Express and bringing you details on the other side of the investigation going on by the Enforcement Directorate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details of the Pakistani angle to Sena leader murder case in Amritsar. Delhi air quality remains in severe category with Punjab farm fires on record high.
सर आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर, आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे सर, लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं। भगवंत मान जी
This evening, as Punjab Chief Minister evades Republic questions on stubble burning, our netas not accountable. 2 years after the worst form of targeting of the media, Republic emerges stronger. We thank you viewers for your endless support.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began.
Top stories on the Morning Express. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the row. Punjab DGP calls for calm, vows to unveil any conspiracy behind the killing of the Shiv Sena leader. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. After 9 hours of grilling, ED arrests Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari. Straight away, cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers. Unfortunate news that is coming in from Chennai, where we're learning 1 dead and 3 injured in a building portion collapse incident at the NSC Bose Road. We are learning that 1 person has lost his life and 3 others have sustained injuries when a portion of a building had collapsed in NSC Bose Road in Chennai. We are also being told that the fire services have rescued the wounded persons and are in fact carrying out the debris clearing exercises as well. Now, this is unfortunate news, viewers, that we're picking up from Chennai, where in Chennai itself, a portion of the building had collapsed, because of which we're learning, unfortunately, 1 person has lost his life and 3 others have sustained multiple injuries, is what we're learning. Now, we're also being told that the fire emergency services are at the spot and they're also carrying out those rescue operations. And now we're being told that they're also doing the debris clearing exercises to make sure that there are no other people that have been trapped inside of the debris, under the debris as well. In fact, we are putting out some more updates. We are learning that unfortunately 2 people have lost their lives in this unfortunate accident that has taken place, where a part of the building had collapsed, because of which 2 people have lost their lives. This is an update that we're putting out for you, viewers, and my colleague Varshini is on the ground tracking this story very closely for us. Let me go across to her. Varshini, tell us more about this building that has collapsed. Where was this building? How exactly did this collapse came out to be, and how many people in fact have lost their lives? What is the condition of the injured as well? Tell our viewers all these details.
Well, Priyanka, if you see this building that has currently collapsed in Chennai last night is a building that has been existing in that area for more than 100 years, and we learned that this building was, has been used constantly over the past 100 years. And if you see the location of this building, it is located at NSC Bose Road, which is the main street, which is in the northern part of Chennai. And for the past few days, while it has been extensively raining, the worst affected areas were the different parts of the northern Chennai. Even this particular main street was also affected during the rains that lashed the city in the past couple of days. And that is why we saw severe waterlogging in the northern parts of Chennai. And a few areas also we reported that there were several waterlogging as well. Therefore, now the police are stating that due to heavy excessive rains, this has weakened the strength of the building for quite some time now. And this time around, since the heavy rains were seen in the northern part of Chennai, the building has succumbed to it. The building has collapsed due to the heavy rains that lashed. And unfortunately, the collapsed building and the debris had fallen on the passers-by. And 2 people have been already declared dead, and 3 others are currently getting treated in the government hospital as well. Therefore, the police are also closely investigating the matter, and the fire and rescue personnel are also at the spot trying to clear out the debris and also try to see if there anybody else who needs emergency care or need to be evacuated from the premises around the building. Therefore, the Tamil Nadu Greater Chennai Corporation is trying to make sure that there's quick response and action taken towards this matter. But this unfortunate incident, this building collapse, has definitely left the area, the locals in that area, shocked and shattered. And the clearing out of the debris work is going on from midnight, and it's still going on. Therefore, we'll have to see if there's any more injured persons or any more casualties are being reported in this case or not. But as of now, the reports say that 2 people have been dead and 3 are getting injured, and all the fire and rescue personnel are deployed there to make sure that everything is put right in place.
Well, Varshini, what you're telling us are very important details of this building collapse, portion of that building that had collapsed. And it also from the visuals seems that these were dilapidated buildings that had been, because of the waterlogging, as you're also telling us, that these portion might have also collapsed. But speak to us about that waterlogging and the kind of rain situation that you're seeing on the ground. Because are there any other personnel as well? Are there any other people as well bearing the brunt for this kind of rain that is also being carried out? And of course, if you could speak to us about these buildings that had collapsed, the portions of these buildings, and whether or not there was any kind of negligence in that as well.
Well, Priyanka, if you see, the rains started to lash the city of Chennai on Monday night, and for a couple of days, we saw a little bit of an extremely heavy rain that poured throughout different parts of Chennai. But after that, for the past 2 days, the city has been calmer, and there has been much lesser rain. There's been only drizzles here and there, at different intervals of time, but there has not been a heavy rain after that. Therefore, this time, when this rain has taken a break, though prediction says that for this whole week, there could be heavy rain expectations that is also put out. But the Greater Chennai Corporation is trying to make sure that they are speeding up the works. But the unfortunate thing is that though the last year's November month gave extremely heavy rains and flooding throughout the city, the Greater Chennai Corporation was not fully equipped and fully ready to face the rains this time around. Therefore, that is why the northern parts of Chennai saw extremely heavy waterlogging on the initial 2 days of the rains, and several important places of North Chennai was affected very badly. Even we reported in Republic, and now the Greater Chennai Corporation, as the rain has kind of settled down for a while, they are using this time to speed up the stormwater drainage cleaning works, so that when it rains again, they'll be able to face it with even more equipped manner. But that is the problem here, since even before the rains, even before the northeast monsoon season began, these kind of works should have been done. The area should have been properly checked, and there should have been proper adequate measures taken, so that these kind of building collapses does not happen. Earlier on Monday, Tuesday, the first day of heavy rains, that was, we also reported that two died due to heavy rains in Chennai, and that was also because of improper maintenance of buildings and potholes and other drainage holes in the city. Therefore, the Greater Chennai Corporation has to take responsibility of this whole
Varshini,
of all these incidents
they're
that are
getting us the details of what's really happening on the ground and the reasons for this kind of collapse that is also taking place. Viewers, Varshini, I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those updates. And moving on now, viewers, to another update that we are also tracking with respect to the Prime Minister, who is all set to visit the pole-bound state of Himachal Pradesh on 5th and 9th of November. That is today and 9th of November as well. Here's a full report on what's being planned for the Prime Minister's visit.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 4-day visit to Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister will be on a visit to Himachal Pradesh that begins today till November 9th. PM informs about his visit via Twitter that he will address rallies in Sundarnagar, in Mandi and Solan today. He further added that on his last day, which is November 9th, he will address rallies in Shahpur in Kangra and Sujjanpur in Hamirpur. According to sources, he would address a rally in favor of BJP candidates of 17 assembly segments which are falling under the Mandi Lok Sabha constituency. Meanwhile, the Mandi district administration has imposed a complete ban on the use of drone and paragliding activities from morning 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Sundarnagar town today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on now, viewers, to another important story that we are tracking for you through the day today, where we are seeing that the Shiv Sena leader Suri had been shot dead in Punjab's Amritsar, and we had seen that the shooting had taken place outside of a temple where the Shiv Sena leaders of the Uddhav Thackeray faction had been protesting as well. Now, the police has also appealed to the people to keep calm and not to create any further law and order situation, and that a further investigation, a detailed investigation in the same will be carried out as well. Here's a full report on what's really happened with the Shiv Sena leader being shot dead and the investigation so far.
The Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann is busy campaigning for elections in Gujarat.
धान की प्रोक्योरमेंट में कोई कमी नहीं है, लिफ्टिंग में कोई कमी नहीं है, किसान को पैसे मिलने में कोई कमी नहीं है, बल्कि घंटों में ट्रांसफर हो रहे हैं पैसे.
And on the other side, Shiv Sena leader gets shot dead amidst the police officers present in the area. In a busy part of Amritsar near Majida Road, there was a verbal altercation unfolding while the leader sat on a red rug in what appeared to be a protest. 4 cops were clearly visible. Five cops were present during the confrontation. Watch how Suri falls to the ground while 7 gunshots were clearly heard. But the 12 cops present in the situation did not even move a muscle. The attack indicates an absolute breakdown of law and order with bullet shells visible on the street.
3-4 दिन पहले आके कह के गया सी मंदिर वालियां ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੰਦਰ ਵਾਲਿਓ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਟੋਆਂ ਦੀ ਬੇਅਦਬੀ ਇੰਨੀ ਨਾ ਕਰੋ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਦੇਵੀ ਦੇਵਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਦਿਲ ਨੂੰ ਠੇਸ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੀ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਗਲਤ ਗੱਲ ਤੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਠੀਕ ਗੱਲ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨੇ ਧਰਨਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਾਲੇ ਤੱਕ ਇਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਬੰਧ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੁਕਾਉਂਦੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਹਾਦਸਾ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਰ ਹਾਦਸਾ ਇਹ ਹੋਇਆ ਜੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚ ਉਤਰੇ 2 ਮੁੰਡੇ ਉਤਰੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਗੱਡੀ 'ਚੋਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਵੜ ਗਏ ਅੰਦਰੋਂ ਵੜ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੁੰਡਾ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਿਕਲ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਲੋਜ਼ ਬਲੈਂਕ ਰੇਂਜ ਤੋਂ ਫਾਇਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਸਿਰਫ ਸੁਧੀਰ ਸੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ 5 ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਵੱਜੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਮੋਢੇ ਤੇ ਵੱਜੀ ਦਿਮਾਗ ਤੇ ਵੱਜੀ 2 ਛਾਤੀ 'ਚ ਵੱਜੀਆਂ ਬੰਦਾ ਮਰ ਗਿਆ ਹੁਣ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਲਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਡੀਐਸਪੀ ਖੜਾ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੂਰੀ ਖੜੀ ਚੁਕੰਨੀ ਸਭ ਉਰੇ ਪਰੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਸਾਰੇ
In fact, big questions are being raised considering Sudhir Suri had warned to the Khalistani threat to his life.
खालिस्तानियों के हौसले बुलंद हो गए और ये ज्यादा तादाद में पंजाब में आ गए. इनके पास जो हथियार है वो भी ज्यादा आ गए, उसके कारण इन्होंने दहशत ज्यादा फैला दी है। अभी पिछले दिन ही मैं बटाला शहर में गया नियुक्तियों करने के लिए, अपने जो लोग हैं मेरे उनसे मिलने के लिए, तो भी मेरे मगर गाड़ी वगैरह लगा दी गई और मेरी रैकी तक की गई, जो मैंने प्रशासन को बता दिया। लेकिन जो प्रशासन हमारा है वो कुंभकर्ण की नींद सोया हुआ है।
Meanwhile, one person has been arrested.
पुलिस ने फौरन कार्रवाई करके अक्यूज ਨੂੰ गिरफ्तार कर लिया है ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਵੈਪਨ ਵੀ ਰਿਕਵਰ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਬਾਕੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹਲੇ ਜਾਰੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਲਾਅ ਐਂਡ ਆਰਡਰ ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਪੁਲਿਸ।
The Aam Aadmi Party was patting itself on the back for ensuring law and order in Punjab.
6 महीने बहुत कम होते हैं, मतलब कुछ भी नहीं होते, इतनी बड़ी समस्या है। उसमें भी मतलब पहले कुछ महीने तो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर उसको सब चीज़ों को कंट्रोल करने में लगे।
But today's attack comes 159 days after Sidhu Moosewala was murdered. All eyes are on Kejriwal and Bhagwat Mann as anger and questions erupt after such shocking incident. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Your details on the other side of the national capital continuing to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs the Delhi. The 9 hours of grilling, ED arrest Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari. Getting you updates on the other side, slipping into a very short break.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran, to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hardis Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protester deaths has given momentum to the ongoing demonstration, just as it did during the 1979 revolution that overthrew Iran's earlier monarchy. Agency report for Republic TV.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Sudhir Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing?
Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we are picking up, this time from Amritsar, where in fact we are learning that the Hindu organizations have given a Bandh call for today over the Sudhir Suri murder. Now, these are Hindu organizations that are calling for a Bandh of entire Amritsar because of the kind of brutal murder that has taken place of the right-wing leader Sudhir Suri, who had been shot dead during a protest yesterday as well, and we are seeing that at least 5 shots that had been fired, two of which had led to the death of Sudhir Suri as well. In fact, we were also learning that the kind of protection by the Punjab police had been given to Sudhir Suri, but besides that, because of which as well we are seeing that the kind of anger in the people protesting against the Punjab government as well, that even when there was protection given, this kind of an incident has been able to have transpired with Sudhir Suri as well, when he was outside and carrying out protests with respect to this entire matter as well. And now we are seeing that the investigation that has been going on by the police as well has been assured will be carried out, and we are seeing that on the ground we are learning the kind of anger that is transpiring with respect to this kind of an assassination that has taken place as well. And we have our correspondents on the ground who are getting us all the updates as well. We'll go across to them. And we have Amandeep, who's joining me on the broadcast with more updates. Amandeep, tell us more about Sudhir Suri, the kind of attack that he has also, that has led to him having lost his life as well, and the kind of bandh that has been called for by several organizations in Amritsar today.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. The point is that after killing of Sudhir Suri, there is anger among the Hindu organizations in Punjab. And in fact, that is the reason they have given the call of bandh today in Amritsar. And even the Sudhir Suri's post-mortem is also being conducted with a heavy security, and even a heavy police deployment has been visible outside the civil hospital in Amritsar itself, just because he was a Hindu leader and he was, it was a clear-cut target killing, Priyanka, and that is the reason the family is also in very much anger and protesting against the administration as well as the police for not protecting Sudhir Suri, and even the Hindu organization are also on the roads giving the bandh call so that certain kind of incidents should not be repeated. And even yesterday in the afternoon, Priyanka, Sudhir Suri, when he was protesting outside a temple, two persons came and just nearby to him, despite knowing that he is having a heavy security to protect him, he was shot dead from a point blank range, and even one of them managed to flee from the spot. And in fact, one has been arrested by the police, and police has also been recovered the weapon which was used to kill Sudhir Suri as well. But now the police is also further investigating the matter, just because this was not a normal killing, this was not a personal enmity, this is a target killing which was actually planned by some ISI and Pak-based and pro-Khalistani elements. Just because, Priyanka, Sudhir Suri was the one who was continuously getting the threats from these pro-Khalistani elements who are sitting in the Pakistan. And even just days before his killing, he has received a death call from some pro-Khalistani elements, and in fact he has also informed the police. So this is how the Sudhir Suri's murder was planned, with the hate and anger, and in fact he was being killed just because he remained outspoken against the radicals, and he was actively involved into the Hindu activities and associated with the Hindu organizations as well. And now the police is further investigating the matter, and it is a very big question on the security of the Punjab police, that despite giving a heavy security to Sudhir Suri, a person came very close to him, shot him from a point blank range, and managed to flee from the spot. And security remained the standstill behind Sudhir Suri when this entire killing happened. And even now they are trying to cover up and saying that they have arrested one person, recovered one weapon. But what about the security cover that was provided to the Sudhir Suri? And that is the point of the family and the Hindu organizations as well, that Punjab police is providing the security but not able to save the people who are associated with the Hindu organizations, who are outspoken against the radicals as well. So this is a very big question and the major concern of the Punjab as well, that peace and harmony is being highly compromised just because the negligence of the police. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, that being said, Amandeep, you're telling us important details of this entire murder that has taken place of Sudhir Suri. But speak to us a little bit more about the person on the ground who carried out this kind of a killing as well. I believe he's been taken into the custody and the police is interrogating him as well. Any more details of this one person that had carried out this killing that are also coming forward, and what are your sources really telling you, Amandeep? If there was anybody higher up than this one person who carried out this killing, the nexus that is being looked into as well, any names that are coming out?
Well, Priyanka, so far from the side of the investigation, we have learned from our sources that the person is sitting in his neighborhood, and in fact he was running a clothes store in the same area, and even he was not very much known to Sudhir Suri, and that person Sandeep Singh, the accused who has been arrested so far, he was having no personal enmity with Sudhir Suri. He has no concern with Sudhir Suri, but yes, one of the very senior officer revealed this information that accused person is associated with a hardcore Sikh organization. This is so far we have received the information from the police, and further they are actually investigating this entire matter. Viewers, we are slipping into a very short break, but stay tuned for the more stories, just because after the break certain story has been lined up. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Sudhir Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat intensifying. The Aam Aadmi Party picks Isudan Gadvi as the chief ministerial candidate for the upcoming elections. And complete chaos ensues in Pakistan after a failed assassination attempt. Imran Khan has called for a mega showdown.
Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details of the Khalistani angle to Sena leader murder case in Amritsar.
Welcome back, viewers. Another big story that we are tracking for you is the Telangana poaching case that is only growing bigger since the allegations and counter-allegations are also coming to light, where the TRS Supremo, in fact, has come out and stated that at least 4 TRS MLAs were approached to be poached by the BJP as well. Here's a complete report on what's really happening in Telangana.
As the Telangana poaching controversy widens, Chief Minister K. Chandrashekhar Rao launched a scathing attack on BJP, citing that the country's democratic spirit was at stake.
मैं हमारे भारत के प्रधान न्यायाधीश जो ललित जी है, सम्मानित ललित जी, उनसे भी, सारे ही सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजेस से भी, और देश में पूरे हाई कोर्ट के जितने भी चीफ जस्टिसेस हैं, उन लोगों को विनम्र पूर्वक प्रणाम करते हुए मैं अनुरोध करता हूं, इस देश को बचाइए, इस देश में लोकतंत्र का रक्षा कीजिए.
While addressing a press conference, TRS Supremo K. Chandrashekhar Rao stated that he will launch a movement similar to the JP movement to safeguard India's democracy and is ready to sacrifice lives for the country. Meanwhile, taking on BJP for poaching TRS MLAs, the minister claimed that he has submitted all the evidence on 4 MLAs poaching cases to the Telangana High Court.
तेलंगाना सरकार के जांच करने वाले इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसीज, जो पुलिस है, एसीबी है, कुछ अन्य एजेंसीज है, जो भी उन्होंने इंक्वायरी किया है, इन्वेस्टिगेट किया है। ये सारे चीज प्रोसिक्यूशन ने आज हाईकोर्ट में दाखिल कर दी। इट हैज बीन सबमिटेड टू द हाई कोर्ट। और जो भी यहां सबमिट किए हैं वो सारे चीज को मैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट चीफ जस्टिस साहब को भेज रहा हूं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट के हर जज को भेज रहा हूं।
KCR, while backing his claims, displayed a video saying that MLAs are in touch with top leaders of BJP. Strongly criticizing Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao for his comments against BJP top leaders, the party hits out at TRS.
Now viewers, India is becoming a global superpower and slowly becoming Bharat pe Nirbhar. Also, the travel industry poised to grow exponentially, and let's take a look as to what the Ixigo CEO has to say about the same. Here's a report.
I think the stars are kind of aligning in terms of the macro, in terms of the resources that we have. But the challenge for us is to make this development more inclusive, is to lift millions of people out of poverty and make sure that the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 population also benefits from the kind of inclusive growth that we want to deliver, because no superpower in the world will have millions of people still living in poverty. So I think it's important as a nation to look at the inclusivity of development as we grow. Absolutely, I think it's a very important moment in history. If you look at the global challenges that most large countries in the world face today, whether it comes to food security, whether it comes to national security, or whether it comes to how independent you can function with your global supply chains, given the changing political and regional alliances and environment. I think in that aspect, India is again very well placed. Everyone is excited about India. Everyone believes in our potential. Everyone knows that we deserve a seat at the table. It's really up to us now to essentially earn that by delivering on the promises, right? Whether it's manufacturing, where we are still making very early starts, but we have huge potential to become a manufacturing hub in the next few decades. Whether it is the internet economy, which despite all the unicorns is still in its infancy. We will see thousands of more unicorns coming in the next few decades. And I think it's just the start of the ecosystem that we are living in today. The travel industry has gone through some of the toughest of times in the last 2 years. If you look at, pre-pandemic, the industry was growing at a phenomenal rate. Almost 400,000 people were taking a flight every single day in India. Almost 25 million people were taking trains every day. Several million people also taking a bus every day. And I think that COVID period where we saw zero revenue, zero transactions happening for a few months was a very tough time for the whole industry. But now, that's behind us. The industry has bounced back phenomenally well. People do not want to sit at home. Everybody wants to travel, and people want to travel with more fervor. There's a lot more flexibility at work. People want to be, traveling while working and working while traveling. And that has opened up a new market, right? So we've seen some new growth coming from that opportunity as well in the last 1 year.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses
The headlines at this hour. National capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav now wades into the row. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader Suri's murder in Amritsar. Hindu organizations call for Bandh in the city. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal Pradesh today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly elections. After 9 hours of grilling, ED arrests Mukhtar Ansari's son, Abbas Ansari. Hello and welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking. I'm Rukma. In our top story, in news coming in from the national capital, air quality continues to dip further here as the AQI, that's the Air Quality Index, presently stands at 529 in Noida in Uttar Pradesh, which falls in the Delhi NCR region in severe category. 478 in Gurugram in Haryana in the severe category and 534 near Dhirpur in severe category. Delhi's overall AQI, that's the Air Quality Index, currently in severe category at 431. So massive deterioration in Delhi's air quality index. The overall air quality in Delhi city, in the Delhi area. This is not taking into account perhaps the NCR area where air quality index has fallen even, has crossed 500. Joining us is Harsha as well as Piyush Ori. First of all, coming to you, Harsha, when we talk about the air quality index in the area where you are, what do you see around you? Because it is said that it's during the night and the early morning hours that it's worst as far as the smog is concerned. The heavy particles, the very small heavy particles in the atmosphere is concerned.
Exactly. Whatever the impact of the pollution is happening in Delhi, so as in Noida as well. Because if you talk about the air quality index through the government operated app, I would like to show you that in Noida it is 529 at a very critical position, as you were also stating. In Delhi, the overall AQI is 431, which is very severe. So the impact of stubble burning, road dust and smoke through vehicle or the farm fires is directly impacting not only Delhi but also Noida. Though the measures have been taken, mills have been closed, construction have been closed, the school from nursery till 8th standard have been closed. But if we talk about the health measures, because right now the health experts are also stating that the senior citizens and children are highly affected by the air pollutants which are accumulated in the air of Delhi NCR. Let me talk to few people because right now I'm in the park of Noida sector 35. सर, आप लोग क्या कहना चाहेंगे? सबसे ज़्यादा कहते हैं इम्पैक्ट एल्डरलीज में और बच्चों में हो रहा है. आप लोग प्रदूषण कितना महसूस करते हैं नोएडा में?
देखिए, प्रदूषण तो सभी को दुखदाई है, सभी को इफेक्ट कर रहा है, सभी को नुकसान हो रहा है, बीमार हो रही हैं लोगों को सांस में लेने में तकलीफ हो रही है, आईक्यू बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया है, तो सभी लोग परेशान हैं. नोएडा में तो हम देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से स्कूल बंद कर दिए गए, सारे काम बंद कर दिए गए, तो इससे लोगों को तकलीफ तो हो रही है, तो इसको रोकना पड़ेगा. जितना भी प्रदूषण यहाँ पर हो रहा है वो सभी के लिए, सेहत के लिए हानिकारक है और सबको तकलीफ हो रही है इससे, तो इसको रोकना बहुत ज़रूरी है और इसको रोकने के लिए उपाय सरकार को करने चाहिए. जहाँ से ये आ रहा है, जहाँ पराली जलाई जा रही है, उसको कम से कम कोई भी समाधान इसका निकालना चाहिए ताकि लोगों को सांस लेने में तकलीफ ना हो, बीमारी ना हो.
एक बात देखी गई है सर, नवंबर में हर साल देखा जाता है पराली जलती है, व्हीकल से स्मोक होता है. ये तमाम काम जो मेजर्स अब लिए जाते हैं वो अगर पहले ले लिए जाए तो शायद आम आदमी को इतनी तकलीफ ना.
Truly speaking, we should utilize smoke guns in constructions or even after the closing of construction activities. That is more important, and Parali should be stopped immediately. And truly, it is very true that all senior citizens and children, they're having serious problem because of this only. And we should stop it seriously and religiously.
सर आप लोग कितना इम्पैक्टेड फील करते हैं जब सुबह मॉर्निंग आवर्स में पार्क आते हैं, तो आप लोग को लगता है कि अब जॉगिंग बंद कर देना चाहिए, वॉक बंद कर देना चाहिए, इस वक्त आना बहुत खतरे में है?
बंद हो गया है इनफैक्ट। अब जैसे पहले वॉक करते थे, 1 घंटा वॉक कर लेते थे, अब हिम्मत ही नहीं होती है वॉक करने की। ऐसा लगता है जैसे पता नहीं कितना इनहेल कर रहे हैं हम लोग। तो वॉकिंग लिटरली बंद है, सारे लोगों की सब लोगों की वॉकिंग बंद है। और इतना ज़्यादा AQI हाई होने की वजह से सब बच्चे भी परेशान हैं। सीनियर सिटीजन्स नेचुरली दे आर मोर प्रोन टू गेट डिजीज लाइक दैट। जितने भी ब्रोंकाइटिस वगैरह सारी होंगी, तो इस करके करना चाहिए गवर्नमेंट को, मेजर्स लेने चाहिए। हर साल की 10 साल से समस्या है, मगर इसको हल नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। इट्स वेरी वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट। नोबडी इज टेकिंग केयर। बात दुनिया भर की पॉलिटिक्स दुनिया भर की हो रही है, मगर कोई रियल सोल्यूशन कोई फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा है।
Sir, as sir stated कि nobody is talking about the real solution. Stubble burning is happening since years. 31.4% of the pollution constitutes through stubble burning. आपको लगता है महज राजनीति हो रही है, कोई कुछ कर नहीं रहा है?
सही बात है, केवल राजनीति हो रही है, कर कोई कुछ नहीं रहा। सच्चाई है ये। प्रॉब्लम तो है लोगों को, मुझे तो नहीं है पर्सनली। मुझे पर्सनली कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। सुबह घूमता हूँ, शाम घूमता हूँ, मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं, लेकिन कर कोई कुछ नहीं रहा। सरकार भी बस ड्रामा करे।
So let me show you the visuals also, because there are many who are here in the park and right now they are stating that they have stopped coming to park. Sir, आप लोगों ने अब वॉकिंग बंद कर दी है, आपको लगता है कि बहुत समस्या हो रही है पोल्यूशन की वजह से?
पोल्यूशन की समस्या तो है, लेकिन अपने दिनचर्या जो है, सैर करना, घूमना या पार्क में आना, ये कब तक बंद किया जा सकता है? ये नी जर्क ऑपरेशंस हैं गवर्नमेंट के। स्कूल बंद कर दो, कि स्कूल के बंद करने से बच्चों की पढ़ाई नहीं खराब हो रही है। ये बिल्कुल शॉर्ट साइटेडनेस है। इसके कारण पहले देखिए क्या है। पोल्यूशन का कारण है स्टबल बर्निंग इज द वर्स्ट फैक्टर, मोस्ट फैक्टर 32% व्हाट यू वर टेलिंग राइट नाउ। उसके बाद कंस्ट्रक्शन है, वो कंस्ट्रक्शन बंद हो जाती है क्योंकि कंस्ट्रक्शन एक ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है, उसको आपने बंद कर लिया, उसके ऊपर फाइन लगा दिया, सब कुछ कर लिया, वो बंद हो जाता है। स्कूल बंद कर दो, ऑड इवन चलवा लो, ये सब ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसका कोई असर नहीं है। मेन इसका जो कंट्रीब्यूटर है पोल्यूशन का, वो है स्टबल बर्निंग, जिसके ऊपर सरकार कुछ कर नहीं सकती है। सब ये राजनीति हो रही है। फार्मर्स के ऊपर इनका कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं। सबसे पहले जब तक स्टबल बर्निंग नहीं इसकी कंट्रोल होगी, पोल्यूशन आपकी कंट्रोल नहीं हो सकती।
So these are the views and thoughts of the elderly people who are joined with me here in Noida, who are clearly stating that stubble burning is one of the most important reason which is clearly impacting the armed public, the general public, and from many years, time to time, every year we talk about the rising pollution, about the air quality index which gets from very poor to severe and the worst category, but only politics is happening. The blame game is continuing between center and state, but nothing is being done. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, many thanks for joining us there. Stay with us. We'll try and come back to you once again. But we also have with us Piyush Ore. Piyush, where are you right now? We can see a thick layer of smog. In fact, even as we are speaking, right behind you, conditions continue to deteriorate as many areas of Delhi reporting very severe category PM 2.5 levels. When we talk about taking responsibility, some accountability, yesterday the Delhi Chief Minister did say that his government is responsible. Schools are to conduct online classes, we believe. Physical activities of senior students are being stopped. Now senior citizens, most vulnerable, as well as those with comorbidities. But are these the answer really? The question in everyone's mind is that since this is a recurring problem, why was there no preparation in order to deal with this? That's the question in everyone's mind. But first of all, tell us about the situation around you.
Well, Rukma, I would have said good morning to you, but unfortunately, where I'm reporting from, here at India Gate, it is definitely not a good morning, and you can see that I'm wearing a mask which makes you realize about how bad, how grave and how dangerous the situation is. The AQI level over here in Delhi right now is around 431, which is at severe category. This is slightly better than what the situation was yesterday, but again, as I said, the situation over here is not good. The situation over here is unhealthy. I'm right now reporting from India Gate, where there are large number of people who come, but today, because of very bad air quality, the people over here have not come to the numbers of which they should come. So yes, there is a realization among people also of knowing that the air quality over here is not good. In fact, what we will do is we will also try to have a word with some people and try to understand about what actually they feel about the situation of air quality over here in Delhi. Sir, would you like to speak about the air situation over here in Delhi? Are you a Delhi resident, and do you feel that the air quality over here is good, or do you?
Not good. हम गुजरात से घूमने आए हैं और यहाँ पे आके यहाँ का जो एटमॉस्फेयर देख रहे हैं और जो टीवी पे दिखाया जा रहा था सेम टू सेम है, कोई डिफरेंस नहीं लग रहा है। यहाँ पे हमको जो दिक्कत हो रही है श्वास लेने में और नॉट गुड।
तो मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि अभी आप यहाँ पे और रहेंगे या फिर आप यहाँ से निकलेंगे, क्योंकि मतलब आपको तो पता ही है कि ये जो हवा है ये सांस लेने लायक नहीं है, तो आप हाँ
नहीं है इसलिए हम रुकना चाहते थे, लेकिन यहाँ का एटमॉस्फेयर देख के मेरे साथ मेरी फैमिली है, बच्चे हैं और उस हिसाब से।
आपके बच्चे कितने साल के हैं? आपके बच्चे कितने साल के हैं?
8 साल 9 साल के बच्चे। नो
ठीक है, चलिए थैंक यू। एक्सक्यूज मी मैम, आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूँगा कि अब आपकी जो यहाँ पे एयर क्वालिटी है, आपको लगता है कि ये हवा साफ है?
नो सर।
नहीं? आपको कोई दिक्कत हो रही है?
थोड़ा सफोकेशन जैसा कुछ हो रहा है।
So here you can see, Rukma, that there are large number of people who have come from outside states to Delhi to see its beauty, but this air pollution over here is making them revisit their plans, and they are not actually very happy about the state of situation. My last answer to you is that yes, this is a recurring problem. This is a problem which has been faced by the residents of Delhi for a long time. Why there was no proper planning which was being taken place, why there was a delay, why there was procrastination, of why things should not have been put in place. This is something which the authorities now must answer. Yes, the prominent factor of the pollution right now is stubble burning. This is a pressing issue. This should be addressed. This unfortunately was not addressed. Yesterday in a press conference we saw that how Bhagwant Mann and Arvind Kejriwal did say that crop diversification was one of the plans to make sure that there is no stubble burning in the future. Would they be able to make it in the future? We do not know. But besides stubble burning, there are also several other factors. There is a lot of pollution which is being caused by vehicular pollution. There is a lot of pollution which is being caused by dust. There is a lot of pollution which is being caused by construction
in Punjab. In fact, stubble burning, Piyush, in Punjab has increased by 18.5%. That's what various sources are reporting. An increase of 18.5%. That when the Aam Aadmi Party government is in power there. And last year, when the issue of pollution came up, the Aam Aadmi Party had said that it is from Punjab and we have no control over stubble burning in Punjab. So what happened this year? However, coming back to Harsha once again, it's the people who are suffering. The elderly in the park, they're not able to take their regular morning walks. Students of senior classes, secondary and higher secondary, will not be able to participate, and this will go on for the next 4 months. But politics continues over the issue, despite calls by political parties, the BJP in particular, that this is not an issue to be politicized.
Exactly, Rukma. Everyone is saying that this issue should not be politicized. It is not the time for blame game, because it's every year that Delhi NCR people suffer from this choking, this gas chamber, and nothing else of concrete is being done either by state, neither by the central agencies. And the research of Chicago itself says that Delhi NCR people are breathing the worst air in the time period from November 1st till November 15th. And if we talk about the elderly people, because if be it the elderlies, be it the students, be it the children who are aged from 1 year till 4 or 5 years, they are suffering the most. The outdoor activities have certainly stopped. So what do you have to say about this entire problem, because it is a reoccurring issue? What concrete should be done? What, as a general public, as an armed public, what do you think concrete should be done?
देखो जी, पोल्यूशन की दिक्कत तो है ही लोगों को, और पोल्यूशन इतना बढ़ गया है, ये सरकारें एक दूसरे पे इल्ज़ाम लगाती हैं कि ये सरकार ने करा है कि उसने करा है। इसका कोई हल निकालना चाहिए, इनको किसी पे इल्ज़ाम नहीं लगाना चाहिए कि ये केंद्र सरकार के अंडर आता है या हमारे इंडियन सरकार के अंदर आता है। इसलिए इसको रास्ता सही निकाले, इसका हमेशा के लिए सोल्यूशन निकाले। ये नहीं कि स्कूल बंद कर दो, कंस्ट्रक्शन बंद कर दो। आज कंस्ट्रक्शन बंद कर दी इन्होंने, गरीब आदमी कहाँ से खाएगा? दिल्ली में तो दिल्ली सरकार ने कह दिया है कि 5,000 रुपये रोज़ ले जाओ, यूपी सरकार थोड़ी करेगी कोई। दिल्ली ने तो कह दिया है कि हम 5,000 रुपये रोज दे देंगे आपको हफ्ते का, आप काम करो या ना करो। मगर ये सिस्टम तो गलत है ना, पैसा तो गवर्नमेंट का जा रहा है ना, इसलिए इसका सोल्यूशन पक्का होना चाहिए
और कम से कम ब्लेम गेम नहीं होना चाहिए।
ओके
सर, एज वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट ब्लेम गेम शुड नॉट बी डन। आप लोग वॉक करते थे, अब नहीं करते हैं। दिनचर्या भी कितनी इम्पैक्ट होती है, हर साल की समस्या है। और यहाँ पे स्टेट कहती है सेंटर मसले का हल निकाले, सेंटर कहता है पहले से ही हमने फंड्स दे रखे हैं, मेजर्स दिए हुए हैं, लेकिन स्टेट अप्लाई नहीं कर रहा है।
बेसिकली देखिए, ये प्रॉब्लम ऐसा नहीं है कि ये अचानक प्रॉब्लम आई है, ये सबको पता है, आम पब्लिक को पता है, हर सरकार को पता है, प्रोविंस की सरकार को पता है, केंद्र सरकार को पता है कि ये प्रॉब्लम इस पीरियड में आनी है। सॉल्यूशन की तरफ कोई भी ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है। अब देखिए, पहले दिल्ली सरकार ब्लेम करती थी पंजाब सरकार को, वहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार थी। आज की डेट में आम आदमी की ही सरकार है, लेकिन दोनों सरकार एक जैसी हैं, उसके बावजूद भी कोई सॉल्यूशन नहीं है। तो कुल मिलाकर बात यह है कि केवल राजनीति राजनीति राजनीति, पब्लिक की सेहत से किसी का कोई कंसर्न नहीं है, कोई उस पर ध्यान नहीं दे रहा है। पब्लिक अपने आप इस समस्या से जूझ रही है, अपने आप सॉल्यूशन कर रही है। कोई मास्क लगा रहा है, किसी ने घर से निकलना बंद कर दिया, किसी ने वॉक करना बंद कर दिया, किसी ने बच्चों को स्कूल भेजना बंद कर दिया। सरकार दिखावे के लिए कुछ ना कुछ अनाउंसमेंट करती रहती है, प्रैक्टिकल शेप में कुछ नहीं।
So these are the thoughts of elderly people, and literally I have to quote his one statement where he stated that every time government says that they are going to implement something concrete, but they never do it, and it is the armed public, the general janta, the armed janta who is themselves applying some preventive measures to do better for themselves. No government is doing anything, they are only talking and only blaming, and blaming is being done. Sir, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? अस्पताल में मरीज बढ़ रहे हैं, आंखों में चिन्ह शुरू हो जा रही है, सोर थ्रोट हो रहा है, और लंग्स में भी ज़्यादा समस्या आ रही है, और जो कोमॉर्बिड मरीज हैं उनके लिए तो इस समय सबसे ज़्यादा घातक है।
देखिए मैडम, 50% तो ये जो पेट्रोल डीजल से धुआं उठता है, और 32% निकलता है ये पराली का, और 80% जो निकलता है ये निकलता है मिलों से और दुनिया और जगह से। जब तक ये इसके ऊपर बंदिश नहीं लगेगी सरकार की तरफ से, आम आदमी की तरफ से नहीं, सरकार की तरफ से, क्योंकि इंडिया में आदमी ऐसा तो है ही नहीं कि जो अपने आप सीख सके। अपने आप तो सीखने वाला है नहीं, क्योंकि विदेशी गवर्नमेंट की तरह तो, विदेशी लोगों की तरह तो इंसान है नहीं। गवर्नमेंट ने बताया लाभ मान ले, यहाँ पर तो लाभ मानने का तो सवाल ही पैदा नहीं है। इसलिए जो भी है ये सब हो रहा है।
So these are the views and thoughts of people I'm speaking to, and they are quoting literally very important points, because they have seen all government, they have seen everything, they have seen what center state every time does, and they have seen the most of the part of the polluted Delhi NCR. So their views and their thoughts are very important, where they are stating that this recurring problem has no concrete solution. No one is talking about solution. Back to you, Rukma.
Well, many thanks, Harsha, who's joining us from Noida, and Piyush Ori, who's standing just near the iconic monument, the India Gate there, which is hardly visible because of the thick cover of smog that Delhi, the capital city, is blanketed in today. Well, that's a visual that we're getting you right there. It's live, viewers. That's what Delhi looks like this morning, as of now, even as we speak. And now moving on to other news. Getting you breaking news from Himachal Pradesh regarding the elections there, slated for the 12th of November. The BJP are set to release their manifesto soon. Tomorrow, in fact, National President of the party, JP Nadda, and Chief Minister of Himachal, Jairam Thakur, will be releasing the manifesto in Shimla. And so, action as far as the Himachal Pradesh elections are concerned. BJP to release its manifesto tomorrow. What are the kind of preparations we are seeing in place? Also, the Prime Minister set to visit the state. Clearly, political fever, election fever, quite high as far as the hill state of Himachal Pradesh is concerned. Amandeep.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. The point is that Himachal is all full of election color, and in fact tomorrow BJP is going to release their manifesto, and even JP Nadda and CM Jairam Thakur will be releasing this manifesto in Shimla. And Rukma, this must be the game changer for the BJP, just because the manifesto is the one on which the people cast their vote. The promises that will be done by any political party, that matters a lot during the election. And in fact now the BJP is opening their own card and releasing their manifesto, and today itself Prime Minister is also addressing two rallies in Himachal Pradesh. One is Sundarnagar, one is Solan, and even JP Nadda, certain union ministers are already camping in Himachal Pradesh, campaigning extensively in Himachal Pradesh for the BJP party, just because the state will be witnessing the polls on 12th of November, and that is the reason the BJP is in full mode. They are holding the road shows, public meetings, rallies, big rallies, small public meetings, road shows, and door-to-door campaigns. The entire BJP team is camping in Himachal Pradesh, and even the national president, who actually is a native of Himachal Pradesh, is camping from last 2 months in Himachal Pradesh for the campaign. But tomorrow would be a very big day when BJP will release their manifesto. What kind of promises they are going to make with the people of Himachal Pradesh if the Jairam government will repeat again. And in fact this would be the game changer for the BJP, and even this can turn the election upside down, just because Congress is making so many claims that people have witnessed the Jairam's government for last 5 years, but now it is a time for the change. And even the BJP is campaigning on the development work of the Jairam government, as well as the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's project that has been given to the Himachal Pradesh. So it was a very tough war in Himachal Pradesh, the entire full of events till 12th of November. Yes, Rukma.
Well, so 68 assembly seats go to the polls on the 12th of November in Himachal Pradesh, and the BJP today saying that its manifesto will be released tomorrow. Lots of election color there, as Gaurav Yatras and road marches are being carried out by various political parties. Amandeep on the ground there reporting and bringing us all the updates and details. Many thanks, Amandeep, for joining us there. Moving on, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Himachal Pradesh on the 5th of November and 9th to campaign for BJP candidates for the assembly polls.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a 4-day visit to Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister will be on a visit to Himachal Pradesh that begins today till November 9th. PM informs about his visit via Twitter that he will address rallies in Sundarnagar, in Mandi and Solan today. He further added that on his last day, which is November 9th, he will address rallies in Shahpur in Kangra and Sujanpur in Hamirpur. According to sources, he would address a rally in favor of BJP candidates of 17 assembly segments which are falling under the Mandi Lok Sabha constituency. Meanwhile, the Mandi district administration has imposed a complete ban on the use of drone and paragliding activities from morning 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. at Sundarnagar town today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Pradesh, the Prime Minister is to visit Himachal, and which goes to the polls on the 12th of November. He is to address a number of rallies in the state as part of the BJP's campaign there.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hadis Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protester deaths has given momentum to the ongoing demonstration, just as it did during the 1979 revolution that overthrew Iran's earlier monarchy. Agency report for Republic TV.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Sudhir Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat intensifying. The Aam Aadmi Party picks Isudan Gadvi as the chief ministerial candidate for the upcoming elections. And complete chaos ensues in Pakistan after a failed assassination attempt. Imran Khan has called for a mega showdown.
The headlines at this hour at 9:30 this morning. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as a thick layer of smog engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy CM Tejashwi Yadav now wades into the row. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for Bandh in Amritsar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for candidates of the party for the upcoming assembly polls. After 9 hours of grilling, ED arrests Mukhtar Ansari's son, Abbas Ansari. Breaking news coming in here at this hour. A breaking development in the Sena leader's murder, which took place in Amritsar. A day after he is shot dead, Pakistan-based Khalistani exposes ISI hand in Punjab in his killing. The Pakistani link has been exposed in the Hindu leader's murder. Hindu groups now calling for a bandh in Amritsar as anger erupts over the Sena leader's murder. And Gursimran to take us through this breaking development. Gursimran, earlier we were hearing about a Khalistani hand, and earlier too we had shown our viewers that video in which the slain leader himself was speaking, the victim of this ghastly killing, this brazen killing, in the presence of cops in the area. Well, he himself had said how Khalistani agents were against him. Now there's talk of a Pakistani hand in his murder as well. Give us all the details.
See, a video accessed by Republic Media Network clearly shows the Pakistani hand, the ISI hand in this brutal killing of the Shiv Sena leader in the Amritsar district of Punjab. Because you see, the video that we have accessed is of a Khalistani leader who is based in Pakistan. Gopal Singh Chawla, and he's seen boasting about the killing of Shiv Sena leader and has warned of more such killings of the Hindu leaders, pro-Hindu leaders in the Punjab. He has named many of them, and what he has said that he congratulates those who have killed them and has all said that we will be doing it to others also. He has named that he hails the person, he congratulates the person who has done the killing, and also this is very clear because Gopal Singh Chawla is the one who is very close to the ISI establishment. Not only this time but earlier in the past 2-3 years we have seen his active involvement in the ISI plots, be it the radicalization of the Sikhs during the Kartarpur corridor visit or many of the occasions when there was an attempt of the radicalization of the Sikh youth or the Sikhs going to Pakistan for the religious pilgrimage. It was Gopal Singh Chawla who was very active on the behest of the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, and now his video coming out in which he's seen congratulating those and also warning of more such attacks clearly exposes that how it is Pakistani ISI that is behind this deep-rooted conspiracy. See, this is not only about the ISI but the way ISI is operating. In the recent past we have seen that ISI is helping the pro-Khalistan groups to destabilize Punjab, and this video is coming out as a proof of Pakistan deep state ISI's involvement in the killing of Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri in Amritsar yesterday. See, this is not going to limit to a person who has fired on Sudhir Suri, but to a larger deep-rooted conspiracy that is being hatched against the Hindu leaders by the pro-Khalistani sentiments on the behest of Pakistani intelligence agency.
Right. Clearly an aim at radicalization, clearly an aim at fomenting trouble and a spirit of fear. Meanwhile, as far as the establishment is concerned, Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, what can we expect from him? He's not even in the state to address the state of lawlessness that we are seeing in Punjab.
Hello.
Gursimran, what are the authorities saying? What are the police saying right now?
See, since yesterday there has been 2 press conferences, one of the Commissioner of Police Amritsar and other is of DGP Punjab. What the both parties have said that they have arrested the accused and have recovered the weapon and the investigation is underway. There hasn't been more details so far. It's been more than 12 hours of the brutal killing that has taken place, but the Punjab police seems to be mum on the developments that are taking place, at least since they have got the accused almost in a couple of minutes from the time of incident when it has taken place, and since then there has been no update from the Punjab police side. They say that they are looking into every possible angle and if there is a deep-rooted conspiracy they will expose it, but there has been no official word on whose behest this accused was working, on whose direction he carried out the killing of Shiv Sena leader.
Right, Gursimran, and when we talk about the state administration, well, the Chief Minister himself is far away in Gujarat while lawlessness prevails. There's massive anger, we believe, because protests are breaking out and already these Shiv Sena leaders were protesting outside a temple, and now we believe that a bandh has been called for.
Yes, this is really a serious concern because this is something that is aimed at provoking the communal angle in the region. The CM should have been in the state, particularly in the Amritsar, so that the situation can be pacified. No doubt there are attempts that are being made by the police to ensure that the law and order remains intact in the area, but the way the killing has happened, this has somewhat aided the sentiments. This has hurt the sentiments of the Hindu community living in the Amritsar and all over the Punjab, that they are not secure. See, it's not about the security of a common man, but it was a vice security person who was given the vice security. The cops were standstill. There was not even a retaliation within some time by them. So they were standstill. So that is something that raises question. Even some of the associates of Sudhir Suri, what they said that it was the deputy SP that came and he indulged Suri into talks and taking advantage of that, the accused fire at him. So that is something that needs to be totally investigated into and looked into a larger conspiracy, because this is not linked to the killing of a person in a broad daylight, but to killing of a person from the minority community in Punjab who has always been on the target of pro-Khalistani and pro-Pak elements in the region and even sitting abroad.
Right, Gursimran, and that video that Republic showed viewers yesterday, that clearly stated how the victim Sudhir Suri had himself said that there were threats that he would be killed, he would not be allowed to enjoy Diwali. But it appears that the killers, well, they had made in fact 2 attempts in the past as well. Am I correct?
Yes, there have been attempts by the pro-Khalistani group, and especially on the behest of the Pakistani ISI. On October 23, there were 4 workers of the terror groups that were arrested along with the 4 pistols that have come to kill Sudhir Suri, but due to the intelligence input, they were arrested by the Punjab police. But almost 10 days after that, his killing happened, and now a new accused has emerged. Now the police is looking into forward and backward linkages. Some of the incriminating documents too have been recovered from his car, linking at his various angles that are now being probed by the intelligence agencies. That's why one thing is being said, that it is a deep-rooted conspiracy angle that needs to be probed, because that is the need of the hour. See, it's not about one killing, but it's about the threats that are being given about many such attempts being repeated.
Right, Gursimran. When we talk about a Pakistani hand, it's remarkable how Pakistan can yet concentrate on its nefarious activities against India despite such turmoil that is brewing within its own borders.
See, there is no doubt that the Pakistan is trying to divert the international attention from the the Pakistan is trying to divert the attention from what is going on inside the Pakistan. They are making every desperate attempts, because see, not only in Punjab, but yesterday we have seen that in Jammu and Kashmir also the Indian Army has said the same, that the Pakistan is doing same so as to divert the international community's attention. So Pakistan is hell-bent not only to divert the attention, but also to create turmoil in various parts of the country. So this seems to be part of one that such attempt that has been made by the Pakistan. We will be trying to dive more into this portion, because this ISI stooge Gopal Singh Chawla coming out with the video, this is something really very serious, and this needed a deep dive into this kind of investigation, the deep-rooted investigation into this deep-rooted conspiracy, what it seems as of now.
Clearly a deep-rooted conspiracy, as you tell us. And Gopal Singh Chawla, is there any indication, is there any news of where he is exactly right now? Is he in Pakistan? Because yesterday we had heard so many links emerging to leaders of the Khalistanis in Canada, based in Canada. And well, even the Indian government has been stressing for some time that what will stop terrorists is the funding, and it's very important to identify where the funding for this kind of terrorism is coming from.
See, a confirmation is, yes, Gopal Singh Chawla is at present in Pakistan. He's in the Pakistani soil. He's one of the close aides of the Pakistani intelligence agency and its top officials, because he has always been working on the behest of the Pakistani intelligence agency. Time and again, we have seen him coming out fully in support of the agenda of the Pakistani ISI. When it comes to the funding, we have seen many of the modules, be it the narcotic smuggling from the cross border to Punjab, and the funds being generated, being used for the terror activities, and also the cash that being dropped using drones in Punjab. Recently, in last month, there was 1.25 crores that were dropped using drone in Pakistan. So this is the extent of the terror funding the Pakistan is up to. They are using every possible means to send money directly or indirectly into Punjab so as they can carry out the terror acts in the region.
Major General SP, right. We have with us Gursimran. We'll be coming back to you, but we have with us on the phone line now, and I'd like to go directly to him, Major General S.P. Sinha. Major General Sinha, when we talk about, well, another ghastly killing, a brazen killing, and now a video being circulated by a known anti-India element, Gopal Singh Chawla, the clear hand of Pakistan once again. It's remarkable how Pakistan continues with its nefarious activities, fomenting this kind of terror, these kind of negative activities against India in Indian territory when there is so much turmoil within its borders as well. Your reactions?
Yes, it's quite surprising that the country, Pakistan, which should be worried about its state of affairs within Pakistan, the type of civil war situation which is emerging because of Iran factor. Pakistan Army and ISI, they are busy in fomenting problem in Punjab. And there are a few important aspects which I would like to highlight. As Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, I think about 6-7 days back he had said somewhere in the rally or meeting that there is a conspiracy against India, and this conspiracy has been going on, and I am convinced this conspiracy has acquired a lot of momentum since 2014, and therefore Punjab, being a border town, border state, is a very, very ripe and very, very important aim for Pakistan ISI to foment trouble. And the problem is that even the party which is in government in Punjab, they are sympathizers of Khalistan. When the Chief Minister goes to Punjab and stays in the residence of Khalistani, what message do you get? The message is very clear. They are these people who are in politics are anti-national, and they have no qualms, no reservations, no problems in tying up with Khalistani, who are known to be anti-India. So I think now time has come for the government to come down very heavily on such people like Kejriwal, who are instigating and are becoming source for fomenting trouble in Punjab. They cannot be allowed to go scot-free. And this murder which has taken place in Punjab is a reflection of the point that Pakistan will continue to create problem in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab, and they will not stop. So I personally feel that time now has come that by using drone, if America can get rid of Al-Jawahiri, it can get rid of Osama bin Laden, I think time has now come that we should use state-of-the-art technology and target some very important feature structures of Pakistan ISI and Pakistan Army. So something goes wrong in Punjab, within 48 hours we should teach a lesson to Pakistan. Then only Pakistan will be defensive mode. Otherwise, Pakistan will continue to do this because it feels that it can get away with murder. Time for punishment has come, and it should be a very, very exemplary and a very, very tough message to Pakistan that you better mind your ways, otherwise we teach you a lesson. Because every day Pakistan is creating problem in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. So I think the government of the day in Punjab needs to be held accountable. You see the type of rally which is taking place in Punjab in favor of Bhindranwale. How can you allow all this? How can we be mute witness to all these proceedings and such a brazen display of anti-nationalism? And we keep quiet. No, it will not happen that way. I think time has come to take a very, very tough stand against people like politicians like Kejriwal.
Right. Major General S.P. Sinha, many thanks for speaking with Republic. Major General S.P. Sinha, defense expert there, with his take on the entire situation as it has panned out. New truths emerge in the brutal and brazen killing of Sudhir Suri, Shiv Sena leader, shot in broad daylight in front of his Y-category security men who were standing around him. There have been some detentions, but now a Pakistani ISI hand also emerging on that. More details as the day goes on. Moving on now to other stories. The army has been spearheading action to provide an impetus to make projects with the infusion of niche technologies through indigenous development. Let's take a look to know more in this special report.
Prime Minister Modi has committed to building an Atmanirbhar Bharat.
दुनिया भर के अनेक बिजनेस भारत को सप्लाई चेन के केंद्र के रूप में आज देख रहे हैं। अब हमें मेक इन इंडिया के साथ साथ मेक फॉर वर्ल्ड ये मंत्र को लेकर के भी हमें आगे बढ़ना है।
The Indian Army has been spearheading actions to provide impetus to make projects with infusion of niche technologies through indigenous development. To further boost the ongoing projects, Indian Army has now approved project sanction orders of 5 Make-2 projects. Make-2 projects are essentially industry-funded projects that involve design, development and innovative solutions by Indian vendors for development of prototypes. These radio sets will replace the existing HF radio sets in the inventory, which have limited data handling capability and obsolete technology. As part of efforts to further encourage the indigenous anti-drone ecosystem, the Indian Army has approved project sanction order to 18 developing agencies for procurement of 35 sets of drone kill system under the Make-2 scheme. The IWTS is the first tri-service Make-2 project with the Indian Army as the lead service. It will be utilized to augment marksmanship skills of young soldiers. The IA plans to develop approximately 2,000 rounds of 155 mm TGM against high-value targets with assured precision and lethality for mission accomplishment and minimum collateral damage. The medium-range precision kill system, once launched, can loiter in the air for up to 2 hours and can acquire, designate and engage real-time high-value targets up to 40 kilometers. Make-2 procurement scheme has given an impetus to increase the design and development in the defense industry to achieve indigenization of high-end technology systems, various types of weapon systems, ammunition and modern training system, which are currently not available in the country. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Success. In a big success, the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army have arrested 2 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Jameel along with 1 other terrorist, Rizwan, has been arrested from the Sopore, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition including the ID pistols have been recovered from them. Now the police is looking into forward and backward linkages. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat intensifying. The Aam Aadmi Party picks Assaduddin Owaisi as the chief ministerial candidate for the upcoming elections. And complete chaos ensues in Pakistan after a failed assassination attempt. Imran Khan has called for a mega showdown.
Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. 1 accused arrested.
You're watching Live and Breaking, and we're getting you more breaking news now. two Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists who were tasked to attack non-locals in Jammu and Kashmir, arrested by police in Sopore during a cordon and search operation at Shah Faisal Market on Friday evening. Security forces noted a suspicious movement of a person who was seen carrying a heavy bag and subsequently stopped him when two Lashkar terrorists arrested in Sopore. That's the news that we are bringing you right now. And it all began when security forces noticed a man, in suspicious circumstances in the Faisal Market, in the Shah Faisal Market in Sopore. And Gursimran joining, our bureau chief Zeenat, in fact, joining us on the phone line. Zeenat, tell us about this major development. Two Lashkar terrorists arrested in Sopore.
Whereas the Sopore development is concerned, that the two elite terrorists have been apprehended by Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army. Although we are picking from the sources, they are the hybrid terrorists who were making movement from the bus stand Sopore, and they were coming to the Shah Faisal Market when they were apprehended. One of the terrorists first was apprehended, who has been identified by the J&K police as Rizwan Mushtaq Wani from Patan area, and he gave information about the another terrorist after questioned by the J&K police, and he has identified Jamil Ahmed Pare, and then this led to the arrest of Jamil Ahmed Pare after he disclosed the information and also about his whereabouts. Also, both the terrorists, the J&K police along with Indian Army had recovered the arms ammunition that also includes like grenades, pistols, pistol rounds and other ammunitions have been recovered from both the hybrid terrorists. The questioning of the arrested duo is going on, and also further disclosures as well as the recoveries are expected by the Jammu and Kashmir police, as both the hybrid terrorists at present are lying with the Jammu and Kashmir police in North Kashmir.
Right, Zeenat, many thanks for giving us those details. And we also have with us Gursimran. Zeenat telling us about this latest success as far as security forces in Sopore are concerned. Two elite terrorists have been arrested, arms and ammunition along with them. Over to you.
See, the most important thing that has come out from this arrest is that they were tasked by the handlers sitting in Pakistan to carry out civilian killings and the targeting of minorities in the North Kashmir. See, North Kashmir is considered as peaceful as compared to the South Kashmir, and the terror group sitting in the Pakistan, they want that there is bloodshed in the North Kashmir as well, and that's why these two terrorists, Rizwan and Jamil, they have been targeted by the terror proxies to carry out the targeted killings of the minorities, the civilians living there, and also the security forces. We'll be continuing with this coverage right after this break.
Shiv leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details of the Khalistani angle to Sena leader murder case in Amritsar. Delhi air quality remains in severe category with Punjab farm fires on record high.
आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर, आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे सर, लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं। भगवंत मान जी
This evening, as Punjab Chief Minister evades Republic questions on stubble burning, our netas not accountable. 2 years after the worst form of targeting of the media, Republic emerges stronger. We thank you viewers for your endless support.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hardline Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed.
And other top stories we're tracking at this hour, a day after Shiv Sena leader Suri's murder in Amritsar, massive anger erupts. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav had visited Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at a preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal election polls. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity for the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son, Abbas Ansari, arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran, to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hardline Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protester deaths has given momentum to the ongoing demonstration, just as it did during the 1979 revolution that overthrew Iran's earlier monarchy. Agency report for Republic TV.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelated.
क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर, जिस तरह से पराली को लेकर बात
आज देखो ये कितना बदल
सर, देखिए कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है जो दिल्ली तक गया है।
मेरी बात सुनो, जब मैं पराली पे पीसी करूंगा तो फिर आ जाऊंगा ना, छोड़ सब नहीं, जब मैं ना ऐसा नहीं मैं नहीं
इतना बड़ा इशू
नहीं दे
2 मिनट तो दीजिए सर, पराली का इतना बड़ा
सर, मैंने आपको बोल दिया मैं पीसी करूंगा, आपने आज खड़ा उधर।
Top stories at 10 a.m. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the rout. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms larger plot. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming elections.
viewers, thank you for staying with Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you the biggest story that we're tracking today of this Hindu leader, in fact, who had been murdered in Amritsar, because of which we are seeing that the investigation also picking up pace, and we're getting you updates of this murder plot that Pakistan-based Khalistani hand, in fact, has been exposed in the Punjab Hindu leader killing, is what we're being told. Now, we were told that the police is also carrying out the investigation into how the entire link has emerged. The Khalistani link that has really emerged in this killing that had taken place yesterday of the Shiv Sena leader there in Amritsar, where we had seen that he was taking part in a protest, post which he had been attacked and at least 5 shots had been fired, 2 of which had been responsible for the murder of the leader as well. And now we're getting you the updates that the police has also confirmed that there is a larger plot at play for the murder of the Sena leader. Now, Pakistan-based Khalistani links, in fact, have also been exposed, and the ISI hand in the Punjab Hindu leader killing has also come to light. My colleague Amandeep is on the ground getting us all these updates as well. Amandeep, tell us more and put this into perspective of the larger link that has now emerged. We had been ourselves speaking about this, that the police has reason to suspect that there was an ISI link as well. Speak to us about this entire link that the police is sharing with you.
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. The point is that it was a larger conspiracy that was hatched to kill Sudhir Suri. And this conspiracy was not hatched in Amritsar, in Punjab or in India. It was actually, the murder was planned in Pakistan and executed in Amritsar. And even pro-Khalistani elements, Harvinder Singh Rinda, Gopal Singh Chawla, they all are behind this killings, and this was a target killing, a specific target killing case, just because this is not the first attack that Sudhir Suri faced. Before this, twice he received the threat calls as well as attacks, and even the Punjab police have arrested 4 persons into that. But after the murder, Gopal Chawla, a pro-Khalistani leader who was backed by ISI sitting in Pakistan, he released a video and congratulating the entire Sikh community about the killing. And even he has also mentioned that now one has down and let's target to the next one. This is how they are planning and hatching the conspiracy to kill the Hindu leaders in Punjab. And in fact, these pro-Khalistani elements are always trying to establish their own agenda on the Punjab grounds. And now the police is probing this angle primarily just because earlier during the course of investigation, Priyanka, police have learned the accused Sandeep Singh, who has been arrested from the spot, he has no link with Sudhir Suri. He was completely an unknown person to Sudhir Suri. He was running a clothes shop in Amritsar nearby the Gopal Mandir, where Sudhir Suri was killed. And in fact, he never met Sudhir Suri before this. He was having no personal enmity. So somebody was driving Sandeep Singh. Somebody has asked him to kill Sudhir Suri for a specific agenda. This is how this entire investigation is now getting bigger and unfolded. And even the material that was recovered from the car of the accused Sandeep Singh, that was also very suspected. A booklet was recovered in which several names and the photographs has been mentioned. And even now the police is also suspecting that who all are the handlers of Sandeep Singh, who actually asked him to kill Sudhir Suri, and for what purpose. This is all the primary angle of the investigation of the Punjab police as well. And just because this killing is not a normal killing, ISI Khalistan angle is emerged completely to kill Sudhir Suri. So the story is getting bigger and the conspiracy is now being unfolded during the course of investigation. So police and even certain intelligence agencies are on their job to verify the roles of several people into the killings, just because this is a very critical angle. They wanted to disturb the peace and harmony of Punjab, and this is the perfect reason and the perfect incident that can create law and order situation in Punjab as well. So that is the reason, and police is investigating this matter very thoroughly. Yes, Priyanka.
Well, Amandeep there getting us the details of this investigation as well that is being carried out. Viewers, we have seen that the Khalistan leaders that had been issuing these threats to the right-wing leaders that are now being targeted as well. Let's listen into those, then we'll get you all the breaking updates.
पूरी सिख कौम नू, पूरे मुसलमान कौम नू, पूरा हर वो बंदा जेड़ा आजादी चाहता है, जेड़ा सुकून चाहता है, उन्हां सारियां नू बहुत बहुत मुबारक होवे। सुरिंदर सूरी नहीं मैं कहांगा, अमृतसर दे विच जेड़े नौजवान ने उन्होंने गोलियां मारियां, मैं सदके जावां उस अपने भरा दे। मैं सारियां नू मुबारकबाद देना कि चला गया। हुण अगलियां सूरां नू वेखो, ए सूरां ने जाना ही जाना। निशांत शर्मा ने भी जाना है, अमित अरोड़े ने भी जाना है, मंड ने भी जाना है, बाकी दूसरे तीसरा ने भी इस तरह बहुत मरना जिवें सूरी मर गया। और सट के जावा शेरा, जिहड़े शेर ने उन्होंने कत्ल किया।
And viewers, this is a massive story on which we're picking up several reactions. In fact, I'm being told that Dr. S.P. Vaidya, the former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, is also joining me on the broadcast over the phone line. Dr. Vaidya, if I could come to you about this kind of a horrific incident that has come to light, where now the authorities are confirming that there is a larger ISI role that has come to light in this murder, this gruesome murder that has taken place yesterday, and the entire conspiracy had been hatched in Pakistan to carry out these kind of targeted killings in India.
Look at the way these murders are being executed, and Punjab police investigation has unraveled this conspiracy hatched in Pakistan. And the ISI is making all its effort to revive Khalistani terrorism in Punjab, and it has been actually fomenting Khalistani elements in foreign countries, but like Canada, UK, but in Indian Punjab, it was not successful for many years. But I think the new government, Aap government, needs to be very, very careful in Punjab. Probably these elements who have leaning towards Khalistan are getting encouraged, and the ISI is taking advantage of that. It was looking for an opportunity to execute killings, revive Khalistani terrorism in Punjab. And you see the way Mr. Suri has been killed, and look at the way this Khalistani person was talking and threatening other people. I think a very strict action should be taken by Punjab police against such elements, and they should be prosecuted before they can actually create problems in Punjab.
All right, Dr. Vaidya, I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective on this very important story that we're tracking for our viewers today from Amritsar, where in fact this leader had been targeted yesterday, and of course now shocking links are also being also disclosed by the authorities, that there is an ISI link to this entire matter that has come to light yesterday. Gursimran, my colleague, is also on the ground tracking this story for us. Gursimran, tell us more about this link that is now emerging in this gruesome killing yesterday, where the in fact leader had been targeted in a public forum where he was carrying out a protest, and because of which he had been targeted and then of course been shot at, and he had been killed. And now those links emerging that there is an ISI link to this entire conspiracy as well. Tell us more about what your sources are telling you about this entire murder.
See, this is one of the concerning thing. I spoke to some of the officials who are in the agencies, and what they are saying that the concerning development that is taking place is the Khalistan-Pakistan link that is emerging, because it is not a standalone incident. If this is on the behest of the ISI and the Khalistani group, this is not a standalone incident, but this is a pattern that they are trying to draw. Not only that this is the killing, but the Gopal Singh Chawla, the video of which have been accessed by the Republic Media Network, sorry, The video clearly shows that they have threatened more Hindu leaders in Punjab of the similar kind of consequences. So this means that this is a part of a deep-rooted larger conspiracy that is being hatched by the Pakistani ISI and being executed by the Khalistani elements in Punjab. See, the level of the radicalization of the accused also needs to be probed thoroughly, because some of the inputs that are emerging, that some of the incrementing materials too have been recovered from the car of this accused who fired at Suri and shot him dead. So that also needs to be revealed, that what kind of radicalization he was going through, because it seems as of now that he was radicalized to carry out this kind of incident, because no one without radicalization can go to this extent. See, he was not known to Suri, there is no personal enmity. So what it seems is the radicalization being the one of the reasons. And Gopal Chawla coming out with a video congratulating the attacker, the killer, and also saying that there are much more to this that will follow after this. He has named many of the Hindu leaders based in Punjab. So this also is concerning for the agencies, and they are working round the clock. They are looking into every minute details that is emerging. They are linking many things. Some of the more details are expected to emerge in a short while, where the hint goes towards the Pakistani ISI and those handlers who are sitting in Pakistan and Canada. So that is what the Punjab police and other agencies are working into. They are saying that as and when there is some development, they will be sharing or with us as well, but they are looking into every possible angle. Priyanka.
Gursimran, stay on with us as we are also getting several voices on this gruesome killing that had taken place yesterday, including the Khalistani leaders talking about this targeted killing that had taken place. Let's take a look at those, and then we'll be back with you over updates that were coming in on this investigation.
पूरी सिख कौम नू, पूरे मुसलमान कौम नू, पूरा हर वो बंदा जेड़ा आजादी चाहता है, जेड़ा सुकून चाहता है, उन्हां सारियां नू बहुत बहुत मुबारक होवे। सूरी नहीं मैं कहांगा, अमृतसर दे विच जेड़े नौजवान ने उन्हें गोलियां मारियां, मैं सदके जावां उस अपने भरा दे। मैं सारियां नू मुबारकबाद देना कि चला गया, हुण अगले सूरां नू वेखो, ए सूरां ने जाना ही जाना है। निशांत शर्मा ने भी जाना है, अमित अरोड़े ने भी जाना है, मंड ने भी जाना है, बाकी दूसरे तीसरा ने भी इस तरह मौत मरना जिवें सूरी मर गया। और सट के जावा शेरा, जेड़े शेर ने उन्होंने कत्ल किया, मेरी जान जिंद ओहदे उत्ते हाजिर है।
So, of course, these are some of the shocking statements that we are picking up from the leaders as well. And, of course, Sudhir Suri as to why he had been targeted. We had seen that there were several videos earlier as well that had come to light, viewers, of threats being issued to him. And Gursimran, my colleague, continues to be with us on the broadcast. Gursimran, isn't it right that he used to be getting these threats from the very beginning, and that's why there was security that had also been given to him by the Punjab police? So speak to us about the threat perception that the authorities also had about this particular leader and how he is being targeted by these ISI links and Khalistani groups.
See, one thing is very clear, that he was, Sudhir Suri was very vocal about the Hindu community, and he was putting up their perspective. And that is what has rattled the Khalistani elements that were sitting not only in Punjab but also across the border. They were continuously giving him threats, and that was one of the reasons that he was provided the wise security cover by the state government. But to the utter shock, the wise category security didn't react to when he was fired upon. 5 shots in the span of almost 6 to 7 seconds happened, and there was no security cover. This seems to be standstill at that very moment. He was getting regular threats. He was pretty vocal in the last few days. He was vocal against Amritpal Singh, who claims to be one of the preacher of the community, but is into radicalizing, but into provoking the youth of the community. He was taking some separatist line in Punjab. He was against them. So was it the reason he was killed? That is something the police is looking into. See, one thing that the agencies are repeatedly telling us that this is a deep-rooted conspiracy and that needs to be probed thoroughly. This is not about that a person has shot dead a person, he has been arrested and the weapon has been recovered, so the case stand closed. This is not about that, but it is about the deep-rooted conspiracy that has been hatched. The killer who has been arrested by the Punjab police is just a tip of the iceberg. There is a lot more to it and it needs a thorough probe. The Punjab police is looking into it, but a parallel investigation has already been launched by the central agencies that are working in Punjab. This is not an official investigation.
Gursimran, stay on with us. Sorry to cut you short, but we are picking up several voices, including Tejinder Bagga, in fact, who's joining me on the broadcast right now. Mr. Bagga, what do you also have to say about this leader that has been targeted yesterday, even after there was a lot of threat perception that had been recognized by the authorities, so much so that the Punjab police had given him security cover as well. But even then we are seeing that this kind of a conspiracy was allowed to be hatched and this leader had to lose his life.
देखिए, पंजाब के अंदर होने वाली पहली घटना नहीं है। पिछले 7 महीने से जब से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पंजाब के अंदर आई है, वहां पे दिन दहाड़े जिस प्रकार से लोगों की हत्याएं हो रही है, चाहे वो कल की घटना हो, चाहे वो उससे पहले सिद्धू मूसेवाला की घटना हो, चाहे उससे पहले कबड्डी खिलाड़ी और कई नामी खिलाड़ियों की हत्या हो, पंजाब के अंदर कानून व्यवस्था बिल्कुल चरमरा चुकी है। पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री पंजाब के अंदर से गायब हैं। वो कभी गुजरात घूम रहे हैं, कभी हिमाचल घूम रहे हैं। पुलिस की उपस्थिति के अंदर अगर आतंकवादी इस प्रकार से किसी व्यक्ति की हत्या कर सकते हैं, जहां पुलिस के 8-8, 10-10 ऑफिसर खड़े हों, तो आप सोचिए पंजाब की कानून व्यवस्था में लोग कैसे सुरक्षित महसूस करते होंगे।
All right, Tejinder Bagga, thank you for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your perspective on this big story that we are tracking for you viewers. I also want to thank Gursimran for joining us with the ground updates and the investigation that is going on as well. Viewers, this is one of the biggest stories that we are tracking for you from Amritsar, where in fact post this gruesome murder, we are seeing that Hindu groups have also called for a bandh in Amritsar as well. And of course, the police is also making sure that these statements come out in the open, them claiming that there is a thorough investigation that is also being carried out in this killing of the Hindu leader as well. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. Now, cutting across to some more breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers. The train bogie caught fire at the Nashik Road railway station is what we're learning. Now, the fire brigade has reached the spot is the update that we're getting to you. Efforts intensified to douse the fire, and Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express was the train of the bogie of which in fact had caught on fire. The fire broke out at around 9:45 a.m. today, and according to the railway officials, there was a fire in the luggage bogie is the latest that we're picking up. And these are the visuals of this accident that has taken place, visuals of the fire, in fact, that has been reported. The train bogie had caught on fire at the Nashik Road railway station is what we're learning. Now, of course, we are getting you the visuals of how the fire emergency services have also reached the spot and trying to douse the fire. Those are the attempts of dousing the fire, the visuals of which are on your screens. And we are also learning that the train bogie of which had caught on fire was the Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express, and the fire had broken out at about 9:45 a.m. Sandeep, my colleague, is on the ground tracking this story for us. Sandeep, tell us more about this fire that had broken out in the luggage bogie of the Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express as well. And tell us what are the updates the authorities are telling you. Has the fire been doused? How many people had been trapped inside? And if there are any people that have sustained injuries as well?
See, fortunately, there was no one who got into this fire, and there was no injury or casualty reported in this fire. Yes, Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express had caught fire in the luggage bogie at around 8:45 a.m. in the morning, following which the luggage bogie was separated from the entire train, and later on firefighting operations were started. Now, fire brigade of fire tenders reached the spot on the time, and they have almost doused the fire. Now the fire is in control. So fortunately, there is no injury or no casualty reported in this major fire.
Well, of course, and those are the visuals that we are also putting out, viewers, of this fire that had broken out. And of course, the authorities are also on the ground carrying out the fire dousing exercises. And of course, they are making sure that none of the people come in the way as well. These are the visuals of this kind of relief operations that are also being carried out by the fire emergency services. This is, of course, the Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express that had caught on fire, the bogie of which had caught on fire as well. And Sandeep, tell us more about how this fire in fact had also erupted, because we are seeing that the fire had engulfed the entire bogie, and we're seeing a lot of smoke as well there. So the fire was a really big one, but how exactly had it broken out? What are the authorities telling you? Sandeep, if you can hear me, what was the cause of this fire that is being reported as of now? The authorities might have some kind of a preliminary report about the reason for this kind of a fire that had broken out.
I beg your pardon.
All right, so those are the visuals, viewers, of the Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express, the bogie of which that had caught on fire, the fire that had erupted in the luggage area as well, is what we're being told. The luggage bogie that had seen this kind of a fire engulfing it, and we are seeing that the security and the fire emergency services are also at the spot carrying out these kind of relief operations. Of course, fortunately, we are learning that none of the passengers have sustained any injuries or casualties that have been reported from this particular incident of fire that had broken out as well. This fire, in fact, had broken out at about 8:45 a.m. in this morning at the Nashik Road railway station, is what we are learning, and these are the visuals from that particular place itself. And of course, the fire emergency services still carrying out the operations to douse the fire and making sure that none of the civilians come in the harm's way, and that is why they're clearing out that particular area as well. These are the visuals that you can see on your screens. And Sandeep, my colleague, is back with us on the broadcast. Sandeep, tell us more about the origin of this fire and the reason that is being shared by the authorities as to why this fire had even erupted.
See, so far, Central Railway has not cleared the reason of like how did this fire erupted and what is the exact reason that the bogie caught fire. But yes, it was a luggage bogie and it had caught fire at around 8:45 a.m. But an inquiry will be in fact initiated by Railway to find the reason of the fire, and also necessary steps will be taken by Central Railway to avoid such kind of incident. Luckily that there was no injuries in this maximum travelling route, that is LTT Shalimar Express, but it would have been a major it could have more major impact if it would have been into the passengers bogie. But yes, so far there hasn't been any kind of injury or casualty reported. But yes, Central Railway will initiate an inquiry in regards of the fire that have taken place.
All right, Sandeep, they're getting us the details of this fire that had erupted in the Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express. And of course, fortunately, we're learning that none of the passengers have sustained any injuries. Viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but getting you details on the other side of this fire that has erupted in the Shalimar Mumbai LTT Express at about 8:45 a.m. We'll get you the updates and the newest visuals as well that we're getting in from there.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat intensifying. The Aam Aadmi Party picks Isudan Gadvi as the chief ministerial candidate for the upcoming elections. And complete chaos ensues in Pakistan after a failed assassination attempt. Imran Khan has called for a mega showdown.
Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details of the Khalistani angle to Sena leader murder case in Amritsar. Delhi air quality remains in severe category with Punjab farm fires on record high.
Top stories at 10:30. The national capital continues to choke in the toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejaswi Yadav now wades into the rout. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organizations call for a bandh in Amritsar. Pakistani ISI link emerges in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms a larger plot at play. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal Pradesh today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. And straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up this time from Karnataka viewers in Bidar, in fact, where 7 women have lost their lives along with 6 other people that have sustained injuries after a collision between a truck and an auto rickshaw took place today. The incident occurred near the Vimalkhera village is what we're being told. Now the injured persons who were from the village were shifted to the Bidar hospital is the latest that we are picking up. Of course, massive accident that had taken place there between, in fact, this was a collision that took place between a truck and an auto rickshaw, because of which, unfortunately, 7 people who were all women, 7 women, in fact, have lost their lives, and 6 other passengers, in fact, have sustained massive injuries, and these are the passengers that had been shifted to the hospital, the visuals of which we are putting out on your screens from the hospitals where the passengers are undergoing treatment and the medical staff is attending to them. These are the visuals of the aftermath of this collision that had taken place between the truck and an auto rickshaw as well. Prajwal, my colleague, is on the ground tracking this story for us. Prajwal, tell us more about this collision that had taken place between the truck and the auto rickshaw as well, and who are these people that have lost their lives? Were they all passengers? Tell us more about the status update of the injured people as well that had been shifted to hospital. Prajwal.
Yes, Priyanka, as you were saying, 7 people have been killed, and now the number of injuries, fatal injuries, has gone up to 11. And this was a crash between a truck and an auto which was passing through Chittaguppa Taluk near Bhima Kheda Government School. And it is being understood that all these 7 women were daily wage laborers, and they were moving to their residence near the Bhima Kheda Government School via the Chittaguppa Taluk. After boarding an auto rickshaw, initial investigations have now stated that the auto rickshaw was overloaded. That means more, the capacity of the passengers was more than what the auto rickshaw could go on and ferry. And this is also being stated as one of the reasons for the accident. But this was mainly a head-on collision here, Priyanka. And due to the impact of the collision, all of them have been thrown in. They have been thrown in and thrown in the air, and therefore they have sustained grievous injuries. And 6 of them died on the spot. One of them was taken to the hospital, but later succumbed to their injuries. Now it is also being understood that the driver of the auto rickshaw as well as the driver of the truck too have gone on to sustain grievous injuries. Now a medical legal case has also been registered in this regard, and they have been taken to the government hospital at the Chittaguppa Taluk in Bidar. And the concerned ministers as well as the MLA too visited the spot, and they visited the hospital, and they have stated that all the medical treatment and the facilities will be taken care by the government of Karnataka. But sadly, this is quite shocking because of the fact that rules were not followed over here. This entire thing turned out to be a problem, and 7 innocent lives were lost.
Prajwal, also speak to us because a very important point you just now mentioned, that the rules were not being followed. So will there be a formal investigation and inquiry into who really was at fault here, because there was an head-on collision as you're telling us. So speak to us if the authorities are also telling you on the investigation into this entire matter, on whose negligence because of which this accident has taken place, for which 7 people that have lost their lives.
There has already been a case of rash and negligent driving which has been registered against both the auto driver as well as the truck driver as well, because it is being understood that these are the by lanes in a residential locality, in a residential area, in a village, and usually when passing by there are already signboards which will be put across by the town municipal authorities as well as the village panchayat authorities stating that the vehicles will have to travel only through a particular speed limit, but it is being understood that the truck driver was already over-speeding over here. So a rash and negligent driving case has already been, booked against him, but he is also going on and battling for his life now. So the owner of the vehicle has been called in, and therefore the SP also visited this particular spot, and he stated that there will be speed breakers which will be installed after much uproar from the locals over there, who demanded that these accidents happen very often in this particular area, but so far all their complaints have fallen on deaf ears. So the SP has promised that there will be speed breakers installed and the necessary action will be taken.
All right, Prajwal, I want to thank you for joining us on the broadcast and sharing those details, and we trust you to keep us ahead on this story as and when there are more and more updates on this tragic accident that has taken place. For the moment, viewers, we move on to some other breaking updates. And this time getting these updates from with respect to this fire, in fact, that has broken out in a plastic slippers and shoes manufacturing factory in the Narela industry area in the national capital. Now, of course, 20 fire tenders are present at the spot, and we're learning that no casualties so far have been reported. These are visuals that we're getting from the national capital itself, where this fire that had broken out, viewers, and the visuals of this factory, in fact, are on your screens, where the fire, in fact, had actually broken out. This is a factory that makes plastic slippers and shoes, a manufacturing unit, in fact, which has caught on fire. And of course, we are learning that the fire emergency services are on the spot. At least 20 fire tenders are at the spot trying to douse this fire as well. And Anuj, my colleague, is on the ground reporting on this story for us. Anuj, tell us more about how this fire had erupted in this factory, where at least 20 fire tenders have already reached. What more details can you tell our viewers about this fire that has erupted there?
Well, the reason of the fire is still not known, and we are still waiting for the update for the reason of the fire. But the latest what we are breaking at this point in time is that this is around 20 fire tenders which has already reached at the spot, and at this point in time the operation is going on, and the fire teams, as we are telling, is already on the spot. Whereas we have been told this was a shoe factory in Narela, and where it was reported that the fire broke out, after which it was reported to the concerned department. Thereafter, we have been told that the fire tenders came in action, the fire services came in action, then 20 fire tender is already at the spot. So no casualty has been reported as of till now, what we have been told, and the teams are working on the ground and they are trying to control the situation. Still, it has been not doused properly, but yes, 20 fire tenders at the spot. No casualty has been reported. That is something what we have been told, but the operation is going on, and it was a shoe factory in the industrial area of the Narela in the national capital, where it has been reported, and the reason of the fire is still yet to be known. Yes.
Anuj, also tell us whether there will be any kind of investigation or a report that will also be filed over the fire that has erupted, and that would have to be submitted to the authorities as well to look into this matter, because what we are seeing on our screens is this is a very massive fire that has in fact erupted. And of course, fortunately, we are learning that, as you are also telling us, that no casualties so far have been reported in this.
Well, reason of the fire is not known yet, but this is the matter of the fact that this is going to be the part of the investigation. The concerned authority is going to investigate on the same. The concerned department is going to investigate on the same, that whatsoever was the reason of the fire would have been properly checked, and if there is any lapses by the building owner, and if there is any short circuit, that is still to be known. Then all is going to be investigated, that what exactly was the reason of the fire. But as this is a massive fire, and that's why 6 engineers of the fire have been already spotted there. And as we are telling this again and again to our viewers, that 20 fire tenders has been seen a very, very high density of the fire, and that's why this is 20 fire tender which has been spotted there, which has been deployed over there, and the teams are working at this point in time. But this is a matter of investigation that how this fire took place. This is yet to know that what exactly was the reason of the fire.
Well, of course, thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details of this fire that has erupted. As, of course, Anuj was also telling us that this is a plastic slippers and shoes manufacturing factory in the Narela industrial area of the national capital. And as we speak, these are the live updates that we're putting out on your screens, that at least 20 fire tenders are present at the spot trying to douse the fire. And back-to-back breaking updates that we're picking up for you with respect to an accident that has taken place in the Atal Tunnel now in Rohtang, where a motorcycle was involved in an accident that took place. So we are learning that the CCTV footage of the incident in fact has surfaced, where a young man and a woman riding a bike were seriously injured in the incident. Now the treatment of the injured boy is going on in the regional hospital, and the girl is shifted to Manali is the latest that we're picking up. These are the CCTV images of that accident that has been caught on tape in the Atal Tunnel. And Gursimran, my colleague, is also once again joining us on the broadcast with more details. Gursimran, tell us more about this CCTV footage that has been accessed, the accident that had been caught on tape as well. Speak to us about how this accident had taken place and what is the status update of the passengers, namely the boy and the girl who were on the bikes. They had been shifted to the hospital. What is their medical health like right now, medical bulletin like right now? And also speak to us about how this accident really took place.
The incident has been reported yesterday evening at around 6:30 when this boy and a girl, they were coming on the motorcycle from the Sisu area and were going towards the Manali. This incident has taken place inside the Atal Tunnel in the Rohtang, and soon after the incident, the boy was shifted to the Kullu hospital, the regional hospital, and the girl has been shifted to the Manali hospital. They were working in two different hotels in the Sisu area, and what we are getting to know that when they were returning, they lost the control over the bike, and the bike hit the divider that is on the tunnel side, in which both were grievously injured, and they were shifted to the nearby facility and later to two different hospitals. Now they are being treated. They are said to be out of danger as per the inputs we are getting from the locals administration there. But a major tragedy has been averted as there was no vehicle that was coming from the other direction or from the same directions. Otherwise, this would have been more tragic.
Well, absolutely, Gursimran there getting us the details of the CCTV footage that have also been accessed of this accident that had taken place inside of the Atal Tunnel in Rohtang, and this was a motorcycle that had been involved in this accident that took place. And of course, the CCTV footage are on your screens right now, viewers, where a young man and a woman driving the bike were seriously injured in the incident. And the treatment of the duo, in fact, is also being carried out in Kullu and in Manali, respectively. And of course, we are seeing that the investigation by the authorities will also have to be carried out into this entire matter. But as of now, the CCTV footages are on your screens of this accident that had been caught on tape. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you details on the other side of how Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the row as well. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for the BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls.
Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details of the Khalistani angle to Sena leader murder case in Amritsar. Delhi air quality remains in severe category with Punjab farm fires on record high.
आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर, आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे सर, लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं। भगवंत मान जी
This evening, as Punjab Chief Minister evades Republic questions on stubble burning, our netas not accountable. 2 years after the worst form of targeting of the media, Republic emerges stronger. We thank you viewers for your endless support.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran, to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hardline Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protest.
Welcome back, viewers. Here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger has erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on the rumours. DGP mentioned of investigations at the primary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal Pradesh elections, and Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated, a severe category has been recorded as high as 450. Delhi primary schools remain shut from November 5th. Till pollution situation improves, an official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic defence and maritime and many others are discussed. And slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of the national capital, continuing to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs the national capital.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been killed and thousands arrested since the unrest began. The protesters gathered in Karaj, just outside Tehran, to mark the 40th day since the shooting death of Hardline Najafi, one of the several young women to have been killed during the protest that broke out over alleged moral policing in Iran. The 40th day after someone's death has great symbolism in Shiite Islam and is marked by public mourning. Commemorating protester deaths has given momentum to the ongoing demonstration, just as it did during the 1979 revolution that overthrew Iran's earlier monarchy. Agency report for Republic TV.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat.
Welcome back, viewers. Here's some news in brief from across the globe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the G7 nations for announcing a coordination mechanism to help rebuild Ukraine's shattered energy infrastructure. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky met with the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who made a surprise visit to Kiev. Campaigning for Malaysia's general elections, formally in a high competitive race that will see the world's longest serving coalition seeking to regain its dominance 4 years after a shocking electoral loss. Intense rains and landslides have left at least 7 dead and some 330 houses affected in eastern Venezuela. Over the past 5 weeks, nearly 14,000 families have been affected by the heavy rains, floods and landslides ravaging the South American country. Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of the Pakistan ISI link emerging in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms a larger plot at play.
It's a horrific incident captured on camera. Shiv Sena Neta Suri is shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar. There is no end to stubble burning. The Delhi AQI is dipping further. Citizens continue to choke. But the key question, what are our netas doing? The Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP blame game continues. Citizens demand action now, but who will be accountable? Republic's unrelenting coverage leads to big action in the Morbi tragedy. The chief officer finally is suspended. The race for Gujarat intensifying. The Aam Aadmi Party picks Assaduddin Owaisi as the chief ministerial candidate for the upcoming elections. And complete chaos ensues in Pakistan after a failed assassination attempt. Imran Khan has called for a mega showdown.
Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details. Shiv Sena leader shot dead in broad daylight in Amritsar, one accused arrested. Videos show how at least 9 policemen were present during firing. Questions raised over law and order in Punjab. Republic accesses sensational details of the Khalistani angle to Sena leader murder case in Amritsar. Delhi air quality remains in severe category with Punjab farm fires on record high.
आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर, आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे सर, लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं। भगवंत मान जी
This evening, as Punjab Chief Minister evades Republic questions on stubble burning, our netas not accountable. 2 years after the worst form of targeting of the media, Republic emerges stronger. We thank you viewers for your endless support.
Iranian protesters and security forces clashed in a town near the capital, where state-run media reported at least 2 deaths following the incident. At least 300 protesters are reported to have been.
Top stories at 11 a.m. The national capital continues to choke on toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs the national capital. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the row. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader's murder. Hindu organizations call for a bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms a larger plot at play. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today. The campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Hello and welcome viewers. Thank you for staying with Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you from the national capital, where the air quality index continues to deteriorate, and the politics on this also continues as the blame game carries on between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. But getting you the details of the air quality continuing to dip further. The air quality index presently is at 529 in Noida in UP in the severe category and 478 in Gurugram Gurugram in Haryana in the severe category as well. 534 in Dhirpur in the severe category once again. And Delhi's overall AQI currently is in the severe category at 431 is the latest that we're picking up. And of course, we are seeing the reactionary measures that are being taken by the Delhi government for closing down of the primary schools and outdoor activities being restricted in the higher up classes of these schools as well. But we are seeing that the kind of air quality index that is continuing to deteriorate, and the kind of blame game that we have also seen over the past 48 hours itself, that the BJP claiming that the Delhi government is not taking the appropriate measures to keep this in check. And we had seen that Arvind Kejriwal himself coming out and stating that the union government needs to do something about this entire issue as well, as this is not just something that is an issue of the national capital, but of the north states as well. My colleagues Harsha and Piyush Ori are also joining me right now on the broadcast. Harsha, to you first. You have been tracking this story since morning. You've been getting us conversations with the school teachers, parents and students themselves. Speak to us a little bit more about the deteriorating AQI and the number it stands at in the very severe category as of now, and the kind of measures that are being taken to control this.
Priyanka, till now we have done reports from several places. We have spoken
their parents and everyone. We have done reports from Akshardham and from everywhere. So this is a very toxic air which Delhi NCR is breathing in. And now it's a high time that a discussion should be done that what measures could be taken. The blame game is being done between state and between centre. Yesterday we saw Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal doing the press conference with Bhagwant Mann. Bhagwant Mann clearly stated that it's not farmers' fault. Nothing adequate yet is being done by the centre. We need the help of the centre government. It was said by Bhagwant Mann and Arvind Kejriwal, but till now, the pictures from Sangrur, Firozpur, Amritsar, Ludhiana, moreover, there are many places in Punjab where the visuals are being seen, where the stubble burning is still continuing. In Punjab, in several places, because of the farm fire, because of the smoke which is coming directly from the different tehsil and different districts of Punjab, is directly affecting and infecting Delhi NCR. The smoke could be seriously seen. The layering, the thick layering of smoke is everywhere. Be it Akshardham, be it Anand Vihar railway station, India Gate, from where my colleague Piyush Ori was reporting in the morning. The AQI in Delhi NCR in Delhi is 431, Noida 529, very critical. It is gas chamber, and everyone is talking about that it is every year problem now. Now government should talk about solution. They should talk about solution, but they are not talking about solution. Only blame game is going on. If we talk about preventive measures, still now schools are being closed.
Harsha, they're getting us the updates as far as the AQI is concerned. Harsha, stay on with us. Let me also bring in Piyush Ori to the conversation, because Piyush, we have been seeing that the kind of issues that the parents are facing, the civilians are facing, and the kind of measures that are now being announced by the Delhi government. But it is also not just in Delhi, in several other parts as well, from parts of Gurugram and of course of Noida as well, that we are seeing that this kind of AQI deteriorating. What are some of the measures that you're being told they will be taking as far as this AQI is concerned, but also keeping in mind the stubble burning that is adding to the deterioration of the AQI?
So you aptly mentioned, Priyanka, that we are all in it together, and whether it is the rich or the poor, the old or the young, every one of us is affected by this deteriorating air quality. Now, yes, the focus of this air pollution has primarily been on Delhi because of its huge population base and of it being a national capital. But what it also is important is that there are several cities like Gurugram, which has been declared as the cyber hub of the country, Noida, Ghaziabad, and even several places like Meerut, which are facing this problem of deadly air pollution, the pollution which can severely affect your lungs if the poisonous substances that are concentrated in this air get exposed to you for long. So yes, you are all in it together. Now, because of the public health emergency which is right now prevalent in the Delhi National Capital Region, there is some short-term measures that have been taken by the Delhi government. To begin with, all the vehicles that are not complying by the BS6 norms have been asked not to travel in Delhi. Besides this, all the heavy trucks which are considered to be the main source of air pollution have also not been asked to ply in Delhi National Capital Region. Besides this, as I want to tell you that yes,
right, Piyush, stay on with us. I implore you and Harsha to stay on with us, and let me also bring in my colleague Anuj, who's also reporting on this story. He's joining us with several leaders as well. It's over to you, Anuj. Speak to those leaders and understand what's happening with the AQI deterioration that we're facing right now.
Well, exactly. I'm reporting from the national capital as we are seeing the war of word among the parties, and this is the layman who is facing the problem if we talk about the air quality. I am with Tejendra Bagga of the BJP. First, let me show you this particular poster which has been pasted by the Bharatiya Janata Party at the office of the Delhi Pradesh of BJP at the Pandit Pant Marg, and we'll be talking to Bagga Sahab that what exactly this mean and what exactly he has to say about the same. Bagga Sahab, क्या है ये पोस्टर आज ये लगे देखने को मिल रहे हैं, और जो सबसे पहले जो हालात हैं, जो एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स है वो सबके सामने है, कितनी प्रॉब्लम जो कॉमन मैन को देखते हैं।
दिल्ली आज एक गैस चैम्बर के अंदर कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है। ये बयान भारतीय जनता पार्टी का है, मेरा नहीं है। ये बयान माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का है, और उसके बावजूद अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली के अंदर नज़र नहीं आ रहे। इस दुनिया के अंदर सिर्फ एक ही उदाहरण मिलता है हिटलर का, जिसने अपने राज्य के अंदर जगह जगह गैस चैम्बर बना के अपने लोगों को मारने का कार्य किया था। उसके बाद ये दुनिया के अंदर दूसरा उदाहरण मिलता है कि दिल्ली दुनिया के एक शासक ने अपने राज्य को गैस चैम्बर में कन्वर्ट कर दिया। आपको ध्यान होगा पिछले साल जब पंजाब में अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार नहीं थी, ये कहते थे कि मैंने एक डीकम्पोजर बनाया है। अगर ये डीकम्पोजर किसानों को बांट दिया जाए तो वहाँ पे पराली की और प्रदूषण की समस्या हल हो सकती है। लेकिन आज पंजाब के अंदर जब आप उनकी सरकार है, वो डीकम्पोजर किसानों को देने में फेल साबित हुए, किसानों को कोई भी विकल्प देने में फेल साबित हुए, जिसके कारण सिर्फ दिल्ली ही नहीं, दिल्ली के आसपास के राज्य भी प्रदूषित है। उसका जिम्मेदार अगर कोई व्यक्ति है तो सिर्फ अरविंद केजरीवाल है।
तो साहब, एक पॉलिटिकल वॉर ऑफ वर्ड तो हम लगातार देख रहे हैं। वो लोग कहते हैं कि केंद्र ने किसानों की मदद नहीं करी, केंद्र फंड नहीं दे रहा है। इस तरीके के एलिगेशन जो है आम आदमी पार्टी के हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है कि जब पंजाब में सरकार नहीं थी तब अरविंद केजरीवाल कहते हैं, लेकिन सॉल्यूशन तो कुछ है नहीं। कॉमन मैन जो है वो जिस तरीके से
निश्चित रूप से सॉल्यूशन है। मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूं, पिछले साल के अगर आप पराली जलाने की घटनाएं देखेंगे, पंजाब में और हरियाणा में लगभग सेम थी, 10,000 12,000 घटनाएं हुई थी। हरियाणा में इस बार 80% पराली जलाने की समस्याओं को कम किया। दोनों राज्य बिल्कुल सेम हैं, लगभग आसपास के साथ के राज्य हैं। दोनों में 70% 75% लोग खेती पे निर्भर हैं। तो अगर हरियाणा सरकार 80% कंट्रोल कर सकती है, इस साल सिर्फ 2100 घटनाएं हुई या पिछले साल 10,000 घटनाएं थी, और जहां पंजाब में पिछले साल 11 साढ़े 11,000 घटनाएं थी, इस बार 21,000 अभी तक हो चुकी हैं। तो क्यों नहीं पंजाब सरकार ने कंट्रोल किया, क्यों नहीं डीकम्पोजर दिया? किसान आज वह शौक से पराली नहीं जलाता, किसान पराली जलाने पे मजबूर है क्योंकि सरकार उनको विकल्प देने में, कोई भी विकल्प देने में फेल साबित हुई। आज पंजाब का मुख्यमंत्री पंजाब में नहीं है, आज दिल्ली का मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली में नहीं है, दोनों गुजरात और हिमाचल में पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म पे है, इसलिए इस प्रकार से घटनाएं हो रही।
वहीं दूसरी तरफ कल आप लोगों ने कहा कि एलजी से मिलेंगे, स्कूल बंद करने की डिमांड भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी रख रही थी। क्या एलजी के साथ कोई मीटिंग है, और क्या स्टेप भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस सिचुएशन को?
देखिए, हमने कल एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी, और हमारी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद दिल्ली के अंदर 5वीं तक के स्कूलों को बंद कर दिया गया है। हमारा सीधा कारण ये है कि आज दिल्ली के लोग अपने श्वास लेने में दिक्कत महसूस कर रहे हैं, उनको विकल्प मिलना चाहिए। दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से कोई मिल नहीं सकता, दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली में है नहीं, वो किस अफसर को बोलेंगे और किससे बात करेंगे?
लोगों को दिखाएं। आवाज करो।
कमल भाई एक बार वॉइस चेक कर।
नहीं हो रहा। नहीं हो रहा, छोड़िए, थोड़ा टेक्निकल ग्लिच है, माफी चाहूंगा। अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब कहते थे कि मैंने सॉल्यूशन निकाल लिया है, इससे खाद बनेगी, दिल्ली वालों को बहुत फायदा होने वाला है, ये सब तमाम बातें वो करते थे। लेकिन जो सच्चाई सामने आई है, मैंने कुछ आरटीआई लगाई थी, उसका जवाब तो आया है, मैं आपसे शेयर करने वाला हूं। साथ में हमारे विधानसभा में विपक्ष के नेता रामवीर सिंह मधूड़ी जी ने भी प्रश्न उठाया था विधानसभा के अंदर, वो भी प्रश्न आया। उसका क्रक्स ये है कि 2 साल के अंदर जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जनाब साहब कहते थे कि मैंने घोल बना के दिल्ली का बहुत फायदा हुआ है, 3,59,000 3,79,000 का घोल बनाया 2 साल का। 2 साल की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, बात कर रहा हूं 2020-21 की और 2021-22 मार्च तक की। 3,79,000 rupees has been spent on this biodecomposer capsule which has been made by Pusa Institute but purchased by Delhi government. 3,79,000 उसको छिड़काव करने का खर्चा। जब मैं छिड़काव करने की बात करता हूं तो उसमें 2 महत्वपूर्ण चीजें हैं। एक है ट्रैक्टर किराए पे लिया उन लोगों ने, ट्रैक्टर किराए पे, और एक टेंट किराए पे लिया, उसको वो छिड़काव में यूज किया। तो वो टेंट, जब वो खेतों में टेंट यूज करता है, उसका खर्चा आया 64,12,000 रुपए। 3,79,000 का घोल 64,12,000 रुपए में ट्रैक्टर और टेंट किराए पर। अब आप मेरे सामने पत्रकार मौजूद है, मेरे भाई मौजूद है, उनको आपको मालूम है कि ट्रैक्टर कितने का आता है अगर हम खरीदें तो। यहां तो किराए पे लेने के ऊपर 64,12,000 रुपए का ट्रैक्टर और टेंट किराए पे आया। यह है पहली सच्चाई। उसके बाद बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें की गई, हमने किसानों को दिया, बहुत सफल हुआ, लेकिन इसी 3 लाख के घोल के ऊपर 23 करोड़ 27 लाख रुपए, और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा, ये आरटीआई के जवाब कह रहे हैं, 23 करोड़ 27 लाख रुपए इस विज्ञापनबाज मुख्यमंत्री ने विज्ञापन पर खर्च कर दिए 3 लाख के घोल के ऊपर। यह है इस घोल की सच्चाई। और ये मैं नहीं कह रहा, फिर मैं कह रहा हूं, ये मेरा कोई डाटा नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का आरोप नहीं है। और इस 23 करोड़ 27 लाख खर्च करने के बाद फायदा हुआ 345 किसानों को। यह है इस घोल की सच्चाई। विज्ञापनबाज मुख्यमंत्री जब हम बुलाते हैं, उसका कारण यह है कि 3 लाख की चीज के ऊपर आप 23 करोड़ रुपए खर्चा कर देते हो। यह है सच्चाई। अब मैं एक सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब से पूछना चाहूंगा। आप कहते हो घोल बहुत सफल हुआ, तो एक सीधा साधा सवाल आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस मंच से पूछ रही है कि अगर वो घोल इतना सक्सेसफुल हुआ तो पंजाब में घोल क्यों नहीं दिया गया किसानों को? ये जरा अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब बता दें। क्योंकि जो रिपोर्ट सामने आ रही है कि पंजाब में इस साल 34% केसेस बढ़े हैं, हरियाणा में 30% केसेस कम हुए हैं पराली जलने के, ये दस्तावेज सामने आ रहे हैं और रिपोर्ट सामने आ रही है। तो सवाल ये है कि या तो पराली सक्सेसफुल नहीं थी इसलिए आपने पंजाब में दी नहीं, और अगर सक्सेसफुल नहीं थी तो ये जो 23 करोड़ 27 लाख रुपए आपने विज्ञापन पर खर्च कर दिया, वो दिल्ली की जनता की गाड़ी कमाई का पैसा खर्च कर दिया, वो क्यों खर्च किया, इसका जवाब दें। और अगर घोल सक्सेसफुल था जो आप कहते हो, दावा करते हो, तो आपने पंजाब को क्यों नहीं दिया? और सिर्फ ये कहना कि हमारी सरकार सिर्फ 6 महीने हुए हैं आए हुए, इसलिए हमें 1 साल का समय और चाहिए। इस पे अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब का जवाब इस मंच के माध्यम से मैं पूछना चाहूंगा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब, घोल आपने पंजाब को क्यों नहीं दिया? और आप जो कहते हो कि हमें तारीख चाहिए, 1 साल बाद की तारीख चाहिए, तो ये तारीख पे तारीख जो अब मिल रही है, वो तारीख तो 2015 से यमुना पे भी मिल रही है। तो दिल्ली की जनता आप पर कैसे विश्वास करे, ये आप बता दीजिए। यमुना पे भी कहते थे 2015 से लेके हर साल मैं जल्दी ठीक कर दूंगा, इलेक्शन से पहले कर दूंगा। तो दिल्ली के लोगों को आपके ऊपर बिल्कुल विश्वास नहीं है। सीधा सीधा जवाब दीजिए, जो आपने दिल्ली की जनता के साथ धोखा किया है, पराली के घोल को लेके, बायो डिकम्पोजर के घोल को लेके, उसका जवाब दिल्ली की जनता को चाहिए। और जो आप हमारा आरोप है कि दिल्ली के अंदर जो प्रदूषण आज फैल रहा है, चाहे उसका कारण पंजाब हो, चाहे उसका कारण आपकी अपनी नाकामियां हो, उसका सीधा सीधा जिम्मेवार अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब हैं। और मैं मांग करता हूं अरविंद केजरीवाल साहब, पार्ट टाइम मुख्यमंत्री से, अगर आपके पास दिल्ली के लिए समय नहीं है तो अपना कोई फुल टाइम मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली को दे दीजिए, जो फुल टाइम यहां रहे, दिल्ली की सेवा करे, दिल्ली की जो प्रॉब्लम्स है उसको सॉल्व करे। हमें ऐसा मुख्यमंत्री नहीं चाहिए जो सिर्फ 2 घंटे के लिए दिल्ली के अंदर आता हो, अपनी बात प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से रखता हो और चला जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। किसी का कोई प्रश्न हो तो चल गया वीडियो, एक बार वीडियो चलवा देते हैं। प्रश्न एक मिनट पहले वीडियो चलता है,
तब तक आप प्रश्न शुरू कर सकते हैं। आपने सिक्स मीडिया बंधु का प्रश्न तो प्लीज
नहीं है, अभी आवाज नहीं आ रही। चलिए छोड़िए, थैंक यू।
Well, there you have it, viewers. More aggressive statements, in fact, coming to light from the BJP towards the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that the Delhi government is in fact failing in taking control of the AQI, the deteriorating AQI as well, and the air quality that is not being perceived as a priority for the Delhi government is something that the BJP is also claiming, since the Delhi Chief Minister and the Punjab Chief Minister both have been in Gujarat, and they had been in Gujarat yesterday and today as well, carrying out those campaigning road shows as well. And now we are seeing that the BJP in fact has made those statements against the Delhi Chief Minister, the Delhi government, where they have stated that they need a full-time chief minister in Delhi who is present here to take note of the issues of the civilians and not somebody who's out there campaigning, politically speaking. But viewers, we have our correspondents on the ground getting you the latest reports. Let's take a look at one such report filed by my colleague Piyush Ori. Then we'll be back with more updates.
While the focus of air pollution is presently in Delhi, what is important to note is not only Delhi, but even cities like Gurugram and Noida are reeling under the effects of severe and very dangerous level of pollution. I'm right now reporting from Cyber Greens area in Gurugram, where the images are going to be presented to you by my video journalist Mahinder. And over here, this area has a lot of foreign companies, a lot of multinational companies, a lot of companies that are in the list of Fortune 250 are located over here. So you can understand the significance of this area. This is the area in Gurugram which for long has been made as a portrait of the shining India, of progressive India. But you can see over here that the air pollution levels today has resulted even this shining image of India being completely engulfed in smog, being engulfed in hazy atmosphere. So you can understand about how dangerous the situation over here is also in Gurugram's most poshest area. Not only Gurugram's most poshest area, but even India's most prime estate area. Now let me tell you about the present situation of air quality over here in Gurugram. At present, according to Central Pollution Control Board, the air pollution levels in Gurgaon is recorded at around 380 micrograms per cubic meter, which is in the very poor category. So you can understand about how dangerous the situation is. there is high levels of PM 2.5, there is high levels of PM 10 and other poisonous gases like nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, carbon monoxide, which is all concentrated in Gurugram's air. All this is going inside our lungs and making us susceptible to very deadly diseases like lung cancer, asthma, bronchitis, coughing and several other ailments that are related to our lungs. So yes, situation over here is grave. Situation over here needs to be taken cognizance of. Now, there are several factors that may be contributing to the air pollution in the Delhi National Capital Region. At the moment, the prime focus is on increased incidents of stubble burning in Punjab.
And viewers, my colleagues Harsha and Piyush are joining me on the broadcast once again. And of course, we are tracking for you the biggest story with respect to the air quality index deteriorating and the kind of politicization of that entire issue also that is coming to light. Now, Piyush, if I could come to you first, we just heard the BJP's briefing, the kind of statements that are being that came to light against Arvind Kejriwal, claiming that they need a full-time Delhi chief minister and not just somebody who's touch and go, who goes to Gujarat for campaigning during the time that such a big issue is unraveling there in the national capital. And he has also stated that more than several crores, in fact, that have been used by the Aam Aadmi Party government on advertisement and not on correction of this situation of the air quality index. So what more are you picking up with respect to the AQI deterioration and the politicization of the same that we are seeing in the national capital?
So you raised two important points, Priyanka. Yes, at a time when the air quality levels in Delhi is very bad, it is a public health emergency situation over here. The BJP as well as the citizens are demanding accountability of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, Arvind Kejriwal, taking into consideration that there is now an assembly election in Gujarat, he is spending most of his time over there in Gujarat. But the BJP as well as the citizens of Delhi now are demanding that at this point of time, it is important for Arvind Kejriwal to take some very important decisions and be at the helm of affairs. So yes, there is a lot of accountability that is being sought from Arvind Kejriwal and his government at a time when Delhi is facing the situation of public health emergency. Having said that, the situation over here in Delhi is very bad and this has led to a political slugfest between the Delhi BJP, Aam Aadmi Party and even Congress. The Aam Aadmi Party on its side of defense is saying that they are not receiving the adequate help from centre in terms of grants, in terms of being assistance, financial assistance to the farmers of Punjab that is leading them to be involved in stubble burning. So yes, there is a lot of political blame game which is being happening over here. Now mind you, this political slugfest between all the major political stakeholders is also becoming very acrimonious, taking into consideration that on December 4th, there is also an MCD election which is going to be held in Delhi. So yes, you are seeing a lot of acrimony as far as the political war of words is concerned. But having said that, the most important issue over here is that there is a public health emergency situation over here in Delhi and we all are suffering. Yes, back to in the studio.
All right, this is one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you viewers as far as the politicization is also concerned. But of course, more importantly, the kind of issues that the civilians are facing because of the AQI deteriorating, that is not really a new problem. But this is something that we have seen unraveling at its peak post-Diwali as well. And of course, the political leaders making those kind of statements. I want to thank both Harsha and Piyush for joining us on the broadcast with those updates. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav had visited the ground zero and notified of maintaining law and order along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on the rumours as well. The DGP mentioned of investigation at its preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal election polls. PM likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery.
Well, Sudhir, Suri's post-mortem has been conducted in a civil hospital in Amritsar, and meanwhile a huge protest is also staged and witnessed outside this post-mortem unit. The story is getting every minute bigger just because since yesterday evening, the moment Sudhir Suri was shot dead, there is a sensitiveness prevailed in Amritsar. Watch this entire story after a short break. Stay tuned.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari.
क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर, जिस तरह से पराली को लेकर बार
आज पराली के आज देखो कितना बदल।
सर देखिए कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है जो दिल्ली तक गया है।
मेरी बात सुनो, जब मैं पराली पे पीसी करूंगा तो फिर आ जाऊंगा ना, छोड़ नहीं जब मैं ना ऐसा नहीं मैं नहीं
इतना बड़ा इशू
नहीं दे
2 मिनट तो दीजिए सर पराली का इतना बड़ा इशू।
सर मैंने आपको बोल दिया मैं पीसी करूंगा, आपने आज खड़ा उधर।
Top stories at 11:30. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, but politics is on. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav now wades into the row. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for a bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms larger plot. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. and welcome viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking, and joining me right now is Shivangi Shukla, who is going to be taking us through all the breaking updates that we're getting this hour.
Right, thank you, Priyanka. Well, let's start with the breaking news coming in right now. Remember that there was this tragic incident which had happened where a Shiv Sena leader was shot dead in broad daylight. So getting some breaking news coming in on that story. Hindu organizations given the Amritsar Bandh call for today over Suri murder. So we are getting these updates right now. A Khalistani link, a Pakistan link has also been exposed. Amardeep is joining us live right now for more details. Amardeep, take us through the details we're getting right now. A lot of anger after that very, very tragic incident. What can we expect today? Because there's a bandh being called today?
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. Amritsar is completely banned, and this call was given by the Hindu organizations. And even Sudhir Suri's post-mortem has been conducted here where we are standing outside. And even the Hindu organizations are continuously protesting against the killing of Sudhir Suri. And you can see the visuals. The post-mortem has already been conducted. It's over. Now the body will be taken out to the family. And in fact, meanwhile, there are certain Hindu organizations who are continuously protesting outside this, demanding the justice in this entire case and blaming the Aam Aadmi Party government as well as Punjab police for the complete sheer negligence into this entire case. And you can see a heavy police deployment is also here. Special operation group has also been deployed to meet with any kind of uncertainty, and even they are also ensuring the protesters that investigation is on the pace, and very soon the conspirators will be exposed and arrested. And in fact, the Hindu organizations are continuously protesting against this entire matter and demanding the justice, and even they are demanding that ISI and Khalistan link is completely emerging, and now they are trying to disturb the peace and harmony of Punjab. We will listen what they are saying now.
ਸਾਡੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਮਰਵਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੀ ਸਮਝਿਆ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਪੁੱਤ ਉਹਦੇ ਆ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਣੇ ਉਹ ਸਰ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਪਾਲ ਕੋ ਨੇ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਛਕਿਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੋਲ ਛਕੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਗੁਰੂਆਂ ਨੇ ਕਿੱਦਣ ਕਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਮਾਰ ਦਿਓ ਉਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਤਿਲਕ ਤੇ ਜਲਾਉ ਦੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਕੀਤੀ ਉਹ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਲੀਡਰ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੇ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਕੀ ਸਮਝਦੇ ਨੇ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਬੇਵਸਿਆ ਨਾ ਅੱਜ ਹਿੰਦੂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡੇਗਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੋਚ ਲਿਆ ਜਾਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਛੱਡਣਾ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ ਡਿਸਾਈਡ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਅਸੀਂ ਮਰਨਾ ਡਿਮਾਂਡ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੌਮੀ ਜਰਨੈਲ ਸੁਧੀਰ ਸੂਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਹੀਦ ਦਾ ਦਰਜਾ ਦਿਓ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੇ ਭਾਜੀ पोस्टमार्टम ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਹੋ ਨਾ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗ ਜੇ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਭਾਓ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲਾ ਦਿਓ।
आप सुन सकते हैं कि किस तरह से जो रोष है वो बढ़ा हुआ है। उनका ये कहना है कि सुधीर सूरी को शहीद का दर्जा दिया जाए। आप देख सकते हैं कि बहुत बड़ी गैदरिंग में लोग यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए हैं और लगातार जो प्रो खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स हैं उनको ब्लेम किया जा रहा है कि उन्हीं का हाथ है, ये उन्हीं की साजिश है। इसीलिए सुधीर सूरी का कल ब्रॉड डे लाइट में पूरे पब्लिक व्यू में इस तरह से कत्ल हो जाता है। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं माहौल बहुत तनावपूर्ण है और इनका ये भी कहना है कि अगर उनको शहीद का दर्जा नहीं दिया जाएगा तो उनका अंतिम संस्कार भी नहीं करने देंगे। आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं बहुत सेंसिटिव माहौल है। पुलिस लगातार इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है। कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस और डीजीपी लगातार ये लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन है उसको मेंटेन करके रखें, किसी भी तरह की कोई भी सिचुएशन को क्रिएट ना किया जाए। पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है, लेकिन जो लोग हैं, जो हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सपोर्टर्स हैं, जो सुधीर सूरी के सपोर्टर्स हैं और जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं, उनका ये कहना है कि जब तक शहीद का दर्जा नहीं मिलेगा तब तक उनका अंतिम संस्कार नहीं किया जाएगा। ये तस्वीरें देखिए, प्ले कार्ड्स भी लेके पहुंचे हुए हैं लोग यहाँ पे सुधीर सूरी की सपोर्ट में। सुधीर सूरी अमर रहे, सुधीर तेरी सोच पे पहरा देंगे ठोके, इस तरह के स्लोगन्स जो हैं वो लगातार बाहर, क्योंकि अभी पोस्टमार्टम खत्म हो चुका है और कुछ ही मिनटों में जो सुधीर सूरी की बॉडी है उसको बाहर लाया जाएगा पोस्टमार्टम के बाद और उसके बाद आगे की प्रतिक्रिया की जाएगी। बॉडी इसके बाद घर जाएगी, लेकिन इसमें रोष बहुत भारी है, रोष बहुत भारी है शिवानगी। रोष इतना भारी है कि ये लोग बिल्कुल नहीं अलाउ नहीं कर रहे हैं किसी भी तरह की मूवमेंट को। पुलिस पे लगातार सवाल है क्योंकि सुधीर सूरी को जो है वो भरी भीड़ में
भरी भीड़ में पूरे दिन खड़े हुए उनको पॉइंट ब्लैंक रेंज से गोली मार दी जाती है और पुलिस वाले उनके पीछे खड़े होते हैं। बड़े सवाल खड़े होते हैं कि जब सुधीर सूरी को इतना बड़ा थ्रेट था तो आखिरकार उसकी सुरक्षा बढ़ाई क्यों नहीं गई, और जब वो फुल पब्लिक व्यू में जाते हैं तो उनकी सुरक्षा का ध्यान क्यों नहीं रखा गया। इसी तरह के सवाल इन लोगों के मन में भी है जो लगातार यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं। और इसके साथ ही गोपाल चावला को वो वीडियो, लखवीर लंडा का वो सोशल मीडिया पोस्ट और हरविंदर रंधा की ये कॉन्स्पिरेसी, ये सारी चीज़ें मिलकर ये दर्शाती हैं कि ये कोई छोटा मोटा कोई पर्सनल एनिमिटी this was not a personal enmity, it was a complete full-fledged planned conspiracy which was hatched from Pakistan, from Canada, and that has been executed in Amritsar itself. So that is the reason they are actually protesting, just because it was the attack on the Hindu in Punjab, not only on Sudhir Suri. It was the killing of the killing is a clear-cut indication that somewhere down the line the pro-Khalistani elements are against the Hindus in Punjab. That is the reason this conspiracy has been hatched, and even the police investigation is also dragging towards the pro-Khalistani element. Sandeep Singh, who has been arrested, and incriminating the evidence has also been recovered from his car, which shows that he was associated with some Sikh hardliners, and in fact he never met Sudhir Suri. He was completely unknown to Sudhir Suri. He was having no personal enmity to Sudhir Suri as well, and the motive behind the murder is only that it was an attack on Hindus. You can see the visual. The visuals are here, that how they are protesting, and even the police is trying to manage the situation to maintain the law and order situation here in Amritsar outside the post-mortem unit, and where the post-mortem has recently conducted of Sudhir Suri. But meanwhile, certain kind of anger is emerging on the roads. Amritsar is completely band, and this band call was given by the Hindu organization. All the markets and even all the shops has been closed, their shutters are down, and Amritsar is completely in a very sensitive mode, and the sensitiveness in Amritsar is prevailing. Security has been beefed up in Amritsar, and in fact the administration is also trying to negotiate the talks with the Hindu organizations to scale down their protest and not to scale up this issue on the roads. And in fact they are also ensuring that investigation is still going on. Police will deliver justice to this entire murder case very soon. But the way Sudhir Suri was killed, people were not able to tolerate this kind of lackadaisical attitude of police, and even that is the reason they are continuously raising the voice against this killing, just because this killing has created so much anger among the Hindu organizations in Punjab. And even this killing was a target killing. This killing was a completely hatched conspiracy by the pro-Khalistani elements, and even Gopal Chawla's that video in which he was celebrating the killing of Sudhir Suri, a clear-cut indication. And Gopal Chawla is the one who is actually an ISI agent staying in Pakistan and even associate with the pro-Khalistani elements. And he was celebrating this entire killing of Sudhir Suri, a clear-cut indication that how ISI and pro-Khalistani elements have been behind this entire killing. And that is the reason their anger has been landed on the roads. Complete sensitiveness, a huge anger among the Hindu organization. Amritsar is on high sensitive area turning to be, and even the Band call has been given by the Hindu organization. The police is on the roads to maintain the law and order situation. The situation is every minute getting sensitive in Amritsar. Yes, Shivangi.
All right, viewers, so a lot of reactions coming in right now. I will come back to you, Amandeep. I just want our viewers to get all the reactions coming in on this story first before I come back to you and ask you about the kind of investigation which is happening right now and the reactions coming in across political lines.
इंसाफ मिलना चाहिए जी, उनको शहीद का दर्जा मिलना चाहिए और अमृतपाल को नथ पानी चाहिए। ये सारा पंजाब सरकार के करने से हुआ है। पंजाब सरकार ने 6 महीने से पंजाब सरकार आई है, ये दूसरा बड़ा कांड हो गया। सूरी साहब को इंसाफ मिलेगा, अगर ना मिलेगा।
पंजाब सरकार ने तो सुधीर सूरी को प्रोटेक्शन भी दी थी, सिक्योरिटी भी दी
नहीं जी, नहीं। पंजाब सरकार को हम अपने बड़े अफसरों को कितनी बार सूचित कर चुके थे कि सूरी साहब को बुलेट प्रूफ जैकेट की ज़रूरत है, मगर इन्होंने एक नहीं सुनी। उनको ये भी बोला था कि हमें बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी भी चाहिए, सूरी साहब को ज़रूरत है उसकी। ये कह रहे अपने पैसों से ले लो। सूरी साहब ने बोला 5-10 लाख मैं कोल से पास से दे दूंगा अपने, बाकी पैसे आप कर लो। ये एक नहीं सुनी सरकार ने। ये सारी सरकार की नालायकी की वजह से और प्रशासन की नालायकी की वजह से ये आज काम हुआ है।
All right, let's go back to Amandeep. Amandeep, a lot of anger over Sena leader's murder. That's what we are witnessing. And you're talking to the protesters there. Now, when we talk about the reactions coming in across political lines, the Congress leader and leader of opposition in the Punjab Assembly, Pratap Singh Bajwa, also has slammed the CM there, saying that the Chief Minister Man is busy campaigning in other states for Aam Aadmi Party while lawlessness in Punjab is at its peak. All right, I'll just be getting back to Amandeep at this point of time, viewers. Right now, of course, the story that we are tracking right now is the aftermath of that terrible incident where the Shiv Sena leader was shot in broad daylight. Many reactions have been coming in on this story, and right now, many Hindu organizations are protesting on the roads of Amritsar. Let's have a look at what else is making news from across India. A day after Shiv Sena leader murder, massive anger erupts. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for Bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits the grounds area and has now notified of maintaining law and order along with the peace. By maintaining strict vigil on rumours, DGP has mentioned of investigation is right now at the preliminary stage. Prime Minister will visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal election polls. PM likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity for state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian ground for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index has now worsened to severe category as recorded as high as 450 Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5th till pollution situation improves. And officials advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held, in fact, wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues, including trade, economic, defense and maritime, and many others are discussed. Viewers, some big breaking coming in right now. A Chinese spy vessel in Indian Ocean, Yuan Wang, has now entered Indian Ocean south of Andaman Islands ahead of India's missile test in the Bay of Bengal. A repeat of the Humban Tota episode when Yuan Wang, the previous Yuan Wang, the fifth, had docked at Sri Lanka port ahead of similar missile test by India. So this is what we are breaking right now. What we can tell you so far. A Chinese spy vessel is in the Indian Ocean territory. Indian Ocean territory. That's what we're learning so far. Now, this vessel is called Yuan Wang. Yuan Wang the Sixth entered the Indian Ocean south of Andaman Islands ahead of India's missile test in Bay of Bengal. Now, this is a repeat. I repeat, this is a repeat of the Humban Tota episode when the previous Chinese vessel called Yuan Wang the Fifth had docked at the Sri Lanka port ahead of similar missile test by India. So this is what we are breaking for you right now, viewers, where we're getting this news of a Chinese vessel which is right now in Indian Ocean territory. And what we can tell you so far is that this vessel is in the territory of the Indian Ocean. Now, India has been tracking this China spy ship for a while now. India has been tracking this China spy ship a while now, because this is a very important missile launch which will be taking place, like we told you, in the Bay of Bengal. Now, what we know so far is that the Indian Navy has been actively tracking this spy ship for several days now. For several days. The spy ships are being deployed in these waters by the Chinese army. They are the same class and are designed to monitor missile tests and the movement of satellites. So right now, as we are getting with this breaking update, we can tell you is that this is an incident which comes less than 3 months after a similar ship had docked in the Sri Lankan port of Hambantota. Remember, Hambantota is a very, very important port of Sri Lanka. So this is a very, very similar incident, to what had happened earlier in Hambantota. Now, the Yuan Wang, the 6th, has already crossed into the Indian Ocean territory. And what we can tell you so far is that this ship has crossed it just ahead of India's missile test in the Bay of Bengal. These are breaking developments which are coming in. As we get more details on the story, we are giving you all the details as they're trickling in at this point of time. Soon I'll be joined by my correspondents and reporters on Republic TV who are going to get you more details about these Chinese spy vessel which has been spotted in the Indian Ocean. So right now, as at this point of time, India has, of course, kept its eye on these Chinese spy vessels, and they have tracked these kind of vessels very, very closely. In fact, this vessel, which I said the name of just a short while back, Yuan Wang the 6th, has been tracked by the Indian Navy for the past couple of days. But we can tell you right now, viewers, the Chinese spy vessel has now crossed into the Indian Ocean. At the same time, India is tracking the Chinese spy vessel very, very closely. This is the breaking development we're getting for you right now. Of course, China has attempted many times to spy on India, and India has raised these concerns again and again. India has said that this is an issue not just of deployment of ships of the class of Yuan Wang in the Indian Ocean, but also on the Hambantota port, which has been leased to the China Merchant Port Holdings for 99 years after Sri Lanka was unable to repay loans taken for its development. And of course, after it has been leased to China, a lot of fears that that port, Hambantota port, is being used for military purposes by China. All right, let's go ahead to Major General G.D. Bakshi on the phone line. Thank you so much for joining us right now. This is a ship, a spy vessel, which has been tracked by India for several days. Yet China continues to provoke, and this ship has now entered the Indian Ocean territory. How would you like to react to that, Major General?
Look, even last time, a Chinese spy ship, very sophisticated spy ship with a lot of snooping there, had reached Hambantota at a time when we were carrying out missile tests. And we had protested strongly. There was a lot of tamasha. The ship was denied permission to dock. Then China put pressure and forced Sri Lanka to accept the ship. This is the second time a spy ship is floating around in our seas when we are carrying out major missile tests from the Balasore range in Odisha. So quite obviously they are trying to snoop and trying to gather telemetry data of our missile launches. And that could be not good for us, because then they can think of ways of jamming, snooping the guidance systems and all that. So we will have to be very careful. We may even have to suspend the testing for a while if this ship is hanging around. And we must monitor this ship closely as to what it is doing and try and edge it, make sure it is not near our territorial waters or the not able to or not allowed to snoop on our missile launches.
Major General G.D. Bakshi, you know, the question right now I want to ask you, and if you could tell our viewers as well, is China scared of India's missile test? India frequently is testing these ballistic missiles off Wheeler Island, and why is China sending a spy ship to Indian territory right now?
because we have the range now to, in case China acts up, we can blast Beijing off the map of this earth. So quite obviously China is concerned. Our Agni series of missiles, Agni 5, now can cover the whole of China. And we are going in for an ICBM also now, which will cover every part of China. So nothing will escape, and therefore China is quite rightly concerned and worried. Our nuclear submarine also carried out, Arihant also carried out missile firing tests with the K4 missile, which is relatively a short-range missile, but we have the K5 coming, which has got about 3,000 plus kilometer range, and that means from the launch area in the northern Bay of Bengal quadrant, from there we can strike any Chinese city in retaliation for whatever they want to do to our cities or threaten to do. So China knows that India is in a position to call its nuclear bluff, and India now has the wherewithal and the means to do so. So far, China was acting very high and mighty and saying that there is no comparison between India and China. There is. And though they say they are not concerned, when I had gone to China, I just picked up a newspaper, Chinese language newspaper, from one of the stalls in a wayside petrol station, a plaza. And there I found on the cover, front page cover, Agni missile, our aircraft carrier, our light combat aircraft. So they are very closely following India's growing military capability, and they quite obviously will concern China. For all the nonchalance that they try and show, they are worried, they are concerned about India's growing military and space capability.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Major General G.D. Bakshi. Now this is the developing story. I'm also being joined by Group Captain Augustine Vinod. Thank you for joining us. Now we are seeing a Chinese spy vessel in the Indian Ocean. This is Yuan Wang, the 6th, south of the Andaman Islands. What do you think China is trying to do?
I mean, good you got me on the phono. Recently, we may have seen the news of the firing ballistic missile defense missile, and it was God's grace. I was part of this team when I was in the Air Force, and in fact, when we were part of the founding members of this team. This vessel is just across Abdul Kalam Island, erstwhile called Wheeler Island, from where we normally test our missiles, fire our Agni missiles, etc. And they picked up this information through our own, advisory that we put out, so that, and we show the corridor in which we are going to fire this missile. So based on our adversary, they have come in. And they want to, sort of eavesdrop as to what kind of data link that they're using to control. And also, it's an open source information that we are also going to fire the submarine-launched ballistic missiles. It is what the open source info says. So both these are very critical technology. Very few countries in the world have this technology. Ballistic missile defense technology is not there in Southeast Asia other than probably China with anyone else. So it is China, India, USA, and maybe UK and Russia. So this particular HAVS club is a very small club, even smaller than nuclear club. So, and the technology involved in defending an incoming ballistic missile is not easy to come by. And
all right.
Probably we are the top notch in that, and they want to know how we are doing it. Probably they want to learn from us, is my reading. Over to you, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, for joining us, a strategic affairs expert. And this is the story we're tracking right now, where a Chinese spy vessel has reached the Indian Ocean territory. There, it's in the Indian Ocean right now. Yuan Wang the 6th. It's called Yuan Wang the 6th. And viewers, as we continue to be live at Breaking Republic TV right now, JP Nadda is in Himachal Pradesh. Stay tuned.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation.
क्या कहना चाहेंगे सर, जिस तरह से पराली को लेकर बात
आज पराली के आज देखो जे कितना बदल
सर, देखिए कितना बड़ा मुद्दा है जो दिल्ली तक गया है।
मेरी बात सुनो, जब मैं पराली पे पीसी करूंगा तो फिर आ जाना ना, छोड़ सब नहीं, जब मैं ना ऐसा नहीं मैं नहीं
इतना बड़ा इशू
नहीं दे
2 मिनट तो दीजिए सर, पराली का इतना बड़ा इशू।
सर मैंने आपको बोल दिया मैं पीसी करूंगा, आपने आज खड़ा उधर।
Top stories at 12 p.m. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, stubble burns, blame game continues, but zero political accountability. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for a bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms a larger plot at play. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Thank you for tuning in to Republic TV viewers. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking and straight away getting you one of the biggest stories that we're tracking for you today with respect to the air quality index of the national capital that is deteriorating by the minute and the politics around it that we are seeing that is being carried out by both the BJP stating that the Delhi government needs to have taken some preventive measures, and they have also in fact leveled gruesome allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party government, claiming that they have spent several crores of rupees into advertisement, and we see that the Delhi Chief Minister is nowhere to be found in the national capital. In fact, he is campaigning in Gujarat, is something that has been stated by the BJP leaders in that press conference that we just listened into a couple of minutes ago. And post which we also see that yesterday Arvind Kejriwal along with Bhagwant Mann had carried out a press conference stating that this is not just the onus on the Delhi government but on the union government as well to give some kind of measures that can be taken, some kind of changes that they need to also lead, because this is not a Delhi-centric problem, but this is a problem that several of the northern states of the country also face. And we are seeing that the air quality index that is in fact deteriorating by the minute. Viewers, we're picking up various political reactions on the same. Let's listen into what Nitish Kumar also had to say on this.
अलर्ट किए रहते हैं और आप सबको मालूम है कि कितना बार हम 18 से ही कितना लोगों को समझाए हैं, 18 से ही कितना समझाए हैं कि जलाइए मत। तो ये सब हम आज से कह रहे हैं लोगों को और पूरे तौर पर सब लोगों को हम कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। इस बार भी हमने कह दिया है कि पूरे तौर पर देख लीजिए, और जो दिल्ली का होता है वो तो बगल में जो होता है उसी के चलते असर ही पड़ता है। तो यही सबको समझना चाहिए, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। 18-19 से ही लगातार कर रहे हैं।
And there you have it, viewers. Several political reactions that we are picking up with respect to the AQI deteriorating by the minute, and of course the kind of allegations that are being levelled by the BJP over the Aam Aadmi Party government, claiming that the Delhi Chief Minister is nowhere to be found in the national capital during the time that the civilians of the entire area are bearing the brunt for this kind of an AQI deteriorating. And we are also seeing yesterday the kind of war of words that had broken out between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that this is because of the stubble burning that has led to this kind of a situation. Viewers, our correspondents are on the ground keeping us ahead on this story. Let me bring in Piyush Ori on this conversation in this broadcast. Piyush, tell us more about the kind of reactions as well that you're picking up with respect to the AQI deteriorating. And first, tell our viewers, where does the AQI stand as of now? It was in the severe category, and we are seeing that the BJP once again levelling allegations that the Delhi government is nowhere to be seen and they're not really taking any kind of corrective measures.
So first thing, Priyanka, yes, there has been a slight improvement in AQI levels in Delhi because of the movement of wind. As compared to yesterday, there has been a slight improvement. The AQI as of now stands at around 415 micrograms per cubic meter, which is still at hazardous levels. But as compared to yesterday, there has been a slight improvement. Having said that, because the AQI levels is bad, it is deteriorating with every passing day, there has been also a sharp political reaction which we have seen. Taking the lead has been BJP, who have criticized Aam Aadmi Party over its ineffectiveness in handling the entire situation. Mind you, as of now, the major reason considered to be the reason for this deterioration of air quality has been stubble burning that has been reporting from Punjab. In fact, as compared to previous years, there has been an increase in stubble fires, which only makes you realize that how bad and how ineffective the entire situation has been, and how the Punjab government has not been able to prevent the situation of stubble fires, which has resulted in increase of air pollution. So yes, the BJP leaders have criticized Aam Aadmi Party. They have said that because of corruption, because of lethargy, because of procrastination, the Aam Aadmi Party government, which is both there in Delhi and Punjab, have been unable to handle the entire situation. On its side of defense, the Aam Aadmi Party says that they do not want to politicize the entire matter and they want to sit with the centre to find a solution. In fact, one of the most important things which was being brought out by the Aam Aadmi Party yesterday was that in order to prevent the situation, they would want the crop diversification to be there in Punjab. But this is a long drawn process and it is going to take time. Meanwhile, till this time rolls out, there is going to be stubble burning, and this is going to result in the situation of air quality in not only Delhi but even the other areas of the NCR being very bad. Yes, back to the studio.
Well, all right, Piyush Ori there breaking down the details of this entire matter. Of course, viewers, one of the most important stories that we're tracking for you this day. In fact, we are also seeing the reactions of the political fraternity coming to light, claiming that this is the Delhi government at fault, who has not taken any kind of preventive measures in the entire city as well. But apart from that, we also see that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, along with the Punjab Chief Minister, yesterday had levelled those allegations against the central government and had appealed to the central government to also take some kind of measures, because this is not a Delhi-centric problem, is something that the Delhi Chief Minister yesterday had stated. But today we also see that the BJP carrying out that presser and stating that the Delhi Chief Minister is nowhere to be found. He is out campaigning in Gujarat, and that there were several crores of rupees that had been used for advertisement rather than for the preventive measures that could have been taken in the national capital as well. Viewers, we're picking up several political reactions on the same. Let's listen in to what Tejinder Bagga also had to say on this issue.
ये जो बयान है, ये जो मैंने उनकी तुलना हिटलर से की है, ये इसलिए की है कि दुनिया के अंदर दूसरा उदाहरण मिलता है जहां किसी नेता ने अपने ही स्टेट को, अपने ही राज्य को गैस चैम्बर के अंदर कन्वर्ट कर दिया। और ये मेरा बयान नहीं है, ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि दिल्ली गैस चैम्बर में कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है। आज अगर इसका श्रेय अगर किसी को जाता है तो दिल्ली के मालिक अरविंद केजरीवाल को जाता है, जो अपने आप को दिल्ली का मालिक कहते हैं। लेकिन अगर आप पिछले 20 दिन से देखोगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली में नजर नहीं आ रहे, वो गुजरात में घूम रहे हैं, वो हिमाचल में घूम रहे हैं। दिल्ली की जनता ये पॉल्यूशन के कारण, प्रदूषण के कारण मर रही है, लेकिन वो पॉलिटिकल टूरिज्म के ऊपर है। इसलिए मैंने उनकी तुलना जो की है हिटलर के साथ किया है, क्योंकि इस दुनिया के अंदर सिर्फ एक ही उदाहरण मिलता है जब किसी व्यक्ति ने गैस चैम्बर बना के अपने लोगों को मारने का काम किया था। उसके बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल दूसरे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली को गैस चैम्बर बना दिया है।
देखिए, पॉल्यूशन को ख़त्म करने के लिए या मिनिमाइज करने के लिए एफर्ट तब होना चाहिए जब से पॉल्यूशन के बढ़ने के खतरे बढ़ते हैं। दिल्ली की आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार के जो मंत्री, कल मैं देख रहा था बयान कि दिल्ली सरकार के, आम आदमी पार्टी के सरकार के मंत्री ने किया अधिकारियों के साथ मीटिंग, क्योंकि एक्यूआई चला गया 500 के ऊपर। अब मुझे हंसी आ रही है कि जिस दिन 500 के ऊपर चला गया, आप कौन सी मीटिंग करके कौन सा रास्ता निकालेंगे। ये इस तरह से सिर्फ चेहरा छुपाने की कोशिश, लोगों को, मीडिया को ये दिखाने की कोशिश कि देखो देखो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ छलावा है। आज दिल्ली के लोगों की सांसें घुटन की स्थिति में है। और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी दिल्ली में नहीं हैं, वो चुनावी दौरे कर रहे हैं। एक प्रकार की आपदा है ये स्थिति। सारे चैनल्स खोलिए, अखबार खोलिए, लोग जाइए, गली में जाइए, सब बच्चे हैं, सभी परेशान हैं। और दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी बिल्कुल एक छोटा सा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके और ये भी कह दिया कि मैं जिम्मेदार हूँ, मेरी जिम्मेदारी है, और उसके बाद निकल गए एक बार फिर से तारीख दे करके। तो इस समय दिल्ली में दिल्ली के लोग बहुत ही तकलीफ़ में हैं और वो पछता रहे हैं कि हमने कैसे अरविंद केजरीवाल जैसे का चुनाव कर लिया व्यक्ति का, जो दिल्ली के स्वास्थ्य को लेकर, दिल्ली के प्रदूषण को लेकर के जरा सा भी गंभीरता नहीं हुई।
And while there have been several political reactions that we are picking up on this story, viewers, we do see that at the end of the day, the issues that are being faced by the civilians as well is something that needs to be addressed. And for that, let me also bring in my colleague Piyush Ori, who's on the ground reporting on this story. Piyush, tell us more about the kind of reactions that you're picking up from the civilians there, because at the end of the day, they're bearing the brunt of this kind of lackluster attitude as well that we are seeing from the government for not taking any kind of preventive measures before the time that we do see during Diwali that this AQI also deteriorates. So tell us more about the kind of measures that have now been taken by the government, and what are some of the civilians also telling you on this?
So you raised a very important point over here, Priyanka, and again, as I want to mention, that we are all in it together over here in Delhi NCR. Not only the poor, but even the rich, not only the healthy, but even the poor and people who are unhealthy, both, every one of us are getting affected. So what I will do is I will just make you have a word with some of the people over here in Gurgaon and what they actually feel about the air quality in the city. आप मुझे बताइए कि आपको लगता है कि ये हवा सांस लेने लायक है?
सर नहीं लगता मुझे, और ये इसलिए नहीं लगता कि अभी हम रात को सो रहे, सुबह उठते तो जो हम थूकते गला साफ करते तो ब्लैक आता है और खास के गला छिल चुका है। इतनी गंदी पॉल्यूशन हो रखी है, और ऊपर से मैं तो नज़ले का पेशेंट हूँ। अभी भी आप देख रहे हो मेरी आवाज़ कैसी आ रही है, गला भारी हो रखा है, तो ये पॉल्यूशन की वजह है।
एक चीज़ मेरे को बताइए, इसका हल क्या है, इसका सलूशन क्या है? हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि मतलब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज एक तरह को ब्लेम कर रही है, वो बोल रहा है कि आपकी गलती है, दूसरा बोलता है कि आप ही गलती है। इसके वजह से हम आम आदमी और सारे जो आम आदमी के अमीर आदमी भी पिस रहा है। तो इसका क्या हल क्या है, इसका सलूशन क्या है, मुझे बताइए।
सर इसमें गरीब भी पिसेगा, अमीर भी पिसेगा, और अमीरों की फैक्ट्री होती है जहाँ से धुआं निकल रहा है। अब ये खेतों में आप जाके देख लो, पराली कितनी फुकरी है, पॉल्यूशन तो होगा ही होगा। ये जो पार्टी है आपस में तो लड़ती रहेंगी, कोई भी ये नहीं सोचता कि जाके खेतों में कुछ ऐसा करे कि भाई जो ये पराली जलानी ना पड़े और ये पॉल्यूशन ना हो। तो पॉल्यूशन तो होगा ही, इसमें कोई बड़ा है छोटा है, तो सभी के लिए है, जानवरों के लिए भी वही एयर है।
So as you mentioned over here that yes, every one of us are getting affected. In fact, what I will do is I will try to get you some more reactions over here and try to understand about what people over here in Gurgaon actually feel about the air quality in the city. एक चीज़ मेरे को बताइए, आपको लगता है कि एयर सिचुएशन यहाँ पे ठीक है गुड़गांव की?
ओवरऑल अगर बात करें तो कंडीशंस वेरी पैथेटिक एंड definitely we have to think about on this, and because
what can we think about this, sir? What is the solution which you feel as a citizen we can do to improve the
responsibility to reduce that to work on that environmental quality of the air quality and all this. So first of all, it is very important for us कि for environmental को कैसे purify किया जाए,
कैसे purify किया जाए,
कम से कम if talking about the current scenario, हमें जैसे अपना व्हीकल्स है, व्हीकल पे इसका हम कम कर सकते हैं। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट अभी दीपावली किया है, लोग कहते हैं कि पंजाब से ये आ रहा है, पंजाब से वो आ रहा है, या हरियाणा से आ रहा है। See, that is not a true even also.
Thank you so much. So as you can see over here that citizens over here are concerned, citizens over here do realize that this air is unhealthy for them and they have voiced their concerns. As I said again, Priyanka, not only defense personnel but we civilians also are getting directly impacted by it.
All right, Piyush, Piyush, I want to thank you for getting us that conversation and, of course, the updates from the ground as well, as far as the kind of issues that the civilians have also been facing because of the deteriorating AQI. And, of course, this is one of the most important stories that we'll be tracking. We'll keep coming back to you for the moment. Thank you. And coming across now to a breaking update that we're getting from Gujarat now, viewers, where Himanshu Vyas, in fact, who has been a tall leader of the Congress party in Gujarat overall as well, has resigned from the Congress party, and we are being told that he is likely to join the BJP as well. We had seen that over the past few months that he had been unhappy with the Congress party, and the kind of lack of leadership is something that he had also cited, but we have also learned that he had been hoping to get a ticket this time to be on the candidate as a candidate of the Congress party, but we saw yesterday when the list of the candidates had also been declared, his name had been left out, but we see today itself that Himanshu Vyas has tendered his resignation from the Congress party and is likely to join the BJP today itself is what we are learning, and he will be also attending various meetings with the tall leaders of the BJP here in the state, since already we are seeing that the parliamentary board meeting has been going on since the past 3 days. Today is the third day, in fact, where that meeting is being chaired by Amit Shah, by C.R. Patil, by the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, along with several other leaders of the state leadership of the BJP. And amid that, we see that Himanshu Vyas, in fact, has tendered his resignation. Remember, he is a tall leader of the Congress party. He is somebody who is known to be a close associate of Sam Pitroda, along with Bharat Singh Solanki on the state leadership level, if we talk about. And we see that Himanshu Vyas himself has tendered his resignation. In that letter that he has put out, he has not cited any reason, but we do learn from our sources as to the kind of behavior that he had been facing from the Congress party, as has been cited by him. And he had, in fact, since the last election, had stated that in the next elections as well, he will be fighting in the constituency. He will be fighting from the Surendranagar constituency as well. But as of now, we see that the Congress party did not give him the ticket. And now we see that it is a big setback to the Congress party just ahead of elections, that we are seeing that Himanshu Vyas has tendered his resignation. And he will be joining the BJP is what our sources are also telling us. He will be in the presence of Amit Shah, in the presence of C.R. Patil, in the presence of the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel as well. He might be joining the BJP today itself is what our sources are also confirming to us. But a big setback to the Congress party in just less than a month to go for elections, that we see that he has tendered his resignation. Himanshu Vyas, in fact, had been one of the leaders who would also help in the poll strategy discussions and also in the campaigning for various candidates in the elections as well. And that is something that he had been a key player for the Congress party in the state of Gujarat. And he was also a close associate of Bharat Singh Solanki, who is the former Gujarat Pradesh Congress Committee president, and he is the son of Madhav Singh Solanki, the late Madhav Singh Solanki, who had been the Chief Minister of the state. And now we see Bharat Singh Solanki himself had been also projecting him as the chief ministerial face for the Congress party. And now we see that his close aide, Himanshu Vyas, has tendered his resignation, and he has not cited a reason. But we do see from our sources confirming to us that he had been an aspirational leader. He wanted a ticket this time to fight in the elections as well. He claims that there was no leadership that was there in the Congress party, and that nobody to take any proper decision in the party as well. The kind of statements that we usually see the top leaders of the Congress party echoing when they tender their resignation, and that has been said by Himanshu Vyas as well on various occasions. And now we see that he has finally tendered his resignation, and he will be proceeding towards the BJP headquarters is what we are learning, so that he will be joining the BJP today itself is what our sources are confirming to us. And of course, we see once again that various Congress leaders, when they exit the party, say the same exact thing about how there is a lack of leadership in the party. And once again, we see the similar situation unraveling in the case of Himanshu Vyas, who has been a tall leader of the Congress party. He has been somebody who is a key player in the state elections. Even during the 2017 elections, he had been a chief strategist for the party, and he had been the one who was also coordinating the campaigning for various candidates. So in just less than a month to go for the elections, a big blow to the Congress party. And Aishwarya Kapoor is also joining me on the broadcast. Aishwarya, just less than a month to go for the elections to take place in Gujarat, and ahead of that, a big blow to the Congress party, isn't it? Since Himanshu Vyas has tendered his resignation and he will be joining the BJP, is what our sources are confirming to us.
Well, that's right, but the irony is that the Congress leadership does not even care. Whether it was Jitin Prasad, whether it was Jyotiraditya Scindia, and now Mr. Vyas, the Congress party feels that it does not impact. That's the problem with the leadership of the Indian National Congress at this point, that they don't care what is happening to their cadre, what are the very issues because of which the leaders who have been for ages in the Congress party are now leaving. He is a man who has been said to be very close to Sam Pitroda, the man who was the right-hand man of the former Prime Minister of India, Rajiv Gandhi, who also happens to be the father of Rahul Gandhi. So that's the problem, that when people who have been this close to the Gandhi family, Jyotiraditya Scindia, Jitin Prasad, and now Mr. Vyas, they are being literally forced to leave the Congress party because the Gandhis and the Vadras feel that only they are right, only they understand the pulse, when the ground reality is completely opposite. And it's in sheer frustration when there is no guidance, when there is no leadership, when there is no clarity, that these leaders who have been working in the Indian National Congress for ages now, and I repeat ages, are being literally forced to leave the party. Because whenever they come up with an issue, whenever they say that no, this is right, this is wrong, they are not even given an audience. And it began from Jagdambika Pal. From Jagdambika Pal to Himanta Biswa Sharma to Jyotiraditya Scindia to Jitin Prasad, the numbers you can just keep on counting. It's just an addition in the ongoing process. But the irony is that the so-called Congress leadership of the Gandhis and the Vadras can't see over and beyond the people who are yes-men and who only try to tell them that they are right. Anyone who raises a question, anyone who even simply asks that is this right, is shown the door. That's the reality of what's happening within the doors of the Indian National Congress. And that's why we are being told by our sources that the exits continue. And these are exits of those leaders who have been very close to the Gandhis and to the Vadras, to the so-called first family of the Congress party. Despite that, imagine the problems of the cadre of the Congress party. It is just being completely oblivious of the reality of what's happening on ground and also within your own party. Back to you in the studios.
Well, absolutely. Aishwarya Kapoor, our executive editor of politics, breaking down the details of what it really means for Himanshu Vyas to have tendered his resignation so close to the elections. And of course, as he pointed out, many in the line of, many leaders that have resigned from the Congress party, echoing the same sentiment that there is a lack of leadership in the Congress party that we see, at least at the state level, is once again a result that we are seeing as Himanshu Vyas has also tendered his resignation from the Congress party. And shifting our focus now, viewers, to how it is a big win for our security forces as 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, in fact, have been gunned down. Here's a full report on the same.
2 elite terrorists have been arrested by J&K police along with Indian Army in North Kashmir's Sopore. As per the police, they were making movements from the Sopore market towards the Faisal market, and when one of the hybrid terrorists have been arrested and arms and ammunition were recovered, when he was questioned about his movement and where from he got the ammunition arms, he also revealed the name of another hybrid terrorist who's also from Patan. After investigating the entire matter, now both the hybrid terrorists are with the police custody, and and also they told police that they were given tasks to attack minorities, to hurl grenade and carry out the attacks, and before they could do so, they were arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army. We are seeing a crackdown on terror, although the Pakistan trying the best to motivate the youngsters to carry the attack against the minorities and also against the police personnel who are deployed on ground for the duty. But despite all this, we are also seeing a blow coming to the terror organizations as the terrorists are being neutralized in almost every anti-terror operation.
And here's some news in brief from across the globe. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the G7 nations for announcing a coordination mechanism to help rebuild Ukraine's shattered energy infrastructure. Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky met with the White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who made a surprise visit to Kiev. Campaigning for Malaysia's general elections in a highly competitive race that will see the world's longest-serving coalition seeking to regain its dominance 4 years after a shocking electoral loss.
सपने सजाए, ये पुल निकालो, वो पुल निकालो, ये सड़क निकालो, यहां ये हो जाता तो वो हो जाता, वो हो जाता तो ये हो जाता। हम सपनों के महल बनाते रहे, पूछने वाला कोई नहीं आया। मैं सच बोल रहा हूं कि नहीं बोल रहा हूं? आज वो सौभाग्य की घड़ी आई है कि आपको वो मिला जो आपने कभी सोचा भी नहीं था। इस बात को हमको समझना, कभी कल्पना नहीं की थी। आप बताइए, आपने जो पिछले 6 सालों में, 7 सालों में, 8 सालों में जितनी बार नरेंद्र मोदी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी हिमाचल आए हैं, उतनी बार कोई कांग्रेस का प्रधानमंत्री यहां पर आया इस 70 सालों में? आया? ये हमको बताता है कि उनके निगाहों में हिमाचल क्या था और मोदी जी की निगाहों में हिमाचल क्या है। इस बात को हमको समझना है। इसलिए मैं आपसे निवेदन करने आया हूं। अभी मैं आया, शिमला से चला, हेलीकॉप्टर से यहां पर उतरा, गाड़ी पकड़ी, यहां पर पहुंच गया। अब ये जो नीचे की सड़क है, ये जो एकदम तैरती हुई पानी की तरह सड़क है, विचित्र सिंह जी थे तब इन्होंने एक सड़क निकाली थी ऋषिकेश तक। उसके बाद किसी ने गैंती नहीं चलाई। आज आपको यह सड़क, अब ऐसे तो हमारे कटवाल जी आपको सारे रास्ते बताएंगे, मैं उतने रास्ते तो नहीं जानता कि झंडूता से वो वाला नजदीक पड़ेगा, ये इधर से नजदीक पड़ेगा, लेकिन मैं इतना जरूर जानता हूं कि अब दोनों तरफ से गड़ा मोड़ा आप 35 से 40 मिनट में पहुंच जाएंगे। इतना मैं जरूर जानता हूं। ये ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेस हमारे बुजुर्ग बीमारी के इलाज के लिए वंचित होकर के अपनी किस्मत को, अपने भाग्य को ये कह करके संतोष कर लेते थे कि ईश्वर ने मेरी जीवन ऐसी ही रची है। आज मतलब आपके दरवाजे के आगे खड़ा है ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेस 1475 करोड़ रुपए। आज हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज रात को मेरे ख्याल से सामने आपको बंगले की ताज के रूप में वो बत्तियां जलती हुई दिखती होंगी उसकी। कभी कोई सोचता था कि यहां पर ये सब चीजें होंगी? इसलिए मित्रों, मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि कटवाल जी की छोड़ दीजिए, ये चुनाव इनका नहीं है, ये मेरा चुनाव नहीं है। ये चुनाव आपके हकों की रक्षा का खुद का चुनाव है, ये हमको याद रखना। और दुनिया भी देखती है कि आखिर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इतना आशीर्वाद दिया तो क्या मिट्टी ने अपना हक अदा किया कि नहीं किया, वो हमारी जिम्मेवारी बनती है। और इसीलिए मैं आपको ये बताने आया हूं कि देखिए, डबल इंजन की सरकार ईश्वर ने हमको दिया है। इस डबल इंजन की सरकार को संभाल के रखना यह हमारी जिम्मेवारी है। और मैं इसलिए बताना चाहता हूं कि जब भी इसमें से एक इंजन गायब हो जाता है तो पहाड़ पे विकास रुक जाता है, क्योंकि गाड़ी चढ़ नहीं सकती, डबल इंजन चाहिए चाहिए। और मैं इसके भी आपको उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा। अटल जी ने आपको इकोनॉमिक पैकेज दिया, आर्थिक, जो ये बद्दी है ना नालागढ़, यहां जो फैक्ट्रियां लगी हैं ऐसी नहीं लग गई। मुंबई से, गुजरात से, महाराष्ट्र से उठ करके लोग यहां बद्दी और नालागढ़ में ऐसे ही नहीं आ गए। टैक्स में छूट दी गई, सस्ते में जमीन दी गई, व्यवस्थाएं की गई और अटल जी ने आर्थिक पैकेज दे करके यहां पर बद्दी और नालागढ़ बसाया। लेकिन अटल जी की सरकार 2003 में चली गई, कांग्रेसियों ने उस समय इकोनॉमिक पैकेज छीन लिया। क्या कह के छीना कि हम आपको नहीं दे सकते अकेला, आपको हम अकेला नहीं दे सकते, क्योंकि पंजाब में हमारी सरकार है, पंजाब में ये पैकेज नहीं है। हरियाणा में हमारी सरकार है, वहां पैकेज नहीं है, इसलिए आपको भी हम पैकेज नहीं दे सकते। यह अलग बात है कि आज कांग्रेस की सरकार न हरियाणा में है, न पंजाब में है, न हिमाचल में है। लेकिन आपने मनमोहन जी की सरकार ला दी, अटल जी की सरकार चली गई, आपका हक मारा गया। यह अभी रेलवे लाइन निकल रही है, बताइए कंपेंसेशन का काम हो गया पूरा कि नहीं हो गया? जमीन सबकी लेकर के पटरी का काम शुरू कर दिया कि नहीं कर दिया? ये ले से लेकर के कीर्तपुर से लेके ले तक, इसको मोदी जी ने 2015 में कैबिनेट कमिटी ऑन सिक्योरिटी पर अप्रूवल दिलाकर 2015 में हमको यह रेलवे लाइन दे दी। 2015 से 2017 तक वीरभद्र सिंह जी ने हमको लैंड एक्विजिशन करने नहीं दिया। यही मैं कहता हूं कि अगर सरकार नीचे जयराम जी की ना हो, अगर आपके कटवाल जी विधायक ना हो, अगर यहां पर डबल इंजन ना रहे तो विकास रुक जाता है। अब जयराम जी की सरकार 2017 में आई और 2017 से 2020 के बीच में जमीन की नपाई हो गई, सर्वे हो गया, कंपनसेशन हो गया और अब काम शुरू हो गया है और 2 साल के अंदर बिलासपुर में रेलवे लाइन आ जाएगी। 2 से 3 साल के अंदर बिलासपुर में रेलवे लाइन आ जाएगी। बताइए हमको अपने हक की रक्षा करनी है कि नहीं करनी है? हमको फायदा होगा कि नहीं होगा? रेलवे लाइन आने से जमीनों की कीमत बढ़ेगी कि नहीं बढ़ेगी? इन बातों को हमको समझने की आवश्यकता है और मैं इन बातों को आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। आज अब ये वंदे भारत ट्रेन चली है, कितने बजे? 6 बजे सुबेरे चलेगी, 11 बजे ऊना, और ऊना से आपके यहां आने में 2 घंटे। यही है ना कटवाल जी? यही है, यानी 5 घंटे वो और 2 घंटे ये, 7 घंटे में आप अपने घर दिल्ली से पहुंच सकते हैं। उसी तरीके से विकास के दृष्टि से हर तरीके से हम लोगों ने नए आयाम जोड़ने का प्रयास किया है। एक बल्क ड्रग पार्क 2000 करोड़ रुपए का ऊना में स्टैब्लिश हो रहा है। यह दुनिया में हिमाचल प्रदेश को ड्रग के दृष्टि से, दवाई के दृष्टि से दुनिया के नक्शे पे खड़ा कर देगा हिमाचल प्रदेश को 2 साल के अंदर। ये आप सुनिए, जब 2000 करोड़ रुपए लगेंगे, जब फैक्ट्रियां लगेंगी, जब वहां पर क्लस्टर बनेगा, जब वहां पर एंसिलरीज के भी आएंगे और जब वह फार्मा की दृष्टि से आगे बढ़ेगा तो आप देखेंगे कि किस तरीके का अंतर आता है। उसी तरीके से नालागढ़ में अब मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क बन रहा है, मेडिकल डिवाइस के उपकरण बनेंगे। यह दुनिया में, हिमाचल प्रदेश को मेडिकल डिवाइस में दुनिया में अपने आप को खड़ा करेगा। आपको जानकर के खुशी होगी कि भारत मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ये अपने दवाई बनाने में दूसरे नंबर पर दुनिया में खड़ा हो गया, दूसरे नंबर। और जब नालागढ़ में और ऊना में जब इसकी सपोर्ट सिस्टम यहां पर खड़ा होगा तो हिमाचल प्रदेश दुनिया के नक्शे पर स्थापित हो जाएगा। इसको भी हमको याद रखना चाहिए। एक इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट, एक इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सब आपने नाम कहां सुने थे? आईआईटी हम सुनते थे दिल्ली होता है, आईआईटी हमने सुना था रुड़की होता है, आईआईटी हमने सुना था कि कानपुर में होता है, और आज इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी वो हिमाचल में हो रहा है। इसको भी हमको समझना। इसलिए विकास के नए नए आयाम जुड़े जा रहे हैं, जोड़े जा रहे हैं। ये बताइए सीधे मनाली को सड़क जा रही कि नहीं जा रही है? और ये दिसंबर महीने, जनवरी महीने में जब ये गरा मोड़ा तक का सुरंग बन जाएगी तो 30 मिनट में आप यहां से पहुंच जाएंगे कि नहीं पहुंच जाएंगे? और 40 मिनट में आप कीर्तपुर पहुंच जाएंगे, 50 मिनट में कीर्तपुर पहुंच जाएंगे कि नहीं पहुंच जाएंगे? ज्यादा से ज्यादा 1 घंटा। और दिल्ली जाना हो तो कीर्तपुर में वंदे भारत की ट्रेन पकड़ो और जाकर के दिल्ली आप 4 घंटे में, 5 घंटे में पहुंच जाएंगे। ये विकास के नए आयाम है। इसलिए मैं ऐसे आपको कितने आयाम गिना सकता हूं। गांव की बात करने लगूं, आज मैं पढ़ रहा था, ये जो 8 करोड़ 9 करोड़ जो सिलेंडर और जो चूल्हे दिए हैं, इसके कारण 3 लाख लोगों को, 1.5 लाख लोगों को ये जो खांसी की बीमारी होती है उससे बचाव महिलाओं का हो गया। ये आज हमने वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की रिपोर्ट पढ़ी। आपने बहने देखा होगा, सवेरे सवेरे उठ करके जंगल में जाकर के लकड़ी काट के ला के सुखा के फिर चूल्हा जला के फिर फूकनी से लेकर के फूकने का काम, और फिर उसके बाद आंखों को मलते रहना, रसोई से बाहर निकल करके कहना कि थोड़ी चितनगी आई। होता था कि नहीं होता था? आज हमारे यहां लगभग 2 लाख गैस सिलेंडर्स, 1,37,000 गैस सिलेंडर्स दिए गए, और जो बच गए उनको जयराम जी ने हिमाचल गृहिणी सुविधा योजना के तहत दे दिया। अब किसी के यहां भी लकड़ी का चूल्हा नहीं है, सबके यहां गैस का चूल्हा है। और मैं तो कई बार बोलता हूं, टक से लाइटर जलाती हैं, 5 मिनट में चाय पिलाती हैं, आधे घंटे में खाना खिलाती हैं, बोलती चला उन कम्मा जाइए काम में जुटिए। होता है कि नहीं होता है? ये महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? ये महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण हुआ। 12 करोड़ में से 2 लाख लोग को यहां पर इज्जत घर दिया गया।
Cutting across now, viewers, to some breaking updates that we are picking up with respect to conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar, who has once again hit out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And we have seen the kind of statements earlier as well that had come to light. But in this letter that has been accessed by your channel Republic TV, it is stated, in fact, Sukesh Chandrashekhar has asked these questions to the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as to why did he take rupees 50 crores from him and offered the Rajya Sabha seat is something that has been stated in the letter itself. And he says, if I am the biggest thug, does it make you my Maha thug? Is something that has been stated in this letter as well. Now, he's also talked about how Arvind Kejriwal had asked him to rope in more people to contribute rupees 500 crores. These are massive allegations that have come to light in this letter that has been accessed by Republic TV, in which Sukesh Chandrashekhar has once again hit out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. And he has also asked these questions to Arvind Kejriwal as to why did he ask him to contribute cash in return for seats. Now, he's also talking about a certain dinner party that had been organized in 2016 as well. And our correspondents are on the ground tracking this story very closely. My colleagues Tanisha and Piyush are joining me on the broadcast as well. To you first, Tanisha, put this into perspective, this letter that has been accessed as to how Sukesh Chandrashekhar is making these kind of statements and hitting out at the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He's talked about how money had also exchanged hands and how Arvind Kejriwal has time and time again also asked for offered seats in return for cash as well. Put all of these things into perspective for our viewers.
Right, Priyanka, just remember a few days back, it was the same conman, Sukesh Chandrashekhar, who had written to the LG saying favors were offered and he was in tandem with the Aam Aadmi Party. And today, this same conman has now given out, he's yielded the proof, and the proof is in the letters that he's written, and he's made some very scathing statements in that letter where he said that he's given a claim on the Suri charges that he had been claiming since then. Remember, first he had written to the LG and now he has furbished the proof, wherein he has said that 50 crore was taken from me and offered a Rajya Sabha seat. So this is one of the most scathing observations. Remember, it is a 4-page letter that Republic has accessed, and quite scathing statements coming in from the conman himself, who had earlier written to the LG. The statements also go on to say, why did you ask me to rope in more people to contribute rupees 500 crore? So a huge amount of transactions is what is being stated in his letter, Priyanka. Also, he goes on to talk about some dinner party which was attended in 2016. So it is not a case of recent years, but it was a case of 2016 when all of these transactions and seat exchange has been happening.
And the pro-Khalistani elements. This is how the day is turning up. Now the post-mortem has been conducted, and meanwhile the accused has also been produced before the court for the further remand and for the further investigation as well. But further, the situation is every minute getting sensitive and even getting more sensitive. Hello? Okay. They are continuously on protesting against the killing of Sudhir Suri. The body in full security and heavy police deployment has been taken to the residence of Sudhir Suri, and after that the last journey will be started of Sudhir Suri, and even the family members and the protesters are demanding that justice should be delivered and the status of martyr should be given to Sudhir Suri, and even raising several questions to the Punjab police that how in such a heavy security he was killed. You can see these visuals. The protesters are on the bikes, on the scooters, and even by walk also. The entire road is being occupied by the protesters. And this has been continued since last evening, since the Sudhir Suri was shot to death by Sandeep Singh, who was connected to a pro-Khalistani and ISI-backed elements. You can see the visuals itself are very much telling, and now the entire police has put on the ground to maintain law and order and to maintain the security of the people as well. You can see the entire city has been into a band position, but only the Hindu organization supporters and Sudhir Suri supporters are on the road, and they are sloganing against the Punjab police, against the system, against the administration, and meanwhile demanding the justice. You can see the visuals. They all are the supporters. They all are the supporters. The entire road and entire city is being occupied by the supporters of the Sudhir Suri. This is how the situation is getting tense in Amritsar every minute, and that is the reason the police have grounded as much as the police officials can, and in fact now they are trying to secure the city as well, just because the accused has already been produced before the court for the further remand. But these protesters are much in anger. They are not getting down, and even their demand is continuously very loud and clear that they are demanding justice in the killing of Sudhir Suri. Over to studio.
Well, that's right, Amandeep there getting us those late.
पेश किया गया
ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਕੋਰਟ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ 7 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਰਿਮਾਂਡ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਜੀ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ।
ਸਰ ਇੱਕ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਕੀ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਕਾਫੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੇਰੇ ਪਾਸ
ਰਿਵੀਲ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਰਿਵੀਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। 7 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਰਿਮਾਂਡ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਜੀ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
7 ਦਿਨ ਦਾ ਰਿਮਾਂਡ ਮਿਲਿਆ ਕਿਆ ਮਾੜਾ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਵਾ 7 ਦਿਨ ਦੇ ਰਿਮਾਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਉੱਪਰ ਕੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਗੱਡੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ
And Amandeep continues to stay with us on the broadcast as he was telling us the latest information and the visuals that he was also sharing us viewers from the ground, where Sudhir Suri's body has been taken for post-mortem as well. And we had seen that gruesome killing yesterday that had come to light, where this one person in fact had shot 5 times at Sudhir Suri and because of which he had lost his life. And we are putting out the latest images of Sudhir Suri being taken for post-mortem as well. And of course, we are seeing that the investigation also going forward by the authorities into this entire matter. And for that, let me also bring in Amandeep once again on the broadcast. Amandeep, tell us more about the investigation so far and the kind of links that the authorities have already found with respect to ISI and the pro-Khalistani links that they are looking into, how there had been several gangs that had been also involved in carrying out this gruesome targeted killing of Sudhir Suri as well yesterday.
Well, Priyanka, let me share the latest information into this entire case. Sandeep Singh, who is the accused of Sudhir Suri murder case, he has been sent to the 7-day police custody by Amritsar court. 7-day police custody of Sandeep Singh by Amritsar court, and this has been confirmed by the lawyer, by the public prosecutor in Amritsar court, just because minutes before he was being produced in a heavy security in Amritsar court, from where the police have demanded the remand, and in fact now he has been sent to the 7 days of the police custody. And now next 7 days are very much crucial, just because the Punjab police will be able to interrogate Sandeep Singh to verify the connections. Priyanka, certain questions are being still answered in the police investigation. Number one, Sudhir Suri was not known to Sandeep Singh, who is a cloth merchant and in fact having no connection with Sudhir Suri, neither a friend nor any kind of enmity. So what is the reason behind killing of this Hindu leader Sudhir Suri? And even second, that how he brought the weapon. If he was not known to Sudhir Suri, who are the elements who have actually trying to drive Sandeep Singh and directed him to kill Sudhir Suri? What is the motive behind? And even ISI and pro-Khalistani elements has already taken the responsibility of the murder of Sudhir Suri. How Sandeep Singh was connected to ISI and pro-Khalistani elements, including Gopal Chawla, including Harvinder Singh Rinda, including Lakhvinder Singh Landa, how they all are connected. Either Sandeep Singh was paid for his job, or this was just a Sikh sentiments that has been exploited by those who are sitting in the Pakistan and the Canada and running their own agenda of Khalistan on the Punjab grounds. And in fact, this planning was, this conspiracy was hatched in Canada and Pakistan, which was executed in Amritsar. How the entire nexus has been made and who all are involved into this nexus, it must be not only the work of Sandeep Singh. There are certain other people in the chain of this pro-Khalistani elements who have actually connected Sandeep Singh with these people who are sitting in Pakistan as well as in Canada. And in fact, who are they? How they are providing the assistance to Sandeep Singh? How Sandeep Singh came in touch with them? What is the network and what are their further planning? These are the questions that need to be answered during the course of investigation. And only Sandeep Singh can reveal during interrogation that what all is happening behind the curtain. What more conspiracies are being hatched? Just because, Priyanka, one booklet has been recovered from the vehicle of Sandeep Singh, and that booklet is having pictures of certain people, including comedian Bharti Singh and other people. And in fact, they have also put the cross on certain faces that indicates that next is on the target. These people might be the next target of these hardliners. And in the video of Gopal Chawla, he was clearly indicating that Sudhir Suri is down.
Shocking details, really, Amandeep, that you're telling us. Shocking details of the investigation that are coming to light, and of course the latest visuals that you're also tracking for us. For the moment, I want to thank you, Amandeep, for joining us on the broadcast. We'll keep coming back to you. We trust you to keep us ahead on that big story that we're tracking today. And slipping into a very short break and getting you updates on the other side of how the Pakistan ISI link has emerged in the Sena Neta's killing. Pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms larger plot at play. And also getting you updates of how the Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to visit Himachal Pradesh today to campaign for the BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Stay tuned to Republic. We'll be back after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made. Welcome back, viewers. Straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up with respect to the 2008 Malegaon bomb blast case that had been going on in the court itself, and we are learning that the 29th witness has turned hostile today is the latest. The ATS witness number 108, evidence number 282 turned hostile before the special NIA court today is what we're learning. Now the witness is a retired army personnel. And the witness appeared before the court today and said that the statement mentioned in the ATS charge sheet has never been recorded. Also stated that he does not know anyone and never met any of the accused as well. And the court, in fact, post these kind of statements had also declared him hostile. And we're learning that the next hearing will take place on November the 7th. Alisha Nair, my colleague, is on the ground reporting on this story. Alisha, tell us more about the kind of cases that have been going on in the court, and we have seen now that at least 29 witnesses, this is the 29th witness that has turned hostile. Speak to us first about this witness that has turned hostile, about the statements he is claiming that that were never recorded, and secondly the series of witnesses that have come to light even before this one that have turned hostile and the reasons for that.
Well, yes, Priyanka, this is the 29th witness that has turned hostile before the special NI court. There is a trial that has been ongoing since years now, and during the trial, when this is more than 281 witness statement that has been recorded, and the personal, if we have been talking, the witness that we have been talking about is a retired army personnel who turned before the court today, and the statement that was recorded back then by Maharashtra ATS in 2008, the statement was also produced before the court, and he clearly clearly mentioned that his statement has never been recorded, and also clearly mentions that he has never met any of the accused and not even known about the case and the other accused as well. So after which, hearing the statement that was given by the retired army personnel, who is ATS witness number 108, where he clearly mentioned that his statement has never been recorded by the ATS, after which the special NI court has turned him hostile. The next hearing will be on 7th of November. Continuously rolling on this big story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation.
सर लगातार
पंजाब में पराली जलाई जा रही है, लगातार पंजाब में पराली जलाई जा रही है, दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन हो रहा है। सर आप जवाब तो दीजिए सर। आपकी सरकार ने कहा था कि आप काम करेंगे, इस तरह से कब तक होगा सर?
Here's top headlines right now. The national capital continues to choke in toxic pollution. Residents bear the brunt as a thick layer of smoke engulfs Delhi. Delhi chokes, double burns. Blame game continues, but zero political accountability. Massive anger over Shiv Sena leader murder. Hindu organization calls for Bandh in Amritsar. Pakistan ISI link emerges in Sena. Netas killing pro-Khalistan ISI agent confirms larger plot. PM Modi to visit to Himachal today to campaign for BJP candidates for the upcoming assembly polls. Plus, conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar intensifies attack on Kejriwal, writes another letter. Viewers, you're watching India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Let's start with the top update we're getting for you right now. Conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has hit out at Delhi CM Kejriwal once again. He has written some things which I will just read out for you. It's a second letter this time is written. And he has written that Kejriwal, this is the claim made by Sukesh, that Kejriwal attended dinner party and also says Aam Aadmi Party offered me a Rajya Sabha seat. This is what the letter says. Now I'm being joined by our executive editor of politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, to take us through that letter. Now that letter, the contents of the letter, there are many claims being made by conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar. Could you please take our viewers through them, Aishwarya?
Well, absolutely. In the letter, we can clearly see that it has been written via his advocate, Mr. A.K. Singh, and he says that he has paid 50 crores. And he mentions the minister's name, Kailash Gehlot's name, in that letter. Said that the money was paid to the Aam Aadmi Party via Kailash Gehlot at his farmhouse. He said that a Rajya Sabha seat was offered. He says that he was present and that the top leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party was present in that dinner meet with him. So all these are allegations which are being written in black and white via the legal counsel of the conman. So the conman's second letter is more scathing and is attacking, though the Aam Aadmi Party comes out and says that it is a political vendetta and then they are getting BJP into it. But BJP's press conference is at 1:30, exactly 29 minutes from now, according to my clock. And we are being told that BJP is going to seek some very straight answers from the Aam Aadmi Party. So it's a full-blown political fight which is breaking out. The BJP is asking an explanation from the Aam Aadmi Party on the second letter written by the conman. And the conman is saying that he was threatened by the Aam Aadmi Party leader, by Satyendra Jain, who is already in jail, and the former DG Prisons, via former DG Prisons. So it's a very scathing letter, a 3 to 4 page second letter which has been written by the conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar, and he's naming the Delhi Chief Minister, the Aam Aadmi Party leader. He's naming the other leaders, the other ministers of the Aam Aadmi Party. He's saying that 50 crores was paid. He's saying that he was offered a Rajya Sabha seat. He's saying that he has had dinner with them. He's saying that all of this was being done only and only to protect him. So all of this is being said by the conman, not by the BJP. When the Aam Aadmi Party comes out and does that press conference, Saurabh Bharadwaj, they claim that it is happening on the behest of the BJP and that the BJP is doing it, and they're raising a question on the timing. So they are making it a political fight. But then what about this letter? And he's writing it through his lawyer. The conman is just not saying it verbally. He's pinning it down and naming these top leaders and saying that this is all how it happened, where it happened, the location, the minister's house, the farmhouse, to whom it was given, why it was given. So all of this has been penned down by the conman in the second letter, which is far more scathing even than the first one. Back to you in the studio, Shivangi.
Right. Right. And we have some reactions coming in as well right now. But as we put those reactions out on a screen for our viewers, Shorya, this is the second letter that the first time the conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written to the Delhi LG, VK Saxena, alleging that he paid more than 10 crores to Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain. And we're also getting a reaction on a screen as well, right now from the Aam Aadmi Party, Ashwarya. Now let's see. And the big question is right now, how do you think the Aam Aadmi Party will react to these claims of the conman? All right, Tanisha is joining me live right now. Tanisha, take us through the reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party. I think there's a tweet which has been put out.
की भी बात है.
Right, Shivangi. The tweet has been put out by Manish Sisodia, where he has clearly stated that the all allegations that has been made by this con man are absurd, and everything will be proven wrong. Remember, the tweet also goes on to say that he has apprised Nadda ji also on the same, and it is all because of the fear in the MCD and Gujarat polls is why these controversies have been happening. So everything is the Aam Aadmi Party is now relating to polls where they have clearly stated that it is the BJP's agenda to frame the Aam Aadmi Party because they have a fear of losing in the MCD polls, which is in Delhi, and the Gujarat elections coming which is right around the corner. Remember, now this letter was given in two parts. Number one, the letter was given a week ago. The first letter was given to the LG a week ago almost, where he had the con man has clearly stated that that Aam Aadmi Party was involved with him, and that he knew the leaders, the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party since 2015. That is when the Aam Aadmi Party came into existence, came into power in the national capital, and after that transactions have been taking place since then. And today, in a second letter that is written via his advocate, scathing observations again that has come to the fore, where he is mentioned that a Rajya Sabha seat was offered to him, and that all the transactions were taken place at a farmhouse. What is more, the more awaited proof that will be seen forward to is where he said that he will soon give out the conversation proof and the transaction details that has taken place. So all of these claims that the con man has been giving out, Sukesh Chandrashekhar has been giving out, he also goes on to say that he will give the proof of the same in coming days. So that is one thing that will be awaited by everybody, Shivangi.
Right, and that tweet by Manish Sisodia, let me read it out for our viewers. Fearing a catastrophic defeat in MCD and Gujarat, BJP has dealt with thug lodged in Tihar. He will make absurd allegations against Kejriwal every day, and in return, BJP will help him in his case. I've heard that Nadda ji will get him included in BJP next week. That is the reaction which is coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party after this second letter by conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar. And Tanisha, I want to go back to you. If you could share the contents of that letter which have been written right now by conman Chandrashekhar. He's written a couple of things, because right now Manish Sisodia has called him a thug. But in the letter, conman says, if I am the biggest thug, then Kejriwal is Mahathug. That's what the conman is saying. Tanisha.
Right, Shivangi, rightly pointed out, he slammed the Aam Aadmi Party and called them a Mahathug, because remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has been dismissing all the claims, allegations that the con man has been putting on them in the first letter that was written a week ago by this very con man to the LG of Delhi. And today in the letter, he has rebutted to that claim of a thug, which Aam Aadmi Party has quoted him, where he said that if I'm a thug, then you must be a bigger thug, is what what the con man has said. Why has he said that? Is because he's been claiming that 50 crore was given by him to the Aam Aadmi Party, and this was in exchange of a Rajya Sabha seat. He also goes on to say that all of these transactions, all of these conversations happened at a farmhouse. He then goes on to say that in 2016, when after the deal was made, why was a dinner party attended? Now it remains to be seen who were the people in this dinner party, who attended this dinner party, and who was the transactions made to is what will be much awaited for. And remember, this con man has also claimed that in just coming weeks or coming days, he will be furbishing proof about when and where did the transactions take place and when did the conversations happen. Few excerpts of the letter also goes on to read, Shivangi, that the RS Rajya Sabha seat was offered, and that also Aam Aadmi Party had been taking continuous updates with this con man who they claim is a thug, and this is what the con man has claimed, that why were conversations happening with me even after the transactions took place? Why was the dinner party attended after the deal was formed? So these are several questions and allegations, massive allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party that this con man has raised. He also said that he will put out a defamation case on Kejriwal for framing him. So these scathing observations have come out in the 4-page letter, Shivangi, that this con man has written, who's currently in jail, who's given out a letter through his advocate. These are the massive allegations, the excerpts that we just read out on the Aam Aadmi Party, Shivangi.
Right. So Tanisha is getting us all those details right now. Tanisha is getting us all the details on this fresh face-off which is happening. A new letter has been written by con man Sukesh Chandrashekhar, and the Aam Aadmi Party has reacted to that. Thank you, Tanisha. Let's move ahead. There's some action and some protests which are happening right now in Amritsar. Amandeep is there. Let's go straight to Amandeep. Right now, remember, there's a lot of anger on the streets of Amritsar. There's a Bandh has been called after the terrible tragedy which we saw yesterday, where we saw a Shiv Sena leader being shot dead in broad daylight. Let's go to Amandeep. Amandeep, what is happening where you are right now? We are seeing a lot of anger on the streets of Amritsar.
Suri, where the mortal remains have just reached after the post-mortem, and in fact a huge number of people are here. They are protesting and raising the slogans that Suri hum sharminda hai, tere qatil zinda hai. These kind of slogans has been raised outside the residence of Sudhir Suri, and the mortal remains is here. Last journey will be started very soon, and even this anger is all against the police of Amritsar, that despite having the security, that how Sudhir Suri was shot dead from a point blank range, and in fact in a full public view, in a full broad daylight. This is the point of the anger of his entire. You can see the visuals. This is the inside of the visual. The family members of Sudhir Suri are paying respect, the last respect to Sudhir Suri, just because the mortal remains have just arrived after conducting the post-mortem. And even on the other side, Shivangi, the police have produced the accused before the court, from where he has been sent to the 7th day of police custody. And further, the police will interrogate the Sandeep Singh, accused of the case, the person who has fired on Sudhir Suri, and even further his interrogation will reveal the connections. And in fact, you can see, if my camera person can pan the camera, he can show you and tell the sense through the visuals that what all is happening in Amritsar. The entire Amritsar is Bandh today, just because the Hindu organization has given the call of Bandh, and the protest is happening outside. The slogans are being raised outside the residence of Sudhir Suri. Anger among the people is getting high, and they are demanding justice into the case, raising allegations against the Punjab police as well as the administration, and family is not satisfied with the police investigation as well. And even on the other side, the police is claiming that they are able to solve the case and unfold the conspiracy that was hatched to kill Sudhir Suri very soon. And you can see the visuals. The family is in complete deep shock. It was actually unexpected and very surprising that despite having a security, that how come one single person came close to Sudhir Suri and shot him from the point blank range. What the security was doing. And now the question arises to जितने भी लोगों को पंजाब पुलिस ने सिक्योरिटी दी है, क्या वो सिक्योर हैं? सवाल अब ये खड़ा हो रहा है कि जितने भी लोगों के साथ पंजाब पुलिस की सिक्योरिटी है, क्या वो सिक्योर हैं? क्या जब भी उन पे अटैक होगा तो पंजाब पुलिस उनको बचा पाएगी? इस तरह के सवाल जो हैं वो खड़े हो रहे हैं इस समय। आप देख सकते हैं कि परिवार बहुत डीप शॉक में है। एक परिवार की आंखें नमा गई हैं, उनसे वो सारा इंसिडेंट उनकी आंखों से नहीं जा रहा है। जो वाक्य कल हुआ उससे सिर्फ सुधीर सूरी का परिवार ही नहीं बल्कि पंजाब के समाज में एक अजीब किस्म का थ्रेट फैलना शुरू हो गया है कि कभी भी किसी की हत्या की जा सकती है, चाहे वो पुलिस सिक्योरिटी के साथ हो, वो कोई मैटर नहीं करती है। और आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं। मैं आप कैमरा पर्सन को कहूंगा कि दूसरी तस्वीर में दिखाए कि किस तरह से जो लोग हैं वो बाहर इकट्ठे हुए हैं सुधीर सूरी की सपोर्ट को, क्योंकि ये हत्या, ये गोली सुधीर सूरी पे नहीं चली, ये समाज पे चली है। ये जो हिंदू और सिख का भाईचारा है पंजाब के अंदर, ये गोली उस पे चलाई गई है। ये उस भाईचारे को तोड़ने की कोशिश पे गोली चलाई गई है, क्योंकि बहुत सालों से कभी भी इस तरह का क्लैश जो है वो पंजाब में नहीं दिखा। लेकिन कुछ प्रो खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स जो कि ISI के संपर्क में हैं, उन्होंने ऐसी साजिशें घटनी शुरू कर दी हैं ताकि इस तरह का माहौल बन सके। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि लोग कैसे यहाँ पे बाहर सुधीर सूरी के घर के बाहर मौजूद हैं और लगातार वो लोग डिमांड कर रहे हैं कि सुधीर सूरी को शहीद का दर्जा दिया जाए और जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो पूरी तरह से इंडिपेंडेंट हो। ये तस्वीरें देखिए, कुछ लोग यहाँ पे बैठे भी हुए हैं। ये तस्वीरें मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन को कहूँगा कि तस्वीरें ज़रूर दिखाएं, क्योंकि कुछ लोग यहाँ पे बैठे भी हुए हैं और बैठ करके अपना रोष जाहिर कर रहे हैं। इनको दुख है, लेकिन दुख से ज़्यादा इस चीज़ का रोष है कि किस तरह प्रशासन की एक नेग्लिजेंसी की वजह से सुधीर सूरी ने अपनी जान गंवा दी। एक छोटी नेग्लिजेंसी, अगर सुधीर सूरी को वहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी कवर दिया होता तो शायद ये हत्या पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाती। अगर वहां पे इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट होता कि सुधीर सूरी को कहीं टारगेट किया जा सकता है तो शायद ये घटना ना घटती। अगर सुधीर सूरी को ये कहा जाता कि आप प्रोटेस्ट में मत जाइए, आपकी जान को खतरा है और आसपास में कोई भी ऐसा एलिमेंट है जो आपको मार सकता है, तो शायद सुधीर सूरी की जान बच सकती। लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ और जिसका रिजल्ट आप तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि ये रोष और ये एंगर उसी का रिजल्ट है, क्योंकि लोगों में इतना भारी रोष हो चुका है कि जो वो कंट्रोल भी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें चारों तरफ हम भी इसी भीड़ के अंदर लोगों के बीच में फंसे हुए हैं, क्योंकि लोग आ रहे हैं, जा कोई नहीं रहा है। सब लोग यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं, अफसोस जता रहे हैं और अपना गुस्सा अलग अलग तरीके से निकाल रहे हैं। कोई एक दूसरे से बात करके निकाल रहा है और कोई जो है नारेबाजी करके निकाल रहा है। इस तरह का माहौल सुधीर सूरी के घर पे बाहर बना हुआ है, क्योंकि ये जो रोष है ये प्रशासन के ढीले रवैये का रोष है। ये जो रिजल्ट है वो पुलिस के ढीले रवैये का रिजल्ट है। अगर पंजाब पुलिस सिक्योरिटी नहीं दे सकती थी प्रॉपर से सुधीर सूरी को, तो पहले ही कह देती, सेंटर को लिख देती, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स को लिख देती, ताकि उनको सेंट्रल पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस प्रोवाइड की जाती। लेकिन ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, जिसका रिजल्ट आज आपके सामने है। परिवार की आंखें नम हैं, लेकिन अंदर गुस्सा भी है कि आखिरकार प्रशासन की गलती की वजह से उनका पारिवारिक मेंबर इस दुनिया से चला गया, और वो भी एक टारगेट किलिंग को लेके, एक स्पेसिफिक टारगेट किलिंग को लेके, जिनको सिक्योरिटी का थ्रेट भी था, जिनको जान से मारने की धमकियां भी आ रही थी और जिन पे पहले हमला भी हो चुका था, और जिनके हमले के थ्रेट के ऊपर कुछ गिरफ्तार भी हुए थे, और उन गिरफ्तारों ने ये भी बताया था कि सुधीर सूरी को मारने की साजिश घटी जा रही है। इन सब के बावजूद भी ऐसा माहौल बना है। और अब तस्वीरें जो है वो आपके सामने है कि किस तरह से किस तरह से लोगों का रोष जो है वो उमड़ के आ चुका है। अमृतसर की सड़कों के ऊपर लोग बाइक्स पे पैदल सुधीर सूरी के नारे लगाते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। पोस्टमार्टम यूनिट के बाहर भी जो है वो सुधीर सूरी के समर्थक और हिंदू ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के समर्थक सारे इकट्ठा हुए थे और वहां पे भी नारेबाजी हुई थी और प्रशासन के खिलाफ नारेबाजी हुई थी। और अब उसके घर के बाहर शहर के कई हिस्सों में इस तरह का प्रदर्शन जो है वो जारी है, क्योंकि सुधीर सूरी की जो हत्या हुई है उसको डाइजेस्ट करना, उसको टॉलरेट करना इस सोसाइटी से नहीं हो पा रहा है। इसीलिए ये तस्वीर देखिए, यहाँ से तस्वीर देखिए, जहाँ तक आपको दिखाई दे रहा है वहाँ तक आपको लोग ही लोग नजर आएंगे। और इस तरफ सुधीर सूरी का घर है जहाँ पे परिवार मौजूद है और उनके सुधीर सूरी का जो पार्थिव शरीर है वो वहाँ पे अंदर रखा हुआ है ताकि लोग उनके अंतिम दर्शन कर सकें, क्योंकि यहाँ से उनकी लास्ट जर्नी शुरू होगी और लास्ट जर्नी शुरू होकर अंतिम संस्कार होगा। और अभी पुलिस की बहुत भारी डिप्लॉयमेंट है, यहाँ पे बहुत भारी डिप्लॉयमेंट है। हर तरफ चारों तरफ पुलिस ही पुलिस आपको नजर आएगी कि अगर फिर से कोई ऐसी घटना ना घट जाए जिसके पुलिस फिर से शर्मिंदा होना पड़े। पुलिस कह रही है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है और जो एक्यूज्ड है वो अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है, हथियार बरामद कर लिया गया है। आगे उसकी इंटेरोगेशन में पता चलेगा कि आखिरकार और कौन कौन इन्वॉल्व है। लेकिन ना तो ये लोग पुलिस की इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन से सहमत हैं और ना ही परिवार वाले पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन से सहमत हैं, क्योंकि पुलिस ही थी जो पहले सुधीर सूरी को सिक्योरिटी प्रोवाइड कर रही थी। उसी की सिक्योरिटी में सुधीर सूरी की हत्या हो गई और अभी पुलिस ये आश्वासन दे रही है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है, जल्द ही जल्द किसी न किसी कंक्लूजन पे पहुंच जाएगी। लेकिन ये लोग जो हैं वो इस चीज़ को नहीं मान रहे हैं कि आखिरकार जो पंजाब पुलिस को सिक्योर करना था वही पंजाब पुलिस वहाँ फ्रीज होकर खड़ी रही जब गोली चल रही थी। और जब गोली चलाने के बाद एक्यूज वहाँ से भागने की कोशिश कर रहा तब उसके पीछे भागी। गोली चलाने से पहले अगर एक्ट किया होता, जब पुलिस को ये नहीं पता चला कि कोई हथियारबंद आदमी सुधीर सूरी के पास आ रहा है, तब ये पंजाब पुलिस की इंटेलिजेंस कहाँ गई थी। और वो संदीप सिंह का अगर प्रोफाइल की बात करें, वो एक कपड़े का व्यापारी है और कपड़े के व्यापारी की दुकान बिल्कुल जहाँ प्रोटेस्टिंग साइट थी उसके बिल्कुल बगल में थी। और ना तो संदीप सिंह सुधीर सूरी को जानता था, ना सुधीर सूरी संदीप सिंह को जानता था, ना इनकी कोई दोस्ती थी, ना कोई दुश्मनी थी। फिर मोटिव क्या था? क्या संदीप सिंह आईएसआई खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स के हायर किया हुआ आदमी था, या फिर जो सिख सेंटिमेंट्स हैं उसको लेके बरगला के संदीप सिंह से ये काम करवाया गया? गोपाल सिंह चावला ने जिस तरह से वो वीडियो रिलीज की, एक जश्न का वीडियो रिलीज किया सुधीर सूरी की मौत के ऊपर, तो उससे ये साफ जाहिर होता है कि ये आईएसआई और खालिस्तानी एलिमेंट्स का एक रची हुई साजिश है। कनाडा से लखवीर लांडा जो हैं वो इसकी जिम्मेवारी लेते हैं। हरविंदर सिंह रिंदा पहले भी अटैक करवा चुके हैं सुधीर सूरी के ऊपर। तो पाकिस्तान से कनाडा तक इसकी साजिश रची गई जिसको अमृतसर में एग्जीक्यूट किया गया और अंजाम आपके सामने है। ये चीज़ लोगों को भी पता चल चुकी है और इसीलिए लोगों का आक्रोश जो है वो पंजाब पुलिस के खिलाफ बहुत ज़्यादा है और इसी वजह से लोग नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग तरीके से अपना गुस्सा निकाल रहे हैं, सवाल कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अब पंजाब पुलिस से इन लोगों का भरोसा कहीं ना कहीं उठ चुका है। जी,
right. And Amandeep, like you were saying, and we had also highlighted that when that attack had happened, it happened in broad daylight. The police were also present at the spot. The police personnel were present at the spot when the Shiv Sena leader was attacked. But they did not even react. Now we are also seeing a lot of questions being raised from the opposition, from across political lines, that why is there this kind of situation there in Punjab? Why are we seeing a law and order situation worsen in the state, Amandeep?
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. This is a big question arising in Punjab, and if I can show you the visual, the anger is still sustaining here among the people, and they are continuously raising the questions. And the point is that these kind of incidents never happened, and even certain kind of pro-Khalistani elements always try to create such kind of situation in Punjab, but they never succeeded. All the conspiracies and all the bids have been foiled by Punjab Police or any other central agency. But now Sudhir Suri's incident is a clear-cut indication that Punjab Police is now getting failed to control these kind of elements, and Such kind of elements are being actively working here in Punjab to create this situation. Just because Shivangi, Hindu versus Sikh never happened in Punjab before this, and you can see the visuals. This is the anger among the people. Look at the anger among the people. It's not only Hindus. Certain people with the turbans, they are also participating in this protest. They are also not happy with the working of the Punjab police. And that is the reason such kind of situation has been created in Amritsar. That is always in a sensitive situation. And police knows, government knows, each and every government knows that Amritsar is a sensitive state and it always remain on alert for certain kind of incidents, just because pro-Khalistani elements backed by ISI, they are always try to run their agenda, and Amritsar is a center of that. Everybody knows it. Each and every investigating and intelligence agency is very much aware about it. But despite all these facts, this Sudhir Suri's murder took place in a broad daylight in a full public view. That raises the question. Here the question arises that is the government and the Punjab police is very much concerned about the situation of Punjab. Everybody knows that Punjab is always in a sensitive mode since 1984 when the Khalistani elements tried to run their agenda. After Operation Blue Star, certain pro-Khalistani organizations were running in Punjab that has been eliminated in mid-90s and post-90s. And in fact, after that, the existence of these Khalistani organizations include Khalistan Zindabad Force, Khalistan Liberation Force, Babar Khalsa International and whatnot. Their existence has been reduced to a very minor. And in fact, now all of a sudden, certain kind of incidents are an example that though their leaders are not in India, but still they are executing their plans and the conspiracies on the Indian soil. And this is a clear-cut failure of the intelligence agency as well as the police. They are not able to identify.
And joining us on the live broadcast this afternoon is Mr. Assaduddin Owaisi, the chief of the AIMIM. Mr. Owaisi is joining us live from Hyderabad in what is now turning out to be a very, very controversial election, especially in Gujarat, where Mr. Assaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM will be contesting. We don't have the details of how many seats he will be contesting, but he's certainly giving it his best. Let me go across to Mr. Owaisi. Mr. Owaisi, the Union Home Minister has said as far as the Uniform Civil Code is concerned, and the reason I'm starting with this question is because you've been speaking about it. The Home Minister says it is part of the BJP's agenda for long. He says it's a commitment of the BJP. It is a commitment of the BJP governments that Uniform Civil Code will be a reality. It's an ideological commitment. Why are you opposing the Uniform Civil Code? Is it simply a political opposition to the idea of the Uniform Civil Code, Mr. Owaisi? All right, I'm just going to connect to Mr. Assaduddin Owaisi right now. We've lost the line there, but he's joining us live from Hyderabad. And Mr. Owaisi is joining us at a time when the Uniform Civil Code is one of the biggest talking points in both Himachal Pradesh and also Gujarat. Can you hear me, Mr. Owaisi? Good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Just checking my audio with you once again.
Good afternoon, okay, Mr. Niranjan, I can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon. So you're live, Mr. Owaisi. My first question was, I'm not sure you could hear me, but my first question was, the Union Home Minister has said the Uniform Civil Code is a commitment of his party, his governments across the country, the BJP governments, and he says they will ensure that it is a reality. Why are you opposing the Uniform Civil Code? Is it just a political opposition?
I missed your latter part of your question. Can you repeat it?
Okay, I think there's a poor audio line. I'll try and, be a little louder. Mr. Owaisi, why are you opposing the Uniform Civil Code?
Well, you see, the opposition to Uniform Civil Code from my party is because under Article 29, I have the right to culture. And you cannot impose, you cannot take away my right to culture. It is a basic fundamental right which is part of the basic structure of our constitution. And please understand that pluralism is also part of the basic structure of our constitution. And why only Article 44? What about Article 39, which talks about equal distribution of wealth? You know, more than 60-70% of our wealth is being controlled by 7-8 individuals in our country. So there are many directive principles which the government of the day must be answerable to it, must try to implement it, not only Article 44 only.
As far as, that's a political point, of course. Now, for example, I'm just giving you an example. In the case of Uttarakhand, the Uttarakhand Uniform Civil Code Committee, now it's a laborious exercise, one that involves taking direct feedback from the people. They've gone through about 4 lakh suggestions, right? And there is going to be more public outreach. Can you hear me, Mr. Owaisi? Just checking if you can hear me now, Mr. Owaisi, is it back? All right, I'm just going to go across back to Mr. Owaisi. He was live on the Uniform Civil Code. He was speaking on the Uniform Civil Code. And the moment I have him back, I'm just going to go back to him. It's a live interview, ladies and gentlemen, so I apologize for this interruption. There was a little bit of an issue in the audio line with Mr. Assaduddin Owaisi, and he's been speaking about different issues. We want to ask him questions on not just the Uniform Civil Code, but also the Gujarat elections, where his party will be contesting in what is now turning out to be a multi-cornered protest with a contest rather with even the Aam Aadmi Party in the fray, along with the Congress Party, which is, by the way, received a jolt this morning with one more leader, senior leader, resigning. And you also have the BJP in the fray, of course, the BJP leading according to some of the analysts on the ground. Let me go back to Mr. Owaisi on the point that he was making on the Uniform Civil Code. Mr. Owaisi, I was trying to ask you my follow-up question on the scale of the exercise on Uniform Civil Code that is being conducted. See, you spoke about the directive principles, etc. Now, I'm giving you the example of the Uttarakhand Uniform Civil Code Committee, which has gone through about 4 lakh suggestions and will continue to do more public outreach. So you can't just say that it's a political exercise when the feedback of the people is directly being taken in such an important decision, Mr. Owaisi.
Well, they can. The BJP wakes up to such issues only before an assembly election is there, and that is their whole plan, because in Gujarat there has been so much of misgovernance, and they are trying to ensure that all their misgovernance, their wrong policies which have affected the common man, price rise, unemployment, salaries decreasing. So these are all the issues which the BJP is trying to ensure that by raking up such issues, they'll try to cover up their misgovernance and their mistakes of last 5 years.
But Mr. Owaisi, this is a subject that we've been debating for decades together, right? Even when the UPA government was in place, we were questioning, we were debating this issue. I'm not for once saying that what you mentioned are not genuine issues. Yes, there are issues, there are genuine issues to also be addressed in these rallies. But for example, I'm going back to the question once again. For example, in the Uttarakhand exercise, from the details I have, there were about 3 lakh handwritten letters, 60,000 emails, 22,000 suggestions on the recommendation on one law for all. And just to get your view on this, there were suggestions made from tribal belts, rural hilly areas, where they wanted policy interventions, for example, on reverse inheritance, right? Same age of marriage for both genders, for example, simple issues. A total ban on polygamy and polyandry, for example. And should live-in relationships be registered? That is also a question that is being dealt with. Don't you think these are progressive issues in a progressive country like ours?
Well, number one is that Hindu Marriage Act is a central legislation. How can the state legislate on a central legislation? Muslim, you have the Muslim Marriage Act or Shariat Application Act. It's a central act. How can a state legislate on that? Thirdly, you talk about polyandry. Polyandry is part of the culture of the tribal people also. Can you take away that? And if my memory serves well, there is a case pending in the Honorable Supreme Court wherein people have gone to the Supreme Court stating that their polyandry is part of the culture and no government should interfere in that. And moreover, will right to culture be taken away from it? So these are important questions. You see, please remember that pluralism is part of the basic structure of our constitution. Now, if anyone, your question might be, then what is the law? The law is, you have the Indian Succession Act, you have the Special Marriage Act, you use it. Anyone who doesn't want to use religious laws can use the Special Marriage Act, can use the Indian Succession Act, the Juvenile Justice Act is there.
Now, on this question of polygamy, right now, and I asked you a question, you gave me your response, and you spoke about polyandry and tribal belts. In fact, this specific response was also from tribal belts. Let me also tell you that there is a belief, and the BJP is attacking you every day, of course, and they say that you're objecting UCC for pure vote bank politics in Gujarat because that's an issue that was raised, and it's an easy topic for Owaisi. How do you respond to this?
Well, I'm thankful to you for raising a very important point relating to the Gujarat state. Now, Niranjan, please tell me, in Gujarat, BJP talks about Uniform Civil Code. Now, can anyone go and change their religion? You cannot do that. You have to take a permission. So what sort of Uniform Civil Code you're talking about? There is a Disturbed Areas Act. Can the collector give a permission to a Muslim to buy a property from a non-Muslim? He never gives that. So you talk about Uniform Civil Code, but one cannot change religion without permission, despite being an adult. You talk about live-in relationship is allowed, but I cannot change a religion unless and until I take a permission from state government. So you look at this hypocrisy of the BJP as far as Gujarat is concerned.
I can hear you, but you see, Mr. Owaisi, in the past, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I was saying that in the past, you've had Mr. Ambedkar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, you had Muslim members, prominent Muslim members who've backed it, stalwarts who've supported it in the Constituent Assembly, etc., right? So historically, now all these issues have been dealt with in the past by some of the best experts who framed the Constitution.
Well, Ambedkar also said on Uniform Civil Code that it has to be voluntary. Baba Sahib Ambedkar also said that anyone who does not want religious laws can use the other laws. And that is why those same elders which made the Constitution gave you and me the right to culture. They gave you freedom of religion. They gave you right to equality. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So, one cannot forget, and remember, these are directive principles. By using a directive principle, you cannot take away fundamental right.
Coming to the Gujarat elections, Mr. Owaisi, how many seats is your party planning to contest?
Well, this decision will be taken by our Gujarat state MIM president, Mr. Saber Kabuliwala, and I'm sure he will take it very soon. So it is his responsibility, it is his prerogative to take a decision which he will take in due course.
सर अब हमारे जो भारत के दर्शक के दो क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे हिंदी में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ये यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का जो मुद्दा है, बीजेपी बोल रहे हैं कि आपका वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स की वजह से आप इसको अपोज कर रहे हैं, आपका रिस्पांस?
नहीं, मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की जो बात कर रहे हैं, हमको ये बताइए, भारत सरकार के आंकड़े हैं कि 2000 से 2019 तक 90 लाख बच्चियां, बेटियां हमारी फीमेल इन्फेंटिसाइड में मिसिंग है। माने पूरा उत्तराखंड का पॉपुलेशन के बराबर 90 लाख, जिसमें से कितने हमारे हिंदू परिवार के हैं? 84% के। भाजपा इस पर जवाब देगी क्या? अच्छा, फिर बार बार ये लोग बोलते कि नहीं नहीं मुसलमान 2 शादियां करते। तो भारत सरकार के आंकड़े हैं कि पॉलीगमी 1.9 मुस्लिम्स में है और हमारे हिंदू भाई में 1.3 है। एक बात समझिए, पॉलीगमी जो मुसलमानों में है, सेकंड वाइफ को वाइफ का दर्जा मिलता है और उसको राइट टू मेंटेनेंस मिलता है, जो दूसरे हमारे महिलाओं को नहीं मिलता है। तीसरी बात, आप ये बताइए कि हिंदू अनडिवाइडेड फैमिली टैक्स रिबेट सिर्फ हिंदू भाई बहनों क्यों मिलते हैं? भाई मुसलमान को भी, ईसाई को मिलना चाहिए। क्या राइट टू इक्वालिटी का वायलेशन नहीं है? और अगर कोई ये कह रहा है कि मुझे रिलीजियस लॉस पसंद नहीं है, तो भारत के संविधान में प्रोविजन है। स्पेशल मैरिज एक्ट ले लीजिए आप, इंडियन सक्सेशन एक्ट ले लीजिए, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट ले लीजिए। और जहां तक गुजरात की बात है, गुजरात में भाजपा यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात करती है, और अगर कोई अपना धर्म परिवर्तन करना चाहता है तो उसको परमिशन लेना पड़ता है सरकार से। तो ये यूनिफॉर्म कौन सा कोड की बात कर रहे हैं आप? अगर कोई मुसलमान किसी दूसरे समुदाय के आदमी का घर खरीदना चाह रहा तो कलेक्टर परमिशन नहीं देता। और गुजरात की जब आप बात कर रहे हैं, मैं आपके देखने वालों को बताना चाह रहा हूं कि गुजरात में 1000 लड़कों के ऊपर कितनी बेटियां मुसलमानों के पास पैदा होती हैं और कितनी हिंदू भाइयों के पास पैदा होती है। सबसे ज्यादा 944 तो मुसलमान परिवार के पास है बेटियां। इस पर भाजपा क्या बोलेगी? भाजपा अपने मिस गवर्नेंस को छुपाने के लिए, मिसाल के तौर पर जो मोरबी में ब्रिज गिरा, आपके कैमरामैन पर अटैक हो गया, आपने दिखाया, 2 करोड़ का पैसा दिया गया था, उसमें से वो परिवार ने सिर्फ 12 लाख खर्चा कर 140 लोगों की मौत हो गई। ये भाजपा का मिस गवर्नेंस है। आप यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड गुजरात में बात कर रहे तो चलिए मेरे साथ, जितने दलित और मुसलमानों की बस्तियां हैं वहां पर साफ सफाई का इंतजाम है क्या? मैं आपको दिखाऊंगा कि जुवापुरा में पूरा अहमदाबाद का कचरा और अहमदाबाद का मेडिकल वेस्ट का पहाड़ लगा हुआ है। उसका कौन जिम्मेदार है बताओ? फिर अब उसमें यूनिफॉर्मिटी क्यों नहीं है? आप लाकर रोड पर मुस्लिम बच्चों को पीटते हैं पूरी जनता को खड़ा करके, वो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड की बात कर रहे हैं आप।
मेरा आखिरी क्वेश्चन है कि आप क्या अकेले लड़ेंगे इस चुनाव में? गुजरात में कोई अलायंस होगा आपका, और कितने सीट में आप लड़ेंगे?
गुजरात में कितने विधानसभा की सीट पर हम इलेक्शन लड़ेंगे, इसका फैसला हमारे गुजरात की पार्टी करेगी। और हमारे गुजरात पार्टी के अध्यक्ष साबिर काबुलीवाला साहब और पूरे जो जिम्मेदार हैं वो अनकरीब में जल्द से जल्द फैसला कर लेंगे और बताएंगे। मगर हम पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मेहनत कर रहे हैं। गुजरात में हमारे अहमदाबाद में, मोडासा में, भरूच में और गोधरा में हमारे कॉरपोरेटर्स हैं, और वहाँ पर हमने अपने कैंडिडेट्स का भी अनाउंसमेंट किया है। तो हमको उम्मीद है कि गुजरात की जनता में इंशाल्लाह इस चुनाव में हम लोग कामयाब होंगे, हमारे विधायक मुंतखब होंगे गुजरात की जनता की दुआओं से और उनके वोटों से।
Thank you very much, Mr. Owaisi. Good to talk to you, and all the very best.
तुसे सभी लोकांनो मेरा प्रणाम। साथियों, मुझे कुछ दिन पहले ही मंडी आना था, लेकिन मौसम अचानक खराब हो गया था। बारिश इतनी तेज थी, लेकिन लोग मैदान में डटे हुए थे। तब मैंने हिमाचल की युवा शक्ति को, आपको वर्चुअली टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से संबोधित किया था। लेकिन उसी समय मैंने मन में ठान लिया था, मैंने संकल्प लिया था कि जब भी हिमाचल में चुनावी रैलियां शुरू होगी, सबसे पहले मैं मंडी जाऊंगा और आप लोगों से क्षमा मांगूंगा। मंडी के लोगों ने, हिमाचल के लोगों ने इतना कष्ट उठाया, मैं पहुंच नहीं पाया, उसकी पीड़ा मेरे मन में हमेशा रहेगी। लेकिन आज मुझे उतना ही अच्छा भी लग रहा है, क्योंकि आज हिमाचल की मेरी पहली सभा मंडी से ही हो रही है, सुंदरनगर में हो रही है। और यहां इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आप लोग होंगे, हमारी माताएं, बहनें, बेटियां हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने आई हैं। और मैं हेलीपैड से यहां आ रहा था, पूरे रास्ते भर जो प्यार, जो उमंग, जो आशीर्वाद देखते ही बनता था। हम सब आपके बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं। साथियों, ये देवभूमि से मेरा नाता इतना निकट रहा है कि आज सुंदरनगर में भी मैं पहले भी बहुत बार आना होता था। मैंने निहरी की चढ़ाई भी चढ़ी है और सराज, कुल्लू, किन्नौर, चंबा और कांगड़ा के दुर्गम क्षेत्र भी पैदल नापे हैं दोस्तों। यहां के रास्ते, ये सुंदरनगर की इतनी सुंदर बीबीएमबी झील, उसे कोई कैसे भूल सकता है। और जब मैं मंडी शहर की और फिर यहां से जब जाता था, तो अक्सर यहां रास्ते में चाय पीना, यहां की दुकानों से लोगों से गप्पे मारना, ये मेरा एक प्रकार से क्रम बन गया था। तब न मैंने सोचा था कि एक दिन हिमाचल प्रदेश की देश की सेवा का मौका मिलेगा, आप सबके आशीर्वाद से मिलेगा। और सुंदरनगर के मेरे पुराने सभी साथी, उनको भी वो पुरानी बातें याद करते होंगे तो आश्चर्य होता होगा। हम लोग घंटों घंटों गप्पे लड़ाया करते थे, हंसी मजाक किया करते थे। हमारे ठाकुर गंगा सिंह जी, हमारे दिलेराम जी, हमारे दामोदर दास जी, ऐसे अनेक संयोजन में भी मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा। मुझे कुछ समय पहले ही यहां सुंदरनगर के होनहार सपूत बॉक्सर आशीष चौधरी से भी याद है, उनसे बातचीत करने का मौका मिला था। टोक्यो ओलंपिक जाने से पहले जब वो स्पेन में ट्रेनिंग ले रहे थे, तब मेरी उनसे बात हुई थी। पिता की मृत्यु के बाद जिस तरह का हौसला भाई आशीष ने दिखाया, वो सब लोग नहीं दिखा पाते। सुंदरनगर के लोगों की यही बात पूरे हिमाचल की पहचान है, ये पहाड़ी लोगों की पहचान है। साथियों, मैं आज सुबह जब दिल्ली से निकला, आप लोगों के पास आ रहा था, तभी मुझे स्वतंत्र भारत के पहले मतदाता और कल्पा किन्नौर के रहने वाले श्याम शरण नेगी जी के दुखद निधन की भी खबर मिली। 106 वर्षीय नेगी जी ने अपने जीवन में 30 से ज्यादा बार मतदान किया था। इतना ही नहीं, अभी 2 दिन पहले 2 नवंबर को ही ये जो विधानसभा चुनाव हो रहे हैं, उसके लिए भी उन्होंने पोस्टल बैलेट के माध्यम से वोट दिया था। जाने से पहले भी उन्होंने मतदान करके अपना कर्तव्य निभाया। ये बात हर देशवासी को, खास करके मेरे युवा मतदाताओं को, हर नागरिक को सदा सर्वदा प्रेरित करती रहेगी। मैं बहुत ही भावुक मन से परमादरणीय श्याम शरण नेगी जी को सर झुका करके श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं। उनके परिजनों के प्रति अपनी संवेदनाएं व्यक्त करता हूं। साथियों, इस बार का हिमाचल चुनाव बहुत खास है। खास इसलिए क्योंकि इस बार 12 नवंबर को जो वोट पड़ेंगे, वो वोट सिर्फ आने वाले 5 वर्ष के लिए नहीं है। इस बार 12 नवंबर को पड़ने वाला एक एक वोट हिमाचल के अगले 25 साल की विकास यात्रा तय करेगा। कुछ महीने पहले ही हिमाचल की स्थापना के 75 वर्ष हुए हैं। कुछ सप्ताह पहले ही भारत ने भी अपनी आजादी के 75 वर्ष पूरे किए हैं। जब भारत अपनी आजादी के 100 साल मनाएगा, उसी के आसपास हिमाचल भी अपनी स्थापना के 100 साल पूरे करेगा। इसलिए अगले 25 साल का ये कालखंड बहुत ही अहम कालखंड है। अमृत काल के इन वर्षों में हिमाचल में तेज विकास जरूरी है, स्थिर सरकार जरूरी है। मुझे खुशी है कि हिमाचल के लोग, यहां के युवा, यहां की माताएं बहनें इस बात को अच्छी तरह समझ रही है। वो जानते हैं भाजपा यानी स्थिरता, भाजपा यानी सेवा भाव, भाजपा यानी समभाव, भाजपा यानी नीतियों में स्थायी भाव, और भाजपा यानी विकास को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता। इसलिए इस विधानसभा चुनाव में हिमाचल के लोग भाजपा सरकार की जोरदार वापसी की ठान चुके हैं। और फौजियों की ये धरती, वीर माताओं की ये धरती जब कुछ संकल्प ले लेती है तो उसे सिद्ध करके ही दिखाती है। भाइयों और बहनों, आजादी के बाद कांग्रेस ने बहुत लंबे समय तक हिमाचल प्रदेश पर शासन किया है। कांग्रेस के लिए सरकार में आना, सरकार में रहना राजपाट चलाने जैसा ही रहा है। हिमाचल में पहाड़ी राज्यों में तो कांग्रेस दशकों तक तरसाओ, लटकाओ, भटकाओ, यही उनकी रीति थी, यही उनकी नीति थी। कांग्रेस ने हमेशा यही सोचा कि इतना छोटा राज्य, 3-4 सांसद आते हैं, देश की राजनीति में क्या फर्क पड़ता है? इतने छोटे राज्य की हैसियत क्या है? अरे होता है, चलता है, करो न करो कौन पूछता है भाई। बड़े बड़े राज्य होंगे, ज्यादा एमपी होंगे, उसकी तो आवाभगत होगी, हिमाचल की क्यों होगी? इसी सोच की वजह से कांग्रेस ने हिमाचल के विकास को कभी भी प्राथमिकता नहीं दी। इसी वजह से हिमाचल लगातार पीछे होता चला गया। बीच बीच में आपने यहां भाजपा की सरकारें बनाई तो कुछ काम आगे बढ़ा, और सद्भाग्य ये रहा कि पहले अटल जी थे, यहां धूमल जी थे। अब मुझे सेवा का मौका दिया, मैं हिमाचल को मैं भी अपना घर मानता हूं, और इधर आपने जयराम जी को दे दिया। लेकिन उन दिनों को याद रखिए जब दिल्ली में भाजपा का सरकार थी, हिमाचल में भाजपा सरकार थी, काम तेजी से चल रहे थे। लेकिन जैसा ही 5 इसके 5 उसके 5 इसके 5 उसके ये वाले चक्कर में पड़ गए, और जैसे ही कांग्रेस वाले वापस आए सारे काम ठप कर दिए, वो अपनी कटकी ढूंढने में लग गए। इस वजह से हिमाचल विकास की ऊंचाई पर नहीं पहुंच पाया, जिस पर पहुंचने का हिमाचल का हक था, हिमाचल के लोगों की आवश्यकता थी। साथियों, मैं आपसे एक चीज जानना चाहता हूं। जरा आप सोचिए, अपनी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी के अनुभव से सोचिए। अगर घर में कोई बीमार होता है और फिर किसी एक अच्छे डॉक्टर से दवाई लेता है, लेकिन हफ्ते भर दवाई लेता है, फिर कोई आ जाता है, अरे रे रे ये अंग्रेजी दवाई क्यों लेते हो, आयुर्वेद ले लो। तो इसको भी लगता है यार अब हफ्ते भर तो अंग्रेजी दवा खाई, चलो अब आयुर्वेद करते हैं। तो एक सप्ताह अंग्रेजी खाई, छोड़ दी, फिर दूसरा सप्ताह आयुर्वेद पे चढ़ गए, और फिर दूसरे सप्ताह आयुर्वेद खाई। इतने में कोई आ गया, अरे भाई ये आयुर्वेद क्यों खाते हो, क्या फायदा है, ऐसा करो होम्योपैथी ले लो। तो तीसरे हफ्ते होम्योपैथी ले लिया। अब मुझे बताइए, एक हफ्ते एक दवाई, दूसरे हफ्ते दूसरी दवाई, तीसरे हफ्ते तीसरी दवाई, चौथे हफ्ते चौथी दवाई, क्या मरीज ठीक होगा क्या? मुझे बताइए, बीमारी जाएगी क्या? जाएगी क्या? भाई बीमारी है तो एक दवाई को पकड़ के लंबे समय तक जरा एक बार देख लें, तब फायदा होता है कि नहीं होता है? भाइयों बहनों, इतनी जल्दी जल्दी दवाइयां बदलने से बीमारी जाती नहीं है। आप दवा का एक डोज ले, फिर दूसरा डोज, फिर तीसरा डोज, कभी किसी को फायदा नहीं होता है। और इसलिए मेरे भाइयों बहनों, हिमाचल ने अब तक ऐसी ही गलती होती रही है और उसका परिणाम यह आया है कि यहां जो मुसीबतें हैं, इसके लिए किसी ने अपनी जिम्मेवारी नहीं ली। आपकी जो तकलीफें हैं, जो मुसीबतों से आपको जिंदगी गुजारनी पड़ रही है, उसकी जो आकर के शिमला में बैठे, उन्होंने जिम्मेवारियां नहीं ली। और उनको भी पता था कि अब 5 साल आए हैं, क्या करना है भाई, क्या जरूरत है, 5 साल कितना ही काम करो, ये लोग तो 5 साल के बाद दूसरे को लाने वाले हैं। तो वो सोचता है कुछ करना ही नहीं है। ये जो 5-5 वाला दिमाग में भरा दिया बदमाश लोगों ने, गलत सोचने वाले लोगों ने, उन्होंने आपका इतना नुकसान किया है कि आप किसी का जवाब ही नहीं मांगते हो। वो तो हाथ ऊपर कहते हम क्या करें भाई, आपने हमको मौका नहीं दिया, एक बार दिया, हम कुछ काम करें, उतने में तो आपने दूसरे को ला लिया। आप अगर सरकार से जवाब मांगना चाहते हैं, आप अगर सरकार से जवाबदेही चाहते हैं, आप उसको दोबारा मौका दीजिए ताकि उसको लगे कि हिमाचल की जनता अच्छे काम को आशीर्वाद देती है, तो उसका काम करने का उत्साह डबल हो जाता है। इस बार हिमाचल करेगा ना, इस बार दोबारा लाने का निर्णय करेगा ना, ये पुरानी बातों को छोड़ेगा कि नहीं छोड़ेगा। और मेरे हिमाचल के भाइयों बहनों, आपने मुझे दिल्ली में बिठाया है, मैं आपके लिए कुछ करना चाहता हूं। पिछले 5 साल से कर रहा हूं, आगे भी करना चाहता हूं। मुझे सेवा का मौका दोगे ना, पक्का दोगे। और मैं आपको वादा करता हूं, इस धरती के बेटे के नाते मैं आपके लिए जितना कर सकता हूं, कभी पीछे नहीं रहूंगा भाई। लेकिन अगर यहां आपको ऐसे लोगों को बिठा दिया जो काम को आगे ही न बढ़ने दे, तो क्या होगा। मैं कितना ही दिल्ली से जोर लगाऊं, काम हो पाएगा क्या, रुकावटें आएगी कि नहीं आएगी। इसलिए भाइयों बहनों, यहां भाजपा की सरकार बनाइए ताकि मैं आपकी सेवा अच्छी तरह से कर सकूं। भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस ने अपने लंबे शासन में हिमाचल का जितना नुकसान किया है, उसकी भरपाई के लिए और फिर तेज गति से काम करने के लिए भाजपा को दोबारा जिताना, भाजपा को बार बार जिताना और दिल्ली की मोदी सरकार की भी भाजपा सरकार को पूरी मदद मिलती रहे, ये पक्का करने वाला ये चुनाव है। साथियों, कांग्रेस कैसे काम करती है, इसका मैं आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं। एक एक चीज याद रखिए, भूलना मत। 50 साल से ज्यादा हो गए जब कांग्रेस ने गरीबी हटाओ की बात कही थी। जब भी आओ गरीबी हटा के नारे लगाओ, गरीबी हटाओ नारे लगाओ, वादा करना, और लोग भी मानते थे हाँ यार गरीबी जाएगी। चुनाव होते गए, गरीबी हटाओ का नारा देकर कांग्रेस सरकार बनाती गई, लेकिन देश से गरीबी नहीं हटी। झूठे वायदे करना, झूठी गारंटी देना, ये कांग्रेस की पुरानी तरकीब रही है। आपको याद होगा, किसानों को कर्ज माफी के नाम पर कांग्रेस किस तरह झूठ बोलती रही। इसका गवाह भी पूरा देश रहा है। कांग्रेस की सच्चाई ये है कि 2012 में जिस घोषणा पत्र पर वो चुनाव जीते, मैं आज से 10 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं, उसमें आप निकाल करके देख लीजिए 2012 में उनके जो वादे किए थे, जो उनके घोषणा पत्र में लिखा था, एक भी काम उन्होंने 2012 से 17 आपने उनको सर आंखों पर बिठाया, आपका एक भी काम उन्होंने किया नहीं, खोल करके देखा नहीं घोषणा पत्र उन्होंने। जबकि भाजपा की पहचान है कि जो हम कहते हैं उसे पूरा करने के लिए दिन रात खपा देते हैं। भाइयों बहनों, दिन रात खपा देते हैं। भाजपा जो संकल्प लेती है उसकी सिद्धि करके दिखाती है। भाजपा ने जम्मू कश्मीर से आर्टिकल 370 हटाने का संकल्प लिया था ना? पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? भाजपा ने राम मंदिर बनाने का संकल्प लिया था और वो निर्णय भी इसी हिमाचल की धरती में, पालमपुर में भाजपा की वर्किंग कमेटी में निर्णय किया गया था। भाइयों, इसी देवभूमि में निर्णय किया गया था। आज राम मंदिर बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? आप बताइए, बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? ऐसे नहीं, जरा जोरों से बोलिए, बन रहा है कि नहीं बन रहा है? वादा निभाया कि नहीं निभाया? वचन पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? साथियों, भाजपा के संकल्पों की सिद्धि का एक और उदाहरण, ये तो हमारी वीरों की भूमि है। हर परिवार फौजी परिवार है, हर घर हिंदुस्तान की सुरक्षा का किला है। अब देखिए, वन रैंक वन पेंशन एक ऐसा उदाहरण है, वो कांग्रेस को जानने समझने के लिए काफी है। कांग्रेस 40 साल से देश के फौजियों को हर चुनाव में वादा करती थी। आपके हिमाचल के मेरे फौजी परिवार बराबर याद होगा, हर बार वादा करते थे वन रैंक वन पेंशन बस आ जाएगा, चुनाव जिता दो, आ जाएगा चुनाव। कितनी सरकारें बनी, कितने ही प्रधानमंत्री आए, कितनी बार वादे करके गए, लेकिन इतने वर्षों तक केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार रहने के बावजूद भी वे कभी भी वन रैंक वन पेंशन को लागू नहीं किया। और दिखावे के लिए बजट में मामूली 100, 200, 300 करोड़ रुपया डाल देते थे और लिख देते थे, लेकिन इससे होना नहीं था। ये आंख में धूल झोंकने की उनकी आदत, झूठे वादे करना, चुनाव जीतना फिर भूल जाना, यही उनका चरित्र। हिमाचल में हर बार वो झूठ बोलते रहे। देवभूमि में झूठ बोला है, देश की वीर माताओं के सामने झूठ बोला, देश के वीर जवानों के सामने झूठ बोला। भाइयों बहनों, मैं हिमाचल में आया था 2014 में, चुनाव में आपके वोट मांगने के लिए आया था, और मैंने हिमाचल में आकर के मैं कहा था, मैं जानता हूं मामला बहुत बड़े धन का है, धन खर्च करना पड़ेगा, तिजोरी खाली करनी पड़ेगी, लेकिन ये वादा मैं पूरा करूंगा। भाइयों बहनों, वन रैंक वन पेंशन का वादा हमने पूरा किया कि नहीं किया? किया कि नहीं किया? वादा 40 साल तक उन्होंने किया था, नहीं पूरा किया। हमने वादा किया 5 साल के भीतर पूरा कर दिया था। भाइयों, जुबान की कीमत होती है, और लोकतंत्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जुबान जनता जनार्दन को समर्पित होती है, जनता जनार्दन के लिए संकल्पित होती है। भाइयों, वन रैंक वन पेंशन लागू होने की वजह से हमारे रिटायर्ड फौजी साथियों की जेब में, उनके परिवार के पास पहले जो पेंशन जाता था उससे अतिरिक्त और 60,000 करोड़ रुपया मेरे इन फौजी परिवारों के जेब में गए भाइयों। 60,000 करोड़ रुपया बहुत बड़ी अमाउंट होती है। आप ध्यान दीजिए साथियों, क्या कांग्रेस सरकार होती तो ये 60,000 करोड़ रुपया मेरे फौजी परिवारों के घर में आते क्या? फौजी परिवारों के विधवाओं के घर में जाते क्या? भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस की सरकार होती तो आज भी 1 रैंक 1 पेंशन के नाम पर आप लोगों को ठगती रहती। साथियों, उनके वादे कभी सही नहीं निकले। इस चुनाव में भी वादे करने में पीछे नहीं हटेंगे। उन पे भरोसा मत करना। कांग्रेस का एक और इतिहास रहा है जिसकी बहुत चर्चा नहीं हुई है। आज के युवा तो ये भी नहीं जानते होंगे कि आजादी के बाद देश का पहला घोटाला कांग्रेस ने रक्षा क्षेत्र में ही किया था। तब से लेकर जब तक कांग्रेस की सरकार रही तब तक उसने रक्षा सौदों में जमकर दलाली खाई, हजारों करोड़ के घोटाले किए। इसके साथ ही कांग्रेस ने एक और बात सुनिश्चित की। कांग्रेस कभी नहीं चाहती थी कि देश रक्षा साजो सामान के मामले में आत्मनिर्भर बने। वो सेना के लिए हर खरीद में कमीशन चाहती थी, अपने नेताओं की तिजोरी भरना चाहती थी। इस वजह से हमेशा हथियार खरीदने में देरी की गई। इसका नुकसान किसे हुआ? इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान हुआ हिमाचल की उस वीर माताओं को जिसने अपना बेटा मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए बॉर्डर पर लड़ने के लिए भेजा था। इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान हमारे हिमाचल की बहन बेटियों को हुआ। उन बहनों ने जिसने अपना भाई दुश्मन से मोर्चा लेने के लिए सीमा पर भेजा था। इसका नुकसान हिमाचल की हजारों महिलाओं ने उठाया, हजारों बच्चों ने उठाया। हथियारों में दलाली खाकर कांग्रेस ने कितनी ही जिंदगियों के साथ खिलवाड़ किया है। मैं हिमाचल की किसी माता, बहन, बेटी के साथ यह अन्याय नहीं होने दूंगा। इसलिए आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर होने का अभियान चला रहा है, अपने हथियार खुद बनाने पर जोर दे रहा है। साथियों, कांग्रेस देश की रक्षा की ही नहीं बल्कि देश के विकास की भी हमेशा से विरोधी रही है। गुजरात में इतने साल मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए मैंने इसे खुद महसूस किया है। जब 2014 में आपने मुझे सेवा का अवसर दिया तो मैं चाहता था कि हिमाचल में विकास की योजना तेजी से आगे बढ़े। मैं 2014 की बात कर रहा हूं। जब मैं दिल्ली में बैठा तो हिमाचल के साथ मेरा लगाव रहा था। हिमाचल ने मुझे बहुत प्यार दिया था, तो मुझे स्वाभाविक बैठते ही हिमाचल याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक था। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, उस समय यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी और मुझे आज भी याद है केंद्र सरकार की अनेकों योजनाओं को कैसे यहां की कांग्रेस सरकार ने लागू नहीं होने दिया। अड़ंगे डाले, रुकावटें डाली। उनके दिमाग में तो यही नशा था कि मोदी होता कौन है, ये दिल्ली सरकार होती कौन है, हमारी मर्जी क्या करे क्या ना करे, और मोदी की योजनाओं को लागू करेंगे तो ये हिमाचल के लोग तो मोदी को अपना नेता मानेंगे, हमें तो मानेंगे नहीं। इसी चिंता में दिल्ली से मैं योजना भेजता था, पैसे भेजता था, वे इसको अड़ंगे लगा करके बैठ जाते थे। मैं इसका एक उदाहरण देता हूं आपको। 2014 से और 2016 के बीच यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी और दिल्ली में आपने मुझे बिठाया था। हमने प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना शहरी के तहत घर बनाने की, जो शहर में लोग हैं जिनके पास अपने घर नहीं है, जैसे सुंदरनगर हो, मंडी हो, शिमला हो, कांगड़ा हो, जिनके पास घर नहीं है, भाई उनको घर होना चाहिए। और ये पहाड़ों में ठंड में झुग्गी झोपड़ी में जिंदगी बसर करते, उनको अच्छा पक्का छत वाला घर मिलना चाहिए। तो हमने प्रधानमंत्री शहरी घर बनाने की योजना के तहत हमने पैसे दिए। उनका काम था सिर्फ उन पैसों को खर्च करके लागू करना। 2014 से 17, ये मेरे पत्रकार मित्र भी आंखें फट जाएगी आपकी सुन करके, 2014 से 17 इतनी बड़ी सरकार, इतना बड़ा मेरा हिमाचल, ये मेरी वीर भूमि, वीर माताएं, कितने घर बने होंगे। 14 से 17 पैसे भारत सरकार दे रही थी, कितने घर बने होंगे आप अंदाज लगा सकते हो। मैं बोलूंगा तो आपको भी शर्म आएगी कि ऐसी सरकार यहां चलती थी कांग्रेस की। पूरे हिमाचल में सिर्फ 15 घर बने, 15। और जरा जोरों से बोलो। आप ध्यान दीजिए साथियों, सिर्फ 15 घर। और जैसे ही आप लोगों ने हिमाचल को डबल इंजन की सरकार दी, दिल्ली में मुझे और यहां पर जयराम जी को, तो जो योजना लगाने के लिए मैं 14 से लग रहा था, जिसको लटका करके बैठे थे, अटका करके बैठे थे, अड़ंगे लगा करके बैठे थे, उनको आपने हटाया, जयराम जी को बिठाया। कहां 15 घर, और हमने 10,000 घरों पर काम शुरू कर दिया। कितने भाई, कितने घर, कितने माताएं बहनें जरा बोलते कितने? उनके कितने थे? उनके कितने थे? हमने कितनों पर काम शुरू किया? और मुझे आज संतोष से कहना है, जयराम जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को अभिनंदन करना है, इसमें से 8,000 से ज्यादा घर पूरे हो चुके हैं और बाकी पर काम चल रहा है, वो भी कुछ समय में पूरे हो जाएंगे। कहां 15 घर वाली कांग्रेस की सरकार और कहां 8,000 घरों को बनाने वाली डबल इंजन की सरकार। अब आप तय कीजिए कि आपको 15 घर बनाने वाली सरकार चाहिए कि 8,000 घर बनाने वाली सरकार चाहिए? कौन सी सरकार चाहिए? निर्णय आपको करना है दोस्तों। मैं कह रहा हूं इसलिए करो ये नहीं कहने आया हूं, मैं हिसाब देकर के कह रहा हूं कि हम आपके लिए काम करने वाले लोग हैं। यानी 2017 के बाद से भाजपा सरकार में हिमाचल के विकास ने अभूतपूर्व तेजी पकड़ी है। मैं आज भी ये सोचकर परेशान हो उठता हूं कि अगर 2017 में भी हिमाचल में कांग्रेस की सरकार आती, जयराम जी की सरकार ना आती तो क्या होता दोस्तों? 15 के बजाय 25 घर बना लेते, 25 नहीं तो 50 बना लेते। साथियों, बीते 2-2.5 साल में दुनिया की इतनी बड़ी महामारी, हिमाचल लोगों ने भी इसका मुकाबला किया है। भाजपा की सरकार में हिमाचल ने देश में सबसे पहले 100% टीकाकरण का लक्ष्य हासिल किया। आप कल्पना करिए, अगर महामारी के समय भी यहां कांग्रेस होती तो क्या होता? कांग्रेस का तो इतिहास है कि उसने गंभीर से गंभीर बीमारी के टीकों के लिए भी देश के लोगों को बरसों बरसों तक इंतजार करवाया था। और हिमाचल में टीका लगवाने का मतलब सिर्फ एक नागरिक की जान से जुड़ा हुआ नहीं है। जब हिमाचल में सबको टीका लग गया तो बाहर से आने वाले टूरिस्टों को भरोसा हो गया कि हिमाचल सेफ है। फिर से टूरिज्म ने गति पकड़ना शुरू किया, यहां के लोगों की रोजी रोटी चल पड़ी। ये वैक्सीन की ताकत थी और ये जयराम जी और भाजपा सरकार की ताकत थी कि उन्होंने पूरे देश में हिमाचल को पहला, और मैं यहां के हमारे आशा वर्करों, हमारे आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर, हमारे गांव में काम करने वाले हेल्थ वर्कर, उनको आज नमन करता हूं कि उन्होंने पहाड़ों पर चल करके जाकर के बर्फीली जगह पर जाकर के भी वैक्सीनेशन का काम कर लिया और जिंदगी बचाने का काम कर लिया, और मुफ्त में, एक पैसा नहीं लिया किसी भाइयों बहनों। कोरोना के समय में अगर हिमाचल में कांग्रेस होती तो हिमाचल में सबसे अंत में टीके पहुंचते, क्योंकि 4 सीट वाले हैं, क्या लेना देना। दूर दराज वाले क्षेत्र तो आज भी कोरोना वैक्सीन का इंतजार कर रहे होते भाइयों। 100 साल की सबसे बड़ी आपदा में ये डबल इंजन की सरकार आज भी हिमाचल के गरीबों को, लाखों गरीब परिवारों को मुफ्त राशन दे रही है। मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है ना। ये मेरी माताएं बहनें मुझे आशीर्वाद हमेशा देती हैं कि दिल्ली में एक उनका बेटा बैठा है जिसने हमारे घर के चूल्हे को कभी बुझने नहीं दिया। दिल्ली में एक ऐसा बेटा बैठा है जिसने कभी हमारे घर के चूल्हे को बुझने नहीं दिया। कोई रात ऐसी नहीं थी जब बच्चों को भूखे सोना पड़े, क्योंकि दिल्ली में एक बेटा बैठा था जो जागता था कि मेरा बेटा खा करके सो जाए। और इसलिए भाइयों कांग्रेस की सरकार होती तो गरीब का राशन लूट जाता दोस्तों, गरीब की रसोई तक नहीं पहुंच पाता। साथियों, 2017 में कांग्रेस की सरकार ना बनाकर भाजपा को सेवा का मौका देकर हिमाचल के लोगों ने इस देश भूमि की रक्षा करने का काम किया है। अगर हिमाचल के लोगों ने भाजपा को सेवा का मौका नहीं दिया होता तो आज 9 लाख नए घरों में नल से जल नहीं पहुंचता भाइयों। अगर हिमाचल के लोगों ने हमें सेवा का मौका नहीं दिया होता तो यहां की लाखों रसोइयों में उज्ज्वला का सिलेंडर नहीं पहुंचता। अगर हिमाचल के लोगों ने भाजपा को सेवा का मौका नहीं दिया होता तो आयुष्मान योजना और हिम केयर योजना के तहत 4 लाख लोगों को मुफ्त इलाज नहीं मिलता। अगर यहां 2017 में भाजपा सरकार नहीं बनती तो अटल टनल का काम शायद वहीं अटका लटका पड़ा होता, वो काम कभी पूरा नहीं होता। साथियों, आज अटल टनल से हमारी योजनाओं को भी फायदा हो रहा है। लाहौल स्पीति के मेरे भाई बहनों को आजादी के बाद पहली बार जीवन का उनका सुख का समय आया है, ये काम हमने किया है। और इसे आप हमेशा याद रखिए, ये सब किसने किया? ये सारा काम किसने किया? ये काम किसने किया? ये काम के जरा जोर से बताइए, किसने किया? ये काम किसने किया? आपका जवाब गलत है। आपका जवाब गलत है। ये मोदी जी ने नहीं किया है, ये जयराम जी ने नहीं किया है, ये तो आपके एक वोट ने किया है। ये आपके वोट की ताकत है, इसलिए हुआ है। वोट सही जगह पर डाला तो इतने सारे काम किए। इस बार भी आपका वोट सही होगा, आगे भी इससे भी बढ़िया काम होंगे भाइयों बहनों। हिमाचल के लोगों का एक वोट आज हिमाचल में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम तेजी से करा रहा है। यहां रेल रोड का नेटवर्क बनवा रहा है। आप सोचिए, यहां से चंडीगढ़ से मनाली हाईवे को बने कितने साल हो गए थे। इसका चौड़ीकरण हो, इसकी याद कांग्रेस को अपने 10 साल के शासन में नहीं आई। अब हिमाचल के लोगों के एक वोट के कारण इस मार्ग पर 4 लेन का ऐसा नेशनल हाईवे बन रहा है जो आपके टूरिज्म को बहुत बड़ी ताकत देने वाला है। हमारी सरकार पठानकोट से मंडी जाने वाले नेशनल हाईवे को भी आधुनिक बनाने पर 9,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है भाइयों बहनों। पिछली कांग्रेस सरकार के समय गांव में जितनी सड़कें बनवाई गई थी, हमारी सरकार ने उससे 2 गुनी सड़कें बनाकर दिखा के दिया है आपको भाइयों। डबल तेजी से काम, डबल इंजन की सरकार की पहचान है। 8 दिसंबर को नतीजे आने के बाद हिमाचल के विकास में और तेजी लाई जाएगी। भाजपा की सरकार ने आगे के रोड मैप पर काम करना शुरू कर दिया है। हिमाचल के बॉर्डर पर बने गांवों में विकास के लिए, वहां कनेक्टिविटी और टूरिज्म बढ़ाने के लिए वाइब्रेंट बॉर्डर विलेज योजना शुरू की जा चुकी है। हिमाचल में कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने के लिए रोपवे से प्रमुख स्थानों को जोड़ने के लिए हमने पर्वतमाला योजना चलाई जा रहा शुरू की है। यहां डबल इंजन की सरकार की वापसी के बाद ऐसे विकास कार्यों में और तेजी लाई जाएगी। बस आपको एक बात याद रखनी है, हर बूथ पर कमल का फूल ही भाजपा का उम्मीदवार है। याद रहेगा ना, हमारा उम्मीदवार सिर्फ कमल का फूल ही है। जहां कमल का फूल दिखे वो ही भाजपा का उम्मीदवार है। कमल के फूल पर पड़ा हर वोट मुझे ताकत देगा, हिमाचल के इस बेटे को दिल्ली में बड़ी ताकत देगा। मंडी को, कुल्लू को, रामपुर को, किन्नौर को, लाहौल स्पीति को ताकत देगा। मैं विशेष रूप से इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आई माताओं बहनों कहूंगा कि माताएं बहनें अधिक से अधिक संख्या में इस बार वोट करने के लिए लोगों को प्रेरित करें। आप भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा वोट करिए। महिलाओं के वोटिंग के सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दीजिए भाइयों बहनों। आपको जुलूस निकाल करके गीत गाते मतदान मथकों पर पहुंचना है। और जितनी भी बातें मैंने बताई है, एक काम करोगे, मेरा एक काम करोगे, जरा जोर से बताओ तो पता चलेगा। करोगे? घर घर जाओगे, मेरी बात लोगों को बताओगे, जो मैं कह के रहा हूं समझाओगे। और जहां भी जिस घर में जाएंगे ना, तो मेरी तरफ से एक बात कहना कि अपने मोदी जी आए थे मिलने के लिए। समय के कारण सबको तो नहीं मिल पाए, लेकिन मोदी जी ने आपको प्रणाम कहा है। इतना कह देंगे? इतना कह देंगे? कह देंगे भाइयों? बस मेरा प्रणाम पहुंचा दीजिए। हम मिलकर हिमाचल को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, नया रिवाज बनाएंगे, भाजपा को वापस लाएंगे। मेरे साथ जोर से बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। जो उम्मीदवार है उनसे मेरी प्रार्थना है जरा आगे आ जाए। उम्मीदवार जो है, जितने उम्मीदवार है वो जरा आगे आ जाए। हाँ, जोर से बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। मैं जरा आपके बीच में आता हूं, मेरे लिए जगह रखिए।
All right, viewers, the Prime Minister addressing a rally in Himachal Pradesh. Many points being made there where he said that Himachal did not matter to the Congress. Taking a short break, much more coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब संवैधानिक पद पर कोई व्यक्ति बैठा होता है, वो चिट्ठी लिखता है तो उसको लव लेटर बताते हैं, और इस कट्टर बेईमान पापी आपके नेता महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल को समझाने के लिए यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि जो ठग सुकेश चंद्रशेखर का दूसरा लव लेटर अरविंद केजरीवाल की महाठगी, उगाही, जालसाजी और फर्जीवाड़े को उजागर करता है, तो पूरे देश की जनता कुछ सवाल पूछ रही है जो हम यहां से उठाएंगे। देखिए, ये पत्र जो हम लेके आए हैं, ये मीडिया में भी सर्कुलेट हो रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल के पाप, उनके कुकर्म अब उजागर हो गए हैं। और क्या मुख्य बिंदु हैं जो तथ्य सामने आए हैं, वो मैं आपके समक्ष रख दूं। सबसे पहले तो इससे पहले भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने प्रेस वार्ता करके जो पहला लव लेटर था, उसमें भी यह बात आई थी किस तरह से 50 करोड़ रुपए 50 करोड़ रुपए ठग से लेते हैं महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल। और ऐसे व्यक्तियों को जिन पे कई क्रिमिनल मुकदमे चल रहे हैं, उनको राज्यसभा भेजने की बात करते हैं। आज पुनः इस चिट्ठी में यह बात सामने आ गई है। 3 लोगों का रोल इसमें स्पष्ट हो जाता है। पहला है महाठग, किंग पिन, सरगना जो है अरविंद केजरीवाल। उनका जो रिश्ता है ठगों से, वो ऐसा है कि 2 जिस्म एक जान। और ये रिश्ता केवल इनकमिंग का नहीं है कि इनकमिंग कॉल आ गई, ये रिश्ता आउटगोइंग कॉल का भी है। ठग तुम कहां हो, महाठग को कुछ काला धन दिया नहीं और आके दे दो। क्योंकि यह पत्र आरोप लगाता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल 50 करोड़ रुपया लेते हैं। और तथ्य इतने ज्यादा चौंकाने वाले हैं कि जगह बताते हुए जो मंत्री हैं ठग नंबर 2 कैलाश गहलोत के फार्म पे असोला में यह आदान प्रदान होता है काले धन का। तीसरे ठग सतेंद्र जैन, उनका भी जिक्र आता है और कहा जाता है कि 2019 में 10 करोड़ रुपए सतेंद्र जैन को दिए। और मत भूलिएगा, ये वो सतेंद्र जैन है जिनको कट्टर ईमानदार अरविंद केजरीवाल बता रहे थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद कट्टर बेईमान महाठग, उनके दूसरे ठग कट्टर बेईमान 5 महीने से जेल की सलाखों के पीछे है, बेल नहीं हुई है। तो महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल, एक ठग सतेंद्र जैन और तीसरे ठग कैलाश गहलोत। ये वही कैलाश गहलोत हैं जो डीटीसी, जो लो फ्लोर बसेस का घोटाला है, नाम आता है। रिश्ता देखिए कितना मजबूत है ठगों के साथ। भ्रष्टाचारी पापी आपके नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल, इस पत्र में यह लिखा है कि एक पार्टी दी ठग ने, तो उस पार्टी में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी पहुंच गए। यह सवाल जनता पूछ रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जिसके ऊपर आपराधिक मुकदमे चल रहे हैं, उसकी पार्टी में आप जाते हैं, यह तथ्य रखा जाता है। आपकी तरफ से इसका खंडन अभी तक नहीं हुआ। अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई परेशानी नहीं है, केवल गुलाबी गड्डियां मिलती रहें। एक बात और सामने आती है, निवेश, दिल्ली का विकास, पंजाब का विकास, इंडस्ट्री, इसमें रुचि नहीं है महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल की। इनकी रुचि यह है कि जो ठगी है इसको एक इंडस्ट्री के पैमाने पे पहुंचा दो। क्योंकि ये ठग सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से कहते हैं, तुमने 50 करोड़ दिया है, अपने जैसे 20-30 और व्यापारी, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट लाओ और 500-600 करोड़ रुपए का तुम्हारा टारगेट है। 500-600 करोड़ से कम में तो कट्टर ईमानदार का सर्टिफिकेट मैं देता नहीं हूं। अब यह बात जब आती है, आप सोचिए एक मुख्यमंत्री वो ठगों से मिलके कहता है कि पूरे ठग सब लोग जुड़ जाओ, इसे इंडस्ट्री बना दो। इतनी बेईमानी, इतना पाप, इतना भ्रष्टाचार, इतनी उगाही कर डालो, हर जगह मेरे पास गुलाबी गड्डियां हों। ये सवाल जो हमने पूछे हैं, इसके साथ एक और जो बड़ी बात आई, जैसा मैंने कहा कि ये रिश्ता केवल इनकमिंग नहीं था कि सत्येंद्र जैन ठग सुकेश चंद्रशेखर से कनेक्ट कर देते हैं, आउटगोइंग भी था। इस पत्र में यह तथ्य आया है कि बीच बीच में अरविंद केजरीवाल जी इस ठग को फोन करते थे और कहते थे जो हमारी बात हुई है उसके अनुसार आप ये जो व्यापारी हैं, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट हैं, इनको जोड़ के रुपया क्यों नहीं जमा करा रहे। ये सारे जो गंभीर आरोप हैं, ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट एक ही बात बताते हैं, ऐसा कोई सगा नहीं जिसे महाठग केजरीवाल ने ठगा नहीं। गुरु अन्ना हजारे को, जनता को ठगा, बात करते थे दिल्ली की हवाओं को स्वच्छ बनाएंगे, हमने देखा है क्या हाल है। बात करते थे कि बच्चों को पढ़ाएंगे तो बच्चों को ठगा, टॉयलेट के अंदर कहते हैं क्लासरूम है। किसानों को ठगा, केंद्र सरकार ने पंजाब की मदद करी, जो 1350 करोड़ रुपया दिया उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। 1,20,000 मशीन रही वहां पे, उसका इस्तेमाल नहीं किया। 12,000 मशीन गायब हो गई, उनको ठगा। दिल्ली की महिलाओं को कहते थे दिल्ली 15 लाख सीसीटीवी कैमरा लगाऊंगा, वो भी ठगा। तो मैं केवल इतना कहूंगा कि केजरीवाल ठगी सेंटर में मसाज भी हो रहा है, उगाही भी हो रही है, भ्रष्टाचार तो करते ही हैं। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ये बहुत बड़ी एक जिम्मेदारी है कि ये जो सवाल हम उठा रहे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल को पता चलना चाहिए, केवल दिल्ली की नहीं पूरे भारत की जनता ये सवाल पूछ रही है। और इनका उत्तर अगर आप 24 घंटे में दे पाएं तो यह माना जाएगा कि आपके पास कोई उत्तर है। अगर नहीं दे पाते हैं तो यह बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो जाएगा कि आप महाठग, कट्टर बेईमान और सबसे बड़े भ्रष्टाचारी भारतीय राजनीति के हैं। ये कुछ बिंदुओं पे मैंने अपना मत रखा। मैं श्री गौतम गंभीर जी से ये निवेदन करूंगा कि वो भी इस विषय पे अपने विचार रखें।
शुक्रिया गौरव जी। देखिए, वैसे क्या कमाल की चीज़ है कि आज दिल्ली की जनता को यह बताना ज़रूरी है कि सबसे बड़ा ठग वो नहीं कि जो जेल में बैठे, वो जो आम आदमी पार्टी के लिबास में तुगलक बन के दिल्ली की कुर्सी पे बैठ के पूरी दिल्ली और देश की जनता को ठग रहा है। और उससे भी बड़ी चीज़, आप किसी से 50 करोड़ रुपए मांगते हो किस चीज़ के लिए? राज्यसभा के लिए। आप राज्यसभा में एक ऐसे ठग को पहुंचाना चाहते हो। दिल्ली तो आपने गंदी कर ही दी है, अब आप राज्यसभा को भी उतना ही गंदा करना चाहते हो। ना दिल्ली में साफ पानी पीने लायक, ना साफ हवा में जीने लायक। उससे भी बड़ी चीज़ कि एक ठग जो जेल में बैठा है वो दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को ये कह रहे हैं कि मैं आपके खिलाफ डेफेमेशन केस करूंगा। तो आप सोच सकते हैं कि क्या हालत है आम आदमी पार्टी की, और उससे भी ज़्यादा ये जो तुगलक बन के पूरे देश को ठग रहे। तो इसलिए मेरा मानना है कि ये आप सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि आप हमसे बहुत सवाल पूछते हैं। पिछले 3 साल में मुझसे भी बहुत सवाल पूछे गए दिल्ली को लेके। एक बार सवाल ये दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी ज़रूर पूछना कि पिछले 8 साल में जो बड़े बड़े प्रॉमिस किए थे, जो आज आपने हालत करी है दिल्ली की, इसके पीछे किसकी जिम्मेदारी है। तो सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि आज आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, इसका दिल से धन्यवाद। आपने हम सबको सुना है, इसका भी दिल से धन्यवाद। वैसे गौरव जी ने सारे पॉइंट बोल ही दिए, लेकिन अब सवाल दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री के ऊपर जाता है कि जो अपने आप को बेचारा कहते हैं, वो पिछले 8 साल से ये जो विक्टिम कार्ड, बेचारापन, मेरे अगेंस्ट ये बोला जाता है, मेरे अगेंस्ट ये किया जाता है, अब बाहर आए और दिल्ली और देश की जनता को बताएं कि इसमें क्या सच है और क्या गलत है। कि 50-50 करोड़ रुपए लेते हो, उसके बाद आप किसी को कहते हो कि 500 करोड़ रुपए इकट्ठे करो जिससे हम तमिलनाडु के विधायकों को खरीद सकें। तो शर्म की बात है कि ऐसा एक व्यक्ति पिछले 8 साल से दिल्ली की कुर्सी पे बैठा है। धन्यवाद।
प्लीज। Arvind Kejriwal today is the most corrupt politician of India. He has no credibility left. And not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the people of our country have stopped taking him seriously for his words. और इस चिट्ठी में जो बात अभी गौतम जी ने भी उठाई, आपको याद होगा किस तरह से झूठ, फरेब, धोखे की राजनीति जो अरविंद केजरीवाल करते हैं। छाती पीट पीट के कह रहे थे हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ने का प्रयास हो रहा है, लेकिन इस पत्र से जो निकल के आया है, कहीं ना कहीं इसके सबसे बड़े विशेषज्ञ कोई हैं जो 500 करोड़ की उगाही करके दूसरी पार्टियों को तोड़ने का प्रयास करते हैं। यह बात तो अब सबके सामने आ गई है। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो कह रहे थे, असलियत यह है कि दूसरे प्रदेशों में वही करने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, और ये हम नहीं कह रहे। ये महाठग जो गुरु हैं ठग के, महाठग अरविंद केजरीवाल के लिए उनके शिष्य सुकेश चंद्रशेखर कह रहे हैं। देखिए, धन्यवाद इस प्रश्न के लिए। सबसे पहले तो जांच हर प्रकरण की हो रही है, और आप जब कहते हैं कि इनके खिलाफ जांच क्यों नहीं हो रही, तो इस मंच से बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से हम एक बात जरूर कह सकते हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया अगर एक्यूज नंबर 1 है, सत्येंद्र जैन अगर 5 महीने से जेल की सलाखों के पीछे हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल महाठग, महाभ्रष्टाचारी कानून से ऊपर नहीं है। और वो समय भी आएगा जब जुड़ जाएंगी सारी कड़ियां और लग जाएंगी इनको हथकड़ियां। ये चप्पे चप्पे पर अरविंद केजरीवाल का भ्रष्टाचार, पाप और ठगी आज दिखाई दे रही है। वो समय दूर नहीं है कि कानूनी प्रक्रिया के तहत और जनता भी इनको इनका उचित स्थान दिखाए, और इनका उचित स्थान केवल वही है जहां ये जेल मंत्री के साथ मसाज करवा रहे थे। एक एक प्लीज, 1 by 1। देखिए, एक्यूज नंबर 1 है वो, पहली बात। दूसरी बात, उनको आज 2 महीने का समय मिल चुका है। कोई आरोप अगर उन्हें लगता है कि जिसके तथ्य गलत हैं, राजनीतिक द्वेष से कोई मामला लिखा गया है उनके खिलाफ, तो वो न्यायालय क्यों नहीं गए?
Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advised people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a ban in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation.
Viewers, some more updates coming in right now. The Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia has tweeted and claimed that his PA residence has been raided and he has been arrested. Sisodia has accused BJP of vendetta, fearing defeat in elections. All right, so this is the tweet. This is the tweet which is on air right now for our viewers. It's on your screens, viewers, right now. This is a fresh tweet by Manish Sisodia, where he has made a couple of claims. As per the tweet, he has said that they raided my house, filing a false FIR, searched for bank lockers, checked my village, but nothing was found against me anywhere. Today, they raided my PA's house and did not find anything there. So now they have arrested him and taken him away. BJP, so much fear of defeat in election. Piyush Rohri is joining us right now. Piyush, now there has been no official word coming in by the ED on the claims made by Manish Sisodia, Piyush, is it?
So yes, you rightly said, Shivangi, that there has been no official word as of now by the Enforcement Directorate on the raids and perhaps the possible detention of PA of Manish Sisodia. But Manish Sisodia has made no comms. He has not held back, and he has tweeted saying that his PA has been raided and has been subsequently arrested. Now, this is another massive twist which has come in the Delhi excise liquor scam, which has already seen a lot of arrests, which has already seen a lot of investigations, which has also seen Manish Sisodia being summoned and raided. So, if we felt that this was it, no, it's not. There are going to be a lot of twists and turns that are expected in the Delhi excise liquor scam. And with the possible detention or subsequent arrest of the PA of Manish Sisodia, the shackles of Enforcement Directorate and CBI on Manish Sisodia has still not ended. Yes, back to the studio.
And Piyush, now as Manish Sisodia is making fresh claims, we also saw a press conference from the BJP a short while back where they were speaking about conman Sukesh's fresh salvo against Kejriwal. Kejriwal received 50 crores from me, attended my party. So we are seeing a lot of to and fro and a fresh face-off right now coming out today between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Piyush.
So controversies and corruption and lack of integrity allegations on Aam Aadmi Party is just not ending. after this Delhi excise liquor scam, now Aam Aadmi Party leaders and most possibly Arvind Kejriwal is also being linked to conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar. How much of this is really going to affect Aam Aadmi Party's integrity, of which it has often made tall claims of, is going to be interesting to see. We are going to keep you updated of all the possible corruption updates in which Aam Aadmi Party is reportedly being made involved. That involves its links with conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar and now also the possible arrest of PA of Manish Sisodia. Stay tuned to Republic Media Network as we see you on the other side of the break.
Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. Tenth India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed. And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mentioned of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery.
Viewers, we're live and breaking this Saturday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla. Some more breaking news coming in from Maharashtra right now. Fire has broken out in Mumbai's Fashion Street in Churchgate. Before that, let's go to the BJP press conference, which is happening right now. Let's go ahead and see what the BJP is saying.
प्रदेश में गंगा जल हाथ में लेके कसम खाई थी किसानों का कर्जा माफ करेंगे, उन्होंने तो नहीं किया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने किया। ये फर्क है। तो इन भ्रष्टाचारियों का काम ही केवल इस तरह के बयान देना है, लेकिन जनता इन पे विश्वास नहीं करती है। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। This is the last question, please, because my colleague has to leave urgently. फिर से रिपीट कर दीजिए।
All right, viewers, that was a BJP press conference right there where they have hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's go back to the breaking news we were talking about. This is coming from Maharashtra, where a fire has broken out in Mumbai's Fashion Street in Churchgate area. Fire tenders have been rushed to the spot. The road is temporarily closed for traffic till the situation is brought to order. As per reports coming in, some shops have been gutted in the fire. So far, no injuries have been reported in the incident. So those are the visuals coming in right now. Alicia is joining us as well. Alicia, the fire has broken out in Mumbai's Churchgate. We can see, heavy flames and smoke coming out as well. What are the details we're getting?
Well, yes, that was a fire that was broken in many shops in Fashion Street. So Fashion Street is being known as the famous clothing market. And the fire broke out at around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. And there was a fire brigade team which reached. We know that there were 4 fire engines and the jumbo tankers. We reached to the location, and specifically the first priority that was taken from the fire brigade team is to control the fire, but within half an hour, the fire was extinguished and the cooling operation that was underway. And no injuries has been reported, but of course there is a loss of the material that was kept in the shop. And as I earlier mentioned, that it was a level 1 fire that was reported in a series of shops. It was 4 to 5 shops that got fire. The reason is yet to be we know that the cooling operation is still underway, and after which the administration will conduct an inquiry. What is the reason behind where the fire broke out, which 4 to 5 has gotten into the fire.
All right. Thank you so much, Alisha, for getting us all those details. A fire breaks out there in Mumbai. This is the area of Church Gate in Mumbai's Fashion Street. On that breaking update, let's take a short break. We will continue to be live in breaking this Saturday afternoon on Republic TV.
And here's some news in brief. A day after Shiv Sena leader's murder, massive anger erupted. Meanwhile, Hindu organizations have called for a bandh in Amritsar. Remember, Punjab DGP Gaurav Yadav visits Ground Zero and notified of maintaining law and order, along with peace by maintaining strict vigil on rumours. DGP mention of investigation is at preliminary stage. Prime Minister to visit Himachal Pradesh and address rallies in Sundarnagar and Solan for upcoming Himachal elections. Prime Minister likely to highlight the need for a double-engine government for development and prosperity of the state. Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated to a severe category as the recorded as high as 450, Delhi primary schools to remain shut from November 5 till pollution situation improves, and official advise people against stepping out unless absolutely necessary. Karnataka Pradesh Congress Committee President D.K. Shivakumar summoned by Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on November the 7th. 10th India-Croatia Foreign Office consultations held in Zagreb. Wide-ranging discussions on bilateral, regional and international issues including trade and economic, defence and maritime and many other issues were discussed.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching Superfast 50 this Saturday afternoon on Republic TV. I'm Ankit Prasad and we are tracking a number of stories from the pole-bound states to Delhi, where the air pollution is completely out of control, and also in Amritsar, where the city is reeling from the shocking daylight murder yesterday. We'll get you all that and more, and we'll get you all caught up with 50 big stories. Let's begin. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, viewers, addressed a rally in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi today. He took on predecessor non-BJP governments and told the people that if they give him an opportunity in the hill state once again, he would amp up the various developmental efforts. Addressing the mega rally in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, PM Modi took a dig at the Congress, saying that it did not care a jot for Himachal Pradesh in the years that it ruled in the state and at the centre. Taking another veiled swipe at the Congress, Prime Minister Modi, while addressing his mega rally in Himachal Pradesh's Mandi, said that the Saffron Party delivers on the promises that it makes to the people. He cited the example of the one rank, one pension scheme. Coming down heavily on the Congress, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing his mega rally, said that the Vadra Congress hoodwinked veterans for over 4 decades. Also in his Himachal Pradesh mega rally, PM Modi raked up the Ram Mandir and Article 370's abrogation. The mega rally came ahead of the upcoming assembly elections, which results will be declared on December the 8th. The national capital continues to choke on toxic air. The average air quality stands at 431 with a layer of thick smog blanketing the national capital even today. As the Delhi NCR region continues to choke, the political blame game continues as well. BJP's Dushyant Kumar said that Delhi is now tantamount to a gas chamber, while Kejriwal is doing nothing to solve the problem. As the politics over pollution continues, Nitish Kumar, the Bihar Chief Minister, waded into the controversy. Hitting out at the AAP government, Nitish said that if Delhi's pollution is increasing, it will impact other states as well. A day after Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri's daylight murder, anger simmers in Amritsar. Suri's supporters staged a massive protest and demanded justice for him. A Pakistan-Khalistan ISI link has emerged in Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri's daylight murder in Amritsar. Pro-Khalistani ISI agent warned that more killings and a larger plot could be in the offing. The BJP will release its election manifesto for the Himachal Pradesh Assembly elections tomorrow. The party's national president JP Nadda and Chief Minister Jairam Thakur will be releasing the document in Shimla. A fire broke out in the iconic Fashion Street in South Mumbai with copious amounts of smoke seen billowing out from afar. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot and the blaze was extinguished with no casualties reported thus far. Jailed conman Sukesh Chandrashekhar has written an explosive and sensational new letter accusing the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal of allegedly dealing with him for copious amounts of money for parliament seats. He mentioned Kejriwal also attended a party that he had hosted in 2016 and added warnings on future action that he'll be taking. The arrested accused in the shocking daylight murder of Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri in Amritsar yesterday has been remanded into police custody for 7 days. Following Shiv Sena leader Sudhir Suri's daylight murder and the chaos that resulted in Punjab's Amritsar, furious Hindu groups have demanded that the holy city be bandh today. 7 women died and 11 people were injured in a collision between a truck and an auto rickshaw in Karnataka's Bidar. The incident occurred near the Bemal Kheda village and the injured persons were shifted to Bidar hospital. A fire broke out at a plastic slippers and shoes manufacturing factory in Narela industrial area in Delhi. As many as 20 fire tenders were rushed to the spot. No casualties have been reported thus far. There is another Chinese spy vessel in the Indian Ocean. The Yuan Wang 6 entered the Indian Ocean south of the Andaman Island ahead of a planned Indian missile test in the Bay of Bengal. This is being viewed as a repeat of the Hanbantota episode when the Yuan Wang 5 had docked at the Sri Lankan port ahead of a similar missile exercise by India. In the 2008 Malegaon bomb blasts case, yet another witness has turned hostile, making him the second in just the last 2 days and the 29th overall, escalating the question marks over the probe. 1 person died and 3 were injured in a building collapse incident at the Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Road in Chennai. Fire service persons rescued the wounded people and were involved in clearing the debris after the collapse. The Enforcement Directorate has again summoned Congress State Unit President for Karnataka, DK Shivakumar, and his brother and Member of Parliament, DK Suresh, in the National Herald money laundering case. The ED has asked them to appear before the agency officials on November the 7th. Ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections, the Congress received a big blow. Senior leader Himanshu Vyas has resigned and may join the BJP today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the Radha Swami Satsang at Bias in Amritsar. He also met sect head Baba Gurinder Singh Dhillon. The Election Commission of India announced the schedule for the by-election in the 5 assembly constituencies located in Odisha, Rajasthan, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and 1 parliamentary constituency in Uttar Pradesh. The polling will be held on December the 5th and the counting of votes will be held on December the 8th. The Minister of State for External Affairs, V. Muralidharan, will be paying an official visit to Brazil from 7th to 8th November. This will be his first visit to Brazil and is part of the high-level exchanges between India and the South American nation, the first since Lula's government took over in Brasilia. An FIR was registered against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Party General Secretary Jairam Ramesh and social media head Supriya Srinath. This for copyright infringement of a KGF 2 movie song as part of their campaign. A fire broke out in the luggage van of Mumbai-bound Shalimar Express at Nasik Road station this morning. Fortunately, there were no injuries in the incident. The cops said that the cause of the fire is not known and that the reason will be further investigated. A motorcyclist met with an accident inside the Atal Tunnel in Rohtang. The duo on the bike have been seriously injured and have been shifted to the hospital. In a big success for security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, 2 terrorists having links to the banned terror group Lashkar-e-Toiba have been arrested in Sopore. 1 pistol, a magazine, some pistol rounds and an improvised explosive device were recovered from the 2 arrested terrorists. President Draupadi Murmu, along with Krishna Rai, the wife of Sikkim Chief Minister Prem Singh Tamang, joined the members of a local dance troupe who performed the integration dance during her visit to Gangtok. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the G7 nations for announcing a coordination mechanism to help rebuild Ukraine's shattered energy infrastructure. Volodymyr Zelensky has also met with White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who made a surprise visit to Kiev. Further military aid to Ukraine is on the agenda. Intense rain and landslides have left at least 7 dead and some 330 houses affected in Azotagui in eastern Venezuela. For the past 5 weeks, nearly 14,000 families have been affected by the heavy rains, floods and landslides ravaging the South American nation. Former United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon has urged for firm and decisive action by the international body following increased nuclear provocation by North Korea. Around 1,500 protesters gathered at the headquarters of Hungary's public media company to protest what they say is biased news coverage and state-sponsored propaganda that favors the country's populist government. Italy's new government has adopted a measure formalizing the closure of its ports to rescue ships run by humanitarian groups, as 4 vessels with more than 1,000 migrants continue to push for access to a safe port. Microblogging site Twitter has started laying off employees in India as well as part of a global restructuring ordered by the social media platform's new owner Elon Musk to attain what he says are economies of scale and to make the USD $44 billion acquisition viable. According to sources, Twitter has sacked its entire marketing and communications department in India. Foreign ministers from the group of 7 developed nations continued their meeting in Germany to expand unity on Russia's war in Ukraine. China's growing economic clout and Iran's crackdown on anti-government protesters were also a part of their deliberations. Meanwhile, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and China's President Xi Jinping each urged the other to use their influence with Ukraine and Russia respectively to bring an end to the war as Scholz visited Beijing. Iran, which is gripped by protest, has marked the 1979 takeover of the US embassy in Tehran during the Iranian Revolution by holding rallies across the country, with some in Tehran waving placards of the triangle-shaped Iranian drones that Russia allegedly uses to strike targets in its war in Ukraine. 15 members of the Ecuadorian armed forces were wounded during a raid on the El Litoral prison, the largest in the country. Inmates who were to be relocated to another prison threw grenades when the military and the police entered the facilities. Russia's President Vladimir Putin took part in celebrations marking Unity Day, which Russians celebrate across the country on November the 4th every year to commemorate the popular uprising that led to the expulsion of Polish-Lithuanian forces from Moscow in 1612. Russia's ambassador to the United Kingdom informed that the Kremlin would not use nuclear weapons in the conflict in Ukraine. Ambassador Andrei Kelin alleged that Britain was involved in an attack on Russian warships. In sports, England prepared to kick-start with a new zeal for the FIFA World Cup scheduled in Qatar this month after last year's agonizing defeat on penalties in the finals of the European Championships to Italy. Coach Gareth Southgate is set to make his team selection from a group of up to 55 players. In American ice hockey, Sebastian Aho scored 3 goals and an assist to help the Carolina Hurricanes beat the Buffalo Sabres 5-3 for their 4th straight win. Martin Necas scored a goal and 2 assists. Jesperi Kolkemeni also scored, and Andrei Shavenikov and Tovro Televenin also had 2 assists each for the Hurricanes. 3 consecutive free throws from Chris Jones with just seconds left on the clock secured a dramatic 83-82 win for Valencia as the Spanish outfit inflicted just a second EuroLeague defeat of the season on Greek side Olympiacos Piraeus at the Peace and Friendship Stadium. In tennis, Stefanos Tsitsipas will face Paris Masters defending champion Novak Djokovic in the semi-finals after a straight sets win over Tommy Paul on Friday. Tsitsipas raced to a 6-2, 6-4 victory to set up the mouth-watering encounter with the winner meeting either Holder Rune or Felix Auger-Aliassime in Sunday's final. Also in NBA, Kevin Durant racked up 28 points, 11 assists and 9 rebounds, and the Brooklyn Nets beat Kyrie Irving's Washington Wizards in the NBA championships. Arina Sabalenka kept her chances of a semi-final berth in the WTA finals alive following a 6-3, 7-5 win over Jessica Pegula. And among all the sides, Poland are prepared for a good showing at the 2022 Football World Cup. They have high hopes as they finish second in their UEFA qualifying group behind England and will face Argentina, Saudi Arabia and Mexico in their group.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 10 years. With top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Mukhtar Ansari's son Abbas Ansari arrested by ED after 9 hours of questioning by Enforcement Directorate with high security arrangements made for avoiding any conflict. A court in Delhi has granted 9 days interim bail to Olympic medalist wrestler Sushil Kumar on medical and humanitarian grounds for his wife's surgery. As the air quality index deteriorated